Paddington, one of the world's great stations. And with trains leaving every 4 minutes, along a 900-mile route to the West Country and Wales.
Straight through, please!
It's one of the UK's busiest.
Very full, very full.
And liveliest transport hubs.
Oi, stop it!
Platform 12 now.
And on the front line,
Come on, lads. We are the team.
a small army of men and women.
Network rail emergency.
Do I shoot myself in my right foot or do I shoot myself in my left foot? Either or, it's going to hurt.
Battling through a long, hot summer.
Stop struggling.
Hell, absolute hell on earth.
And the biggest transformation of the railways since Victorian times.
We've got rail replacement buses running.
Oh, not again.
Yeah.
What a pain in the arse.
Last week.
To keep the trains on time.
If you don't know, how do us commuters know? Bang out of order.
And us, the travelling public, on track.
There's a train due in about 2 minutes, and no one's going to notice you if you're so low down.
Stop shouting. Shush.
It's non-stop.
This is a tough Monday morning.
No more Londons to leave Bristol.
Disaster.
A passenger by the name of Sanju. Your mother-in-law is currently on platform 6 and 7.
Just when you thought it couldn't get any worse.
And round the clock.
Ready? Up. It's a long bloody crossing. Another day, another dollar.
This week,
Alpha Centre Base, we have a passenger on the track platform 9 and 10. We have a passenger on the tracks running Bristol end. Urgent 13 to leave.
there's a full-scale emergency at Paddington.
Report of a person running around on the tracks.
All on stop, Paddington.
I'm telling them, you need to get off the track, you're going to get killed.
There are surprises below ground.
It looks like there could have been police cells or something. Probably hold people in here.
And trouble above.
Bridge Strike Kingway.
On the track, the pressure is on.
If we didn't give the line back, it would cause major issues. You'd pretty much mess the whole route up. We've got to get it back, we can't keep it.
And on the platforms,
Burnt tofu that has set off the fire alarm. Super burnt tofu.
the heat is turned up.
Hell, absolute hell on earth. This place is inefficient. There's absolutely no customer service. It's just a nightmare. And so I am livid. That's not the great way to start a day, is it? Paddington, one of London's busiest stations. With peak time trains running every 3 minutes and 40 million passengers travelling through every year, it relies on everyone working together and everything working smoothly. From Paddington Control,
A passenger by the name of Sanju. Your mother-in-law is currently on platform 6 and 7.
to train dispatchers,
Waiting signal now, Bram. All good to go. Thank you.
gate line staff,
Going away for the weekend. Come back. That's it. Have a nice time.
and the transport police on the concourse, all coordinated from route control.
Hello, Senior Controller Swindon Control here.
And as a backup to all this human activity, there are CCTV cameras. Lots of them.
We have currently 403 cameras in this station alone, which is crazy when you think about it. And also, so we have this screen here, which I look at, my user screen, where I can zone into any area of the station. Anything that could possibly happen is up here, and it's all quite exciting.
It's a slow mid-afternoon on a quiet Tuesday.
Platform 1 will be your next one.
But at the ticket barriers, the CCTV cameras pick up the start of an extraordinary incident, which will cause the shutdown of Paddington's train service. A man seems to be chatting to gateline staff when he suddenly ducks under the ticket barriers and makes his way to platform 10. And then, the unexpected happens.
Alpha Centre Base, we have a passenger on the track, platform 9 and 10. Platform 9 and 10, we have a passenger on the tracks running Bristol end. 13 to base. Urgent, 13 to base.
We've got all trains on stop coming out of Paddington. Report of a person running around on the tracks. All on stop, Paddington.
We send CCTV, platform 10 and platform 9 and 10 Bristol end.
Okay, so you've got one officer on site trying to find him, yeah? So person running around on all the lines.
Okay, going to all radio mobile, just to make you all aware, the station is closed. For the moment, there will be no services leaving Paddington due to a trespass on the tracks just outside the station.
Not good. We've had the Sigler phone up to report that they've received a report from Paddington Station of a male running across all the lines just outside the station area. All trains are on stop, and then BTP have just phoned up to say that they are aware.
Dispatcher Maz Mahmood is giving chase.
So once again, the station is currently closed.
Station controller Richard Douglas hadn't even got to his control room desk.
Just walking in, and someone just said, "Quick, there's a guy running down the tracks."
Yeah, you might have heard on the Hamilton City line. Guys running down the tracks right to the end.
I was really out of breath myself. It was hard to catch up with him because he's running so fast. And I'm telling him, you need to get off the track, you're going to get killed. So only I had probably like maybe 30 seconds with him, running with him. Then by that time, I run out of platform, and
If you look straight down, that's just down by Royal Oak Tube Station. There's a train that's stopped out there, and he's probably a couple of hundred yards in front.
No one yet knows why the man jumped.
Could be him being suicidal, could be a stunt, you don't really know until you've had a word with him and worked things out.
Alongside Platform 1, BTP officers are now trying to catch up with the running man, who's heading into the busy and dangerous approach to Paddington, known as the Throat.
We've got 5 trains actually held outside the station.
And until the tracks are made safe, no one can cross the lines to get to the man.
What we're going to do is BTP are going over there, so they're killing the power, so everything's been stuck on hold.
The trespasser is a mile outside the station. But the police are now hot on his tail.
Sounds like they may have got this guy then.
The male's detained about half a minute and he'll be on a platform. Yeah.
BTP officer PC Fogg got to him just in time.
We caught him about 50 metres short of Royal Oak Station. He was just short of the live track where he gravitated towards the underground station. Had we not decided to chase him and stop him, I've no doubt that his next few steps he would have touched that live track and we'd have had a very different situation.
The person's in custody, he's been handcuffed.
While the running man is being dealt with, support officer Alex Hode is trying to find out why he jumped on the tracks. And it turns out the man might have been involved in an earlier fare evasion incident at Paddington's underground station.
What happened is when the staff said he needed to buy a ticket, he bent down and just pulled out a mobile phone and a charger out of his bag and just handed it over to my staff. I don't know whether this guy could be the same person.
Do you have a big green backpack on?
Yeah.
It's a strange turn of events, but it could help the investigation.
Staff was outside, the train came in and the guy was trying to leave, but he had already double shuffled through one of the passengers who paid. And then when the staff said, "Oh, next time you need to buy a ticket," he just bent over and from his rack tech he pulled out this mobile phone charger and he just went off on his way.
So, they entered into underground staff, and then ran off down towards platform 10. That's it? Yeah, matches the exact same description of him.
It's been a worrying incident, but the running man is now safely in the police van.
He's being taken off to custody, I believe, at the moment. He's been arrested. He's off now. Hopefully he'll get the help, whatever he needs.
It's not over yet, though, for station controller Richard Douglas. The incident has lasted 20 minutes and thrown Paddington's timetable into disarray. And it's Richard who's got to get it back on track.
Right, so I've just come back in. I'm starting my shift now. It's a bit crazy now, so we're now going to try and put everything back together. We've had no trains come and go for the last about 20 minutes. What we've got now is we've got platforms full of trains, and we need to get them out because we've got loads of trains that are being sat outside between sort of Ladbroke Grove and sort of Hayes and Arlington, right back down to Airport Junction, which is some 10, 15 miles away. So we've now got to try and pick things up, get trains dispatched, get people in the right places so we can start moving things on. We've got a bit of wiggle room because of the time of day it was. Had that been at like 5 o'clock, that would be major problem, major problems. Hopefully, I reckon we should be able to sort it out within 45 minutes.
Britain's railway men and women are constantly having to deal with the unexpected.
You OK, sir? Yeah. You're right. There's a train due in about 2 minutes, and no one's going to notice you if you're so low down, so you might be best stood up.
But today, out on the tracks near Newbury, engineers are getting ready to start works that have been years in the planning. It's the latest stage in an ongoing multi-billion-pound project to electrify all the western route. Senior project manager Kuldeep Sunga is overseeing the works.
This is one of the biggest weeks of the programme of electrification. There's a series of a number of big disruptive blockades of work that we're going to be doing over the course of the summer, ready for the introduction of new trains.
The engineering teams will have just 4 days and 5 nights to complete the overhead cable work along 16 miles of track before the lines have to reopen again. And the countdown clock has started.
Nearly 200 tonnes of steel to be erected, and then all the copper wire to be run, which is anything close to about 10 to 12 kilometres per 1,400 metres of electrification.
With tracks closed for the blockade, Paddington's train timetable has had to be altered. And in the control room, Graham Parker is monitoring its impact on the morning train services.
I have a map here of the area where a lot of the work is taking place for the upgrade to Newbury. So where you have POS and then 150, 158, that's where the work's being done. POS means under possession, and 150, 158 are the sort of code numbers for the work being done. And because of this happening, all the trains that usually would go through that area are either replaced by bus services, which is a phrase that no one really likes to hear, or they're being diverted with a different departure time. Quite a stressful morning for the morning commuters.
Over at Newbury, commuters are feeling the full effect of the line closures.
They've been advertising for the last couple of months. It's replacement buses between now and Thursday. Friday, we're back to normal.
But even the best laid plans don't always go smoothly.
You said wait here.
Yeah.
I know, but my boss was sat there. You said, oh no, it's not there yet. Wait here. No, it's already gone. I'm late for work now.
From what I've been speaking to my colleagues, we've had maybe half a dozen saying they didn't know, but apart from that, most people knew where to go, what times to be here and stuff like that. We've tried to get as much communication out as possible. It's a commuter town, so there's tons and tons of people going in towards London.
At Paddington...
Yeah, but we have an alternate timetable because we have engineering works.
Okay.
Customer Ambassador Natalie Greenwood is doing her best to keep customers on the move.
Everyone's just a bit frustrated at the moment because they're missing their trains. Come this side.
Over your legs, yeah?
No, we're going to get it. 9:27 you're going to get, yeah? I'm going to take you to the help desk and get them to print it for you. If possible. Can you print that for me? Yeah, of course, yeah. Yeah, so your train's on platform 1, now you're going to make it, OK? Yeah. This way, yeah.
60 miles away at Newbury, Stephen Jones is managing the first stage of the electrification project, erecting the structures that will support the overhead cables.
What we're doing here is putting up a basic mast. This is one of the more longer structures to install due to the fact we've got brackets to put on and a strut. So the chair is what they've got up there. That would be one half. They've got another half to go on. So when the two sides are on, that's what supports the weight of the boom, which goes from one structure to the other, which allows to carry the weight of the wires. We're over halfway. We're about 2/3 of the way through it now. It's a bit stressful with teams working day and night.
I just want to lock these two together.
Yeah, mate.
One's a bit tight, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's also stressful at Paddington, where the altered timetable is still causing confusion.
For all of our customers, it's going to be a bit of a hiccup. So everybody will be questioning and querying as to what on earth's going on, where are we going, why is this new timetable in place, and how much longer it's going to be.
All right, just I'm not sure which platform yet. So if you keep an eye on the board, when it's ready, they'll board the number.
I haven't travelled down to Penzance. I don't normally use the train. This is the first time, and I'm doing it on my own. So I'm a little bit apprehensive.
Penzance. 11:27 is the next one. I've had people ask about the trains that have been diverted. The trains are running earlier than it should be. So 10:35 instead of 11:03, 11:27 Penzance instead of 12:03. So that's quite a shock for them because they expect to come for a train, and then you've been told, no, it's been slightly altered.
Back on the lines outside Newbury, engineer Andrew Lonsdale is beginning the next stage of the process. As each new mast goes up, he can begin attaching the overhead cable.
This is the ZEC unit of the wiring train. So what we've got here, we're paying out two wires in tandem. This is about 1,300 metres. We're running out the solid copper contact wire and the stranded catenary wire. The SIC here, that's a single insulated cantilever. This is going to support the wire. So Mick will be catching this round, pull it towards us in the basket. There we go, got it round. So we'll now connect the catenary wire into the clamp. That will be tightened up, that'll be everything secure then. Okay, yeah. After that, we'll connect the registration arm onto the contact wire. Once that's secure, we'll then move on.
The contact wire will carry 25,000 volts to power the electric trains. But none of that will happen if the engineering teams don't meet their strict deadlines.
Come 04:55 Friday morning, this route will be handed back in a fit state, ready to start running passenger service. If we didn't give the line back on Friday, it would cause major issues. A delay to the train service, I think you'd pretty much mess the whole route up. We've got to get it back. We can't keep it.
The engineers are working hard to hand back the lines on time, but unplanned disruptions are never far away.
That's right, yeah. That's not been established yet.
At route control in Swindon, news is coming in about a serious incident.
They're on there at the moment, yeah. He's just, what they've said to me, he's been unresponsive for 30 minutes.
A passenger has been taken seriously ill on a train from Paddington that is now arriving at Reading.
Been taken ill at Reading. Paramedics, BTP, everybody's on site who should be on site. The paramedics are doing the best they can.
Reading Station is one of the busiest stations on the network and an important hub station for Paddington.
BTP have asked, can we close platforms 10 and 11 so that they have no footfall?
Closing two platforms will have a major impact on the train service.
Just how damaging would it be if we shut platform 11 and 12?
Just tell them to do it.
Yeah.
Rail staff at Reading are clearly dealing with more than an ill passenger. it's turning into a major medical emergency.
There was an elderly person who was taken ill on a train. Obviously, this is the first station at which the train can be stopped to allow some help to be given to him. And unfortunately, very sadly, paramedics were unable to do anything more than initial help, and he has passed away. Very shaken, a little bit upset. It's not every day you come to work and a situation like this develops immediately. It's very, very sad. And we'll stay here and we'll make sure that the public stay as far away as they can.
Yep.
And hopefully the gentleman can leave with a little bit more dignity than he arrived.
Sure, exactly, yeah.
We've got to wait for the coroner to come, and then we'll have to wait for the undertakers. And then we'll have to arrange a way of removing the body that nobody can see from any of the other platforms. So I should imagine they'll put a screen around it until they remove the person.
For the moment, platforms 10 and 11 at Reading, a busy hub for Paddington, are closed. But at route control, they're used to reacting to the unexpected and balancing passenger well-being with the need to get the train service up and running again.
Unfortunately, we have to keep trains running around it, because that's what we're here to do, run trains.
We're probably looking at 10 to 20 trains having to have been rediverted elsewhere.
As the death isn't considered suspicious, the train is allowed to leave.
So we'll run the train empty to Bristol Temple Meads, and then we'll make a decision as to whether the train, if it's fit for service, we'll be able to run it in passenger service back towards London Paddington. It's something that doesn't happen too often, but I'd probably say within the 11 years that I've been working for Great Western that it's probably happened about 3 or 4 times where a person has died on a train service.
It's been a sad day, mate.
All right,
yeah,
sad day.
Cheers.
All right.
At Newbury Station, the platforms are deserted for a different reason. While works to modernise the network carry on, a bus replacement service is in operation.
There's no trains today, and then we've got nothing till Friday now. Which is a Thatcham bus, do we know?
It's not here, 709.
But the road is no substitute for the rail.
So normally I get the train and it takes about 15 minutes to get to Reading, so this takes about an hour and 10 minutes. So yeah, it's quite a big hassle for the beginning and end of the day.
Obviously it's not really convenient. I dread the weeks when there's a bus replacement.
They're not consistent enough, the buses aren't. They're not as consistent as the trains are. The trains are a pain as they are, sort of enough. To be honest, they don't really let you know when the buses are actually going to be. Like, every time it's on Monday, I keep missing it, so I'm always late to work.
Down the line from the station, work is continuing on the installation of overhead cables as part of the electrification of the rail network. Today, they're installing the droppers, the short wires that will support the overhead cable that provides power to the train. And it's a fiddly business.
We've got the guy sorting them out in order, because the droppers will sort of determine your wire height, which the pantograph runs on, so everything's got to be millimetre perfect to the correct height and stagger.
Once everything is in place, it's time to winch the cable to a specific tension, dependent on the air temperature and the length of the wire.
See the needle spinning round on the drum, slowly, and there's a chart around the edge of the drum. So when you pull that needle out to where it needs to be on that chart, that's when you connect it all up together. It's quite hard work pulling that up. Takes a little bit of doing. Donkey work.
That'll do it. Pay the man.
That spring's now loaded to the correct setting. We're pretty much wrapped up now. Everything seems to have gone to plan well today. Yeah, happy with the progress so far and quite confident we'll get everything completed.
But at Paddington, it's not running quite so smoothly.
A lot of our ticket machines being refurbished, replaced, so it's causing us a few issues with people buying tickets. And it's just all gone a bit busy and manic, and we can't find the person who operates machines, and they seem to be dropping out one by one. It's absolutely terrible. Anybody collecting tickets, you can travel with your reference number this morning.
So that's good enough?
Yeah, that's perfect. And obviously we don't want our customers to be annoyed or angry at us.
Thank you. I'll let you through the gate. I'll let you through the gate. She's gone to the gates to go through to her train because her train's leaving in 7 minutes and it's not printed half of her ticket, so she's only got the half coming back. I'm going to open this one for you. Let me just open it for you. So she's upset. There you go.
Hell, absolute hell on earth. This place is inefficient. There's absolutely no customer service. They give you information over the tannoy. I responded to that and they went, oh no, you can't do that. You've got to go back and get another ticket. It's just a night. And so I am livid. That's not the great way to start a day, is it?
It has been a long morning because everyone's just a bit annoyed. And when they're annoyed, they get frustrated and their temper's like that.
Further down the line, project manager Caroline Saunders is overseeing another vital part of the electrification work between Newbury and Reading.
We're at Aldermaston Station. This is a station that falls in the middle of the area that is closed at the moment. We have a number of stations that the platforms are not long enough to accommodate the trains.
The new electric trains are slightly longer than the current fleet. And at Aldermaston, the southbound platform needs to be extended by 25 metres.
The plan today is going to be install the piles for the new platform extension. The two guys in the orange there are just setting out the pile positions. We've got a 75mm tolerance on the pile, so they have to be set up very accurately and have to be going exactly where required.
Beams will sit on top of the pile foundations, and then the platform slabs, which are made off-site, will sit on top.
This is quite a lot of disruption, and we do recognise that that's very disruptive to the passengers, but our hope is that this is very much a short-term pain for long-term gain.
This is what the multi-billion-pound electrification of the network is all about. A new generation of electric trains that are lighter, more environmentally friendly and faster.
What I do like about these is the take off speed. They just zoom out. These are so quiet to what I'm used to.
The long-distance intercity express trains have been in service for over 6 months.
Early again. Yeah, ever since I've been driving these, I've been arriving in stations 3 to 4 minutes earlier.
Lines are currently electrified from London to Didcot.
I think it's roughly about £1 million a mile it costs to put this infrastructure in.
But once the overhead line works at Newbury are completed, trains will be able to travel even further westwards under electric power. Until then, electric trains are having to turn to diesel to finish their journey.
I'll be dropping the pantograph and starting the engines up. And then we'll be running on 6 diesel engines all the way then to Swansea.
Bridge Stroke Kingway.
Kingway?
Yeah.
On the railway, unplanned disruption is never far away.
There's a lorry that's gone through it and parked down the road, so he's got some visual damage to his vehicle.
Mobile Operations Manager Peter Kidd is dispatched to investigate. And it's not the first time this particular bridge has been hit.
Right, off to Paddington, Kingway Bridge, which after White House Bridge in Swindon is probably the most struck bridge that we've got in the Swindon area. Basically, we just go there, check the structure of the bridge to make sure that everything is still intact, that it haven't caused any problems for the trains with the rails. It can offset the tracks slightly if it's hit hard enough. Police officer friends. Coming down the main road to the bridge, this is what we found with the lorry here. So the police are here and they're now interviewing the driver. It's not unusual with these ones, so they just seem to ignore the height signs in their vehicles and decide they're going to get under the bridges, and they don't always manage it. All right, can I just get a picture of your height sign, please, mate, if that's all right? Height sign is 14 foot, which is exactly what the bridge is. We seem to get an awful lot of it. They just think they can get under it, because a lot of bridges do have a little bit of leeway, but not all of them, and they get caught out.
Any serious damage to the bridge could result in train delays and cancellations.
What we're generally looking for is anything that's nice and shiny, because that'll be new damage. I'm not worried about the protection beam at all, it's just the bridge that we're looking for any damage. That does look like the new one there. But there's nothing whatsoever on the main bridge, so it's done its job. That's what it's there for.
Almost 2,000 railway bridges are hit by lorries every year. Luckily, the steel beam on this bridge has prevented any damage to the infrastructure itself.
Oh, a second, so there's Pete Kids from the mum. Right, Kingway Bridge. Yeah, not bad, mate. Yeah, Kingway Bridge. Just inspected it, everything looks okay. Looks like the protection beams have done their job on it. Catch you later. Bye-bye.
Where are you going? Ready?
At Paddington, the ticket machine issue has been resolved. But now, BTP officer Al Gore is dealing with a different sort of ticketing problem.
So we've had reports from a train manager that we have a train coming into Paddington station with 2 people who are currently refusing to buy a ticket. We've also been told that they apparently may have a ticket from Cardiff to Newport, so if that's the case, maybe they bought the cheapest possible ticket so they can get through the barriers, then go on the train.
Al and his colleagues are hoping to intercept the suspects as they disembark.
Apparently they are in the back set, so where me and Smithy are. Just trying to work out where Coach B is at the moment.
Minutes later, they track them down.
Have we got the tickets?
No, we told the lady. She said when we get here.
It's confused with the lady who's taking a purchase.
Right.
So we told her to London and she give us a ticket to Cardiff.
Officer Gore isn't convinced.
So you didn't find it strange that £4.40 was just a single,
No,
we're not covering to London? Okay.
The last time a ticket from Cardiff to London cost £4.40 was 1974.
What's your current ticket at the moment?
Willing to pay and everything, but...
Why didn't you do that on board the train?
Sorry?
Why didn't you do that on board the train?
Do what?
Pay for a ticket on the train?
Oh, I haven't got enough money to pay for a ticket.
Right. So how are you going to pay for it here then? Doesn't work like that, sir. It's fare evasion.
Fare evasion?
Yes.
Travelling about means no one needs to pay for your ticket.
Fare evasion is estimated to cost the railway industry around £240 million a year, and it's a criminal offence. But if the men agree to pay for their journey to London, they will avoid prosecution.
So you can pay for it as an extra ticket, yeah?
I can pay, yeah.
And pay for the gentleman as well?
Yeah.
With the deal done, the men accompany Officer Gore to the ticket office. But not before chancing their luck one more time.
Not on the bike. You push the bike. You start doing that, and the bike will come off you, and you'll be nicked.
Oh, I didn't know, can they?
They bought tickets Cardiff to Newport. They obviously need the difference here. Live and learn, yeah?
Yeah.
Surprised to see us. I don't think they've realised that police have been called. They've been charged £157 and a few pence. That's for 2 returns. £157 does sound quite a lot of money. But good news is they've paid it, so the railway's got the money, we've got no offences. Happy days.
If they'd have booked the 2 returns in advance, it would only have cost them £76. With the overhead lines work completed and the Newbury blockade over, Paddington can get back to its regular schedule, which includes the weekly fire alarm test.
Yeah, based to all station radios. We're going to test our evac message in a moment. You will hear a message about evacuating. Please ignore this message, it's a test only.
With 100,000 passengers passing through the station each day, these tests are a crucial safety measure.
Due to a reported emergency, all passengers must leave the station immediately.
Passenger announcement for all passengers and staff in the station. We just completed our weekly fire alarm test and our weekly evacuation message test.
That's it. That's fire testing for another week.
But it's not just the fire alarms that need to be checked. In the tunnels beneath Paddington, Shift Station Manager Kevin Noon is carrying out a regular inspection of the station's infrastructure and fire safety measures.
Now this is pretty bad. This fire escape that should always be clear, but thanks, mate. Coming towards underneath platform 6 and 7.
You can just see above you there, you can see where we are.
The tunnels are hundreds of metres long, and old ticket windows are evidence that before the war, they used to provide public access directly to the platforms. But it isn't the only thing these tunnels have been used for.
Looks like there could have been police cells or something. Probably hold people in here. Pretty basic. You can see a trough running down the middle, and the floor there. Do whatever they've got to do, I guess. But there's quite a few posters around as well, which is unusual. I think that some of them are dated from the 1950s. Football Monthly, April 1956. Pretty noisy as well, isn't it? The train goes over.
There's also evidence of another more recently discontinued function. 2 conveyor belts, which used to transport passengers' luggage onto the trains to Heathrow.
The bags had come along here and gone to the Heathrow Express. It used to be in operation until probably about 10 years ago.
Today, it's home to fire safety features such as the station's sprinkler system.
Put in probably about 2 or 3 years ago. It was quite an impressive setup, I think.
But the tunnels also house much of the station's electrical equipment. If a fire started here, it could spread within seconds. So Kevin is looking for any exposed gaps that flames and smoke could pass through.
That's a really, really good example of somewhere that needs to be looked at pretty quickly. It wouldn't hold back fire, probably wouldn't hold back at all because it just goes straight through.
While Kevin continues his inspection below ground, above him in the control room, Graham Parker is dealing with a real fire emergency.
You make your way over to Wasabi. We have a fire alarm activation in Wasabi, one of our restaurants in the station. Hang on a moment.
A smoke detector has gone off, and this in turn has activated the station fire alarm.
It's a device which is very close to where they cook, so good chance that it's just come from that.
The alarm triggers a countdown clock, which means in just 6 minutes, the station will be automatically evacuated.
I turned the alarm off to the crowd, so it's not worrying anybody out there. I've got the cameras on in the area, there's no one panicking, and I've sent a member of staff over there.
But time is starting to run out.
As you see, it's 2 minutes and 40 now, and that's how long we've got until the station will automatically go into evacuation.
Luckily, a few seconds later, station staff identify the cause of the problem. And it's nothing more than a flash in the pan.
Base to Alpha 2. Go ahead.
Apparently they burnt tofu in the microwave.
One of our Network Rail staff has told us it's actually burnt tofu that has set off the fire alarm. Super burnt tofu. I'm going to isolate that device so it means that it won't activate again, at least for the meantime.
Dinner may be ruined, but after recent worrying and unplanned events, this time, fortunately, there's no cause for alarm.
This clock has gone back to 6 minutes, which means it's all good, it's totally reset. And that device is isolated, meaning that it will not go off again. When it comes to the fire alarm, You need to be totally calm and cool, being that if it goes into evacuation, you think of the hundreds of people, sometimes thousands, that are on the station at one time. You don't want to cause panic among those people, so we don't want any panic. All calm.
It's Monday, mid-morning at Paddington, and there's been a change in the weather.
Nice little bit of sunshine, that's what we need.
But on the station concourse, a bit of sunshine can mean a severe rise in temperature.
Allegedly, it's hot outside, but I've not been outside since 7 o'clock this morning, so I wouldn't really know. But I mean, at the moment, the temperature's around 25, 26 degrees outside.
The station's 4-span 700-foot glass train shed might be a marvel of Victorian engineering, but in hot weather, it can make life extremely uncomfortable.
Paddington, when it's hot, it's literally like a greenhouse, like it bakes you.
It's like the glass house. We just need some tropical palm trees as well to finish us off.
It's nice if you're outside in Hyde Park, but if you're on the gates, you can't leave the gates, you're just there, baking. So I decided that I'm gonna get everybody water. Still a sparkling.
Oh, I'll have a normal.
Normal one. All right, cheers, mate. No worries. I'm gonna be a nice Samaritan. Call me Mother Teresa. You want still? Come on. Nice, thank you. There you go.
Ice, lemon.
Nice and lemon. There you go. You look like you need it.
It's like nectar.
Okay, that's it for now. Done my little deed for the day.
But during a heat wave, it's not just the staff and passengers who suffer.
Just to let you know, we've got a points failure at Didcot East Junction. Yeah, I think it might be the heat. Yeah, it was going so well.
The rail infrastructure is full of delicate wiring and intricate moving metal parts. But in the searing temperatures, they can overheat and expand. At Route Control, they've worked out that the Didcot points failure has been caused by a fault in vital signalling equipment that counts train axles.
We've got 2 axle counters failed on the approach to Didcot station coming in from the Oxford line. They've failed down, they've locked up a set of points, which means trains from the Oxford direction will not be able to call at Didcot Parkway.
Didcot is a busy junction on the western route, and controller Greg Dash is having to react fast to prevent snarl-ups.
Lima 37, I've had to stop them dispatching it from Oxford because if it comes towards Didcot, we've got no route for it. Didcot's become a bit of a train park. So at the moment, I've got about 6 trains at stand. I've got trains at stand here because we're diverting 1 Charlie 15. It should come straight through this line. So it's had to go over because points are locked to reverse, and then it's got to come back over again. Which is now affecting up traffic coming from Swindon. And then we've got 2 freights at stand here. It's basically trying to squeeze trains through a bottleneck. If you liken it to a motorway, it's like having 2 lanes closed out, a 3-lane motorway, you're going to get congestion. And that's what's happening at Didcot at the moment.
Got the potential of being 1,000+ minutes delay. Get the techs to have a look at the actual counters and get the moms to have a look at the points. Hopefully it's something simple.
46 miles away at Paddington, it's now early afternoon. And with rush hour approaching, Graham Parker in the control room is getting live updates on the unfolding situation.
So this is the map of Didcot, and you can see that 1, 2, 3, 4 trains in that little area all have red lights in front of them, so they're all not allowed to move. So that's not good. And if they don't shift, they'll only make a queue of other trains, so they'll make it more annoying.
For passengers at Paddington, it's already a very hot and sticky wait. And with a wave of disruption heading their way, it's about to get even more uncomfortable.
Because Didcot's about 40-odd minutes away, I'll start feeling the effects here at Paddington in about 10 minutes' time from now. We're creeping into the peak, so 2:30 now. So if the problem is able to be fixed in the next hour or so, it won't be too much of an issue. But if it goes into the peak, it'd be quite a drastic problem. So obviously it's seriously vital that it's dealt with before the peak time when more trains kick in.
Train running controller Greg Dash's efforts to reroute trains have come to a standstill.
It's turning into a massive disaster at Didcot. Just when we thought we could route trains from the down relief line into Didcot, we find out that a freight train that's been at a stand for a while doesn't have a forward driver until 1500, which is another 20 minutes away. So just when we thought we had an opportunity to get things moving, 4 Zulu 47 is blocking our only way through from Reading on the down relief. That would have caused problems on the normal day on its own, but with the lack of points, you know, we're fighting a losing battle here.
Top man, thanks for that. Cheers, bud. Matt Law's got his line blockage for these points now.
The good news is that staff are now on site and can try and move the points manually under the supervision of a mobile operations manager, or MOM.
The MOM that's on site for these points at Didcot East, he's now been granted his line blockage, so it's safe for him to go in and have a look at these points, and his priority is to get them over to the normal position.
The busiest time of Paddington's day is now fast approaching.
We are coming towards rush hour now. The techs are now there. I've just seen a message to say that the techs are on site, so that's good. I'm hoping this is all going to be done before 4 o'clock. If not, obviously it's going to cause a lot of problems here at Paddington.
But at Route Control, there's a new problem with their rerouting strategy.
It's getting worse as we go on. The lack of diversionary route knowledge means that all the trains that we would normally try and divert, we can't, because the drivers have to know the road, which is fair enough, and also the guards. Hopefully this freight will be out of the way shortly. The driver of the freight has just turned up at Didcot in a taxi, and then we'll get this freight on the move, which will then reopen the relief line, and then we'll have more movement. But at the moment, we're going to start reducing the train service out of Paddington. So the Cardiffs and the Cheltenhams we're looking at withdrawing to create a bit more capacity.
Passengers for the 15:15 Great Western service to Cardiff Central.
This train has been cancelled, and this is due to signalling problems in the Didcot area.
The wonderful voice that is Graham from above. It's filling everybody with joy at the moment, but this is the impact from the signalling around Didcot earlier on. So we are aware that some services will be delayed.
Anyone who's going to Cardiff or beyond to Swansea will need to wait until the 15:45. So they've got a 45-minute wait now for their train, which obviously is not very nice. But so that's one cancellation from here now. We were hoping we weren't going to have any, but that's the first, and I'm sure there'll be more later on.
And there's more bad news. In the heat, staff at Didcot are struggling to manually move the points.
There's 2 pump units, one's defective, so there's not enough oomph to move the points over. They're going to try one more thing by releasing a few pressure valves, and hopefully that'll get the points over to normal, albeit not fixed. At least we'll get some train movement.
Passengers to the 1603 Great Western service to Penzance.
Cancelled from Paddington and start from Reading. Any passengers for stations between Reading and Penzance?
Please board the next train to Reading and change at Reading for stations to Penzance, where your train will begin.
So at the moment we've got a cancellation on the Penzance service 1603. What we're hoping to do is we're hoping to start that train from Reading. So in theory, all should go well if people catch the 1600 Bristol Temple Mead service, or also being able to catch the 15:45, which is just boarding now, boarding on platform 10. So you'll see now everything's getting quite busy over on 10 because people will be wanting to make the connection for the Penzance service. Luckily, everything seems to be on the move still, and that's the main reason why we like it at the moment.
Trains around Didcot have actually lost over 55 minutes now, which is a hell of a delay to a train, especially if your train journey is already like 2.5, 3 hours, and you add another hour to it.
At Route Control, there's some good news, at least about one of the signalling issues.
Yeah, the techs have solved the problem with the actual counter at Didcot, so effectively normal working, albeit the first train will go for a caution to remove the aspect restriction, and we'll have normal working on that. So the next priority now is the points at Didcot East.
And moments later, a breakthrough with the Didcot points.
They've managed to, by giving it an impact shock, get it to go over. So now we've got the points in normal, but they're not in order. So we're going to maintain them in the normal position until the techs tell us what they need to get into fix it permanently.
So we've got normal detection now in these points. So effectively that means we can signal normally in one direction only, on the down. So all the trains on the down main for Swindon can go booked through. Anything from Reading to Oxford, we're running out of Reading on the down relief. and then we can send them round the corner at Didcot without moving these points. So now these points have got detection, we're leaving them alone. It's not ideal, but it means we can start running trains again. But we've got a lot of people to move now. It's just after 1600, Paddington will be filling up with passengers. So having these points coming back with normal detection is the best time ever, really.
Staff announcement for all platform staff. All of the trains are now going booked route through Didcot and Swindon and beyond.
At peak time, we run completely at capacity. We couldn't really fit any more trains if we wanted to. So it's absolutely vital that this work was done prior to the peak time kicking in, and it has been done, which is amazing. I hope that these staff are seriously rewarded financially and with donuts.
A scorching day on the railway ends. But with temperatures set to hit the high 20s, there's new urgency out on the tracks. Mick Lungo and his team are taking advantage of the cool of the early morning to carry out vital preemptive work on Paddington's busy approach.
Every rail that we install needs to be stressed for hot weather prep, stop track buckles and all that sort of stuff.
Rails are made of steel, and like all metal, if they get too hot, they expand, which can cause serious track failures.
It's basic work, but it's stuff that could cause track buckles and stuff like that, so it's quite important that it's quite relevant to our works.
To prevent this from happening, the rail is stressed, physically stretched to minimise the risk of expansion in hot weather.
This is a crossing that was installed about 2 months ago. So the first 3 legs were stressed, but the last leg we didn't stress because of lack of time. So today we've come in to re-stress it basically.
The team take the temperature and measure the length of the unstressed section of track. Mick then calculates how much of it needs to be cut out before stretching it and then welding it back together.
Just worked out with the meterage and with the thermometers as well, so we need to pull it 17 mil. So plus the welder's gap. Terry, is 24, isn't it? 24 your gap? Yeah, so altogether it'll be... So I'll be putting in a gap of 41 mil.
The 41mm gap is cut out, and machines are placed on the rails to physically stretch it.
They're hydraulic rams, so basically once we set it all up and we'll put the power pack on, then it'll pull it back to what it needs to be.
Before they can start stretching the rail, there's another time-consuming task.
They're loosening the fastenings at the moment, so it becomes free rail. So when we do put the stressor kit together, there's no clips to stop it from moving. And they'll be doing this process all the way up to the unclip mark, which is further up there. Because then if there's any clips left in the track, then you won't be able to pull it. It'll stop it from pulling, sort of thing. So it's not a long process once it's all going and stuff, but it's just getting the clips out and stuff because of these are very old clips.
1, 2, 3.
These are called skull clips. You don't get many of these nowadays. It's mainly the Pandro ones which come out a lot easier. These probably haven't been taken out for a very long time, so they're probably rusted and corroded and stuff, hence the 2 bars that they're using there to get them out. So this will take a little bit longer than usual.
With fastenings removed, they can begin stretching the rails. It takes 26 tons of pressure to produce the right amount of tension.
The correct pressure's been applied, so the correct stress is in the rail now. And then obviously all that's left to do now is for the welders to weld it up, and then we unclip it back up and that's the job done.
The last job is to place a mould over the gap and pour in molten steel, joining the 2 rails. Once cooled, the join is ground down to produce a smooth profile.
Job's finished now. The welders have completed their weld. I've just checked the track to make sure that all the fastenings are secured and nice and tight, all the nylons are back in. So yeah, that's it, job done. Next one Monday.
4 miles up the line at Paddington, the morning rush hour is in full flow, and temperatures are once again on the rise.
It's so hot, we're stocked up on ice cream and air conditioning.
While some staff at Paddington are working to stay cool, it's starting to hot up for incident controller Shay Doyle at route control.
Yeah, we've got a track circuit failure, Paddington, platform 1. after a departing train, so he's left the track down. It impacts on the signaller because he'll have to make sure that trains that are booked to go into that platform are re-platformed, which isn't always as easy as it sounds. I know we've got 14 platforms there, but they are all utilised, so it's a case of him juggling it round.
Trains leave and arrive every few minutes during rush hour, so the clock's ticking to get the problem fixed.
We can work, I think, with one platform out, but if anything else kicks off and we were to lose another platform, then we really would have big problems. So we do need to get this sorted, and being platform 1, it is one of the key platforms there, so the sooner we can get people up there and get onto it, the better. We've got a team of technicians on the way. They reckon they'll be up there by 1400 to start their investigations, and hopefully they'll bottom it out before the evening peak gets going.
It's Controller Swindon.
Moments later, there's good news, immediately followed by bad.
Track circuit failure platform 1, which has now just gone clear, so we're running normally on that. And now platform 5's failed, so they're taking it out on each other at the moment.
Charlie Samford, one of the engineers who was due to look at platform 1, is now sent to platform 5.
At the moment, we've got a problem with the track circuit, which is the method used to detect where the trains are. They run a small amount of electricity through the rails. At the moment, there's no track circuit detected, so they can't tell that there's a train here. It could be a few different things that cause this. So until the train's moved out of the way and we can actually see what's going on, then we can't really tell what the problem is at the moment.
But back at route control, they're getting news of another problem on the same platform.
Now, the driver felt a bump and he's brought the train to a stand at the stopping point at Paddington. We need to get someone to have a look at it before we get the train out, or at least watch the train out. So if anything untoward happens, we can just bring the train to a stand immediately.
Bumps on Paddington's tracks can have serious consequences.
We had a derailment there not too long ago. It could be a risk of that as well.
This is what happened at Paddington last year. A train derailed as it was leaving the station. Fortunately, no one was injured, but the damage took the platform out of action for several days, and no one wants to go through that again.
We need to get that inspected as a matter of urgency. And unfortunately, where the bump is in relation to the train, the driver won't be able to see it because the front end of the train will be over it. So we need somebody to go give a visual inspection on the ground. So we're just waiting for an ETA now as to when the staff are going to get there, because platform out of use in Paddington is not good. Because we did have a track circuit failure in platform 1 earlier, which has gone clear, but there has to be a risk if that failed again, we'd be 2 platforms short, which we wouldn't be able to manage with.
The worst case scenario is if this train derails, it will carry on out of Paddington in a derailed condition and cause all sorts of track damage.
The plan is, I'm staying on the phone to the signalman when the train's on the move, obviously at walking pace. If there's any issues, give me a shout, and then I'll stop the train immediately through the signalman and then on to the driver. I'm just going to let the driver know. Basically, I'm going to be on the phone to the signalman. If there's any issues regarding the track, I'll contact the signalman and then he'll get you to give you an emergency stop. Okay. All right, thanks so much, cheers.
With everyone in position and Mark's plan in place, the train slowly makes its way out of the station.
So he's just giving them signals to go, yeah?
With a clear view of the track, Charlie can diagnose the problem.
If you look down here, the joints, the fish plate that's joining the 2 rails together, where they've been changed and the wrong plate's been put on, one rail's sitting higher than the other, so when the train wheel goes over it, it's causing a bump.
With evening rush hour approaching, the track needs to be fixed fast. But once again, the hot weather is giving the engineers a headache.
These plates need changing, but we can't do it at the moment because the rail temperature's so high. If we were to take the plates off, the rails are going to try and expand, and if you was to try and cut it, it'd just pinch the blade and then it'd shatter. So it's a safety issue really. We'll have to wait for tonight until it cools down a bit, and then we'll be able to take it off and change them. We can still run trains over it at caution. Now we know that it's broken rail or anything like that. So as soon as S&T have fixed their track circuit problem, we'll be able to run trains.
But before S&T, the signalling engineers have the chance to investigate the track circuit. Bedri Alija from the track team thinks he knows what's at fault.
I think I locate the problem with track circle. The same problem we had in this rail this side. I think a couple of bolts there, they're holding a rail to the concrete. I think it's missing some pads which they should have isolated. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to put the new pads in and then check with S&T how the track circle is showing, yeah? Okay?
The pads are designed to keep the electrical current circulating around the track. And Bedri is hoping that by reinstalling the 3 missing pads, he'll fix the track circuit issue.
Oh, the S&T, they're going to do the test now and check how the track circle is showing, yeah? Then, fingers crossed, it's going to be fine.
It's now over to the signalling team. When there's a train on the track, the electric circuit readings should go down. And when there's no train on the track, like now, they should go up.
Is it up? Is it up? It looks down. How much it was last time? 3.7. Oh, wait, it looks still down to me. It's taking too long. Got a problem.
You want a little bit more time then?
Paddington platform 5 during the peak. The signal would like his platform back, so we can get back to him soon.
There's no fault on the tracks, so they check the relay boxes.
At the moment, the relay's not getting enough voltage.
Okay.
It's getting halfway, should be.
Yeah.
So it's halfway up. Yeah. It could be the relay's not taking it in, but most likely it's going to be something before it, stopping it getting the voltage. So.
The S&T guys have found a relay. It's basically got some power coming into it, but the power's not coming back out to feed another relay. So they're looking, they might have to change the relay.
All possible readings lead to this receiver filter. So we're trying to source one now from the depot from our team leader. So as soon as he brings one, we will change it over, then we'll have some readings, and hopefully our readings should be within the specs.
Hello, it's Mark Rowley, Hayes Mom.
They've located the fault, ordered the part, but now there's going to be another delay.
Unfortunately, it's got to come from the stores in West Ealing. They've got some guys coming with it now, but due to the traffic, obviously it's going to take them a little while to get here, so they're not looking to get here till sort of after 1800s. And then they'll look to replace that filter and hopefully rectify the track circuit failure.
300 miles further along the western route at Scoria in Cornwall, there's also a difficult track problem to solve, but this one definitely won't be an easy fix. When the Great Western Route extension from Paddington to Penzance was built in the 1860s, the line went over Cornwall's tin mining area. And through the years, the route has faced major problems with subsidence. But now engineer Jack Pickering and his team are in the middle of a major round-the-clock project that they hope will solve the problem for good.
In the area in and around the railway, there's quite a few mine workings. There's a serious shaft. It's about 60 metres under the ground over here. In the 1960s, they realised that there was a bit of an issue with settlement either side of the railway, and what they did is they ended up glanding the railway, which means they've put additional rail along the end of the sleeper to stabilise it. And as times got worse, essentially, we've realised we've had to put a more serious intervention. And this means that for 120 years, it safeguards the railway against catastrophic failure.
Their plan is to pull up the old track, stabilise the land around it, before relaying the rails. A vital project lasting 4 days and costing £1.5 million.
Obviously, it's taxpayers' money, so we have to make sure that we're doing the right schemes at the right time. So for this, although we may have done some investigation work in 2007, obviously it's taken a bit of time to ensure that this was the right scheme to take forward and that it was really necessary to spend the money of the taxpayer conducting this, really.
The first stage has been to inject a stabilising material into the area.
We've had about 2 or 3 months of polymer injection into the ground. They do get a big lance and they stab into the ground, pump the material in, and when it goes off, it becomes like a hard concrete, so it makes it really firm. This will then stabilise all the areas that are of concern with the mine workings under the railway, essentially.
The next stage is to lay 3 51-ton concrete beams to support the new rails.
This methodology of securing a mine working is quite new and novel, so it's never been done on the network before. We spent a long time working with mining experts to work out what's going to be the best approach to be able to do this. And it's been quite a journey, really, from understanding the amount of mine workings that are down here and sort of the best way to kind of, make the railway safe.
But they're up against the clock. If they don't finish on time, it will have major repercussions.
There's a lot of stress associated with finishing the project because our works can impact not just the people in Cornwall, but delays to trains in Cornwall can impact trains going in and out of Paddington. And if we impact Paddington, then we can impact the rest of the infrastructure around London.
Back at Paddington's Platform 5, they're also up against the clock. Mick Lungo, who was earlier stressing rails to prepare them for rising temperatures, is now taking advantage of a much cooler Paddington station to mend a bump in the track detected during the evening rush hour.
Basically, where the two rail joints, because of the heat, they've closed together and the rail ends are actually battered now. The picture I was sent earlier, you couldn't see any gap at all, but where it's got cooler, it's actually opened up a little bit. So we won't have to trim it or shave it as much as what we thought we'd had to, but we'll see now once we get the plates on and see if it lifts the rail up any higher, see if it makes any difference.
But as they prepare to remove the fish plates that hold the sections of track together, the problem becomes clearer.
So this side is the £113, which is the new rail, and the other side, which is the older bit, is like £98 rail, which is ancient, basically. So that's where we're having trouble.
The £113 track was installed around 10 years ago, whilst the £98 rail was laid nearly 30 years ago. The slight difference in the rail's profiles means the fish plate won't fit them both properly.
The rail's been here for so long. Obviously, the guys are trying to get the clips out at the moment, but they can't because they're so seized. They probably haven't been taken out for about 20 years or so, probably. So it's a little bit difficult because everything's so old. And to match everything up, it's going to be a bit of a task, but we should get it all done.
With a bit of gentle persuasion, they managed to get the old fish plates off and the new ones on.
That looks good. That looks good, mate, that one. It looks a lot better than what it was. I think really the rail needs to be changed. This is like a temporary fix. So I think we would need to change the rail. I think where it's so old and worn, to get it to the exact level, I think we would have to change the rail at some stage. But I'm happy with leaving it the way it is.
The team's attention now turns to the circuit failure. Earlier, the signalling team replaced the relay filter in the hope that it would solve the problem.
Still 1.4 though, that's what you had before, isn't it?
But it's made no difference.
Basically, the track circuit's still down. We must take the pads out.
Take these
pads off, yeah? Right, get the scraper and just take them pads off just for a minute. You can see these insulators here, so old and worn. Need to put some new pads under there and see if it makes it any better. And we haven't got that much time left. We've probably got about an hour and 15 minutes now until the roads go back.
Now it's time to see if the new insulation pads have done their job.
Sorry.
Yeah, no different. At the moment, it's just like it's showing the same, so there's no different at all. So we've just done all that for nothing really, but we tried something. So tomorrow night we'll have to come in here, unclip most of the track, lift it every 10 metres and see if the voltage comes back up. But as it stands, that circuit's not there today.
With only minutes before the first service is due in at Paddington, this fix will have to be put off for another day. But there's no such luxury 300 miles away at Scoria. Engineers are 48 hours into a 4-day project to prevent a railway line from subsiding into old mining land.
So we're landing the first of 9 slabs, and hopefully they should fly in pretty quickly now, actually.
With the land stabilised, work can start on rebuilding the track infrastructure.
So it's going to start backfilling, putting the material back on top of the beams and slabs, and then start the operation of putting the rails back in and getting prepared for trains to run. Obviously, you don't want to speak too soon, you know, touch wood, but it's looking pretty good at the moment.
With the deadline getting ever closer, they have to work through the heat of the day and the cool of the night to get the project done. And it's one hell of a job.
In the last 36 hours following the last slab being installed, the team have installed 600 tonnes of ballast, and they've re-railed both the up and down lines with 180 metres of rail on both lines.
Specialist machines pack down the ballast that supports the new tracks.
So we can see the track just out here now. It's been placed at a design level, and as the tamper comes through, it will lift the sleeper and rails to a design, and then you'll finish with a nice smooth line and level, and that's what the tamper will do for the rail. Hopefully, it's going to be about 3 hours left of tamping, and then that's the tamping finished, and following that we need to stress and weld both roads, so hopefully by 0400 Friday morning we'll be ready to pass the first train. 4 days of quite intense work, a number of years of planning, quite a unique and novel capping project, so it's all gone well for us.
It's been a long, hot week at Paddington Station.
So we've gone from Arctic temperatures to Dante's Inferno.
But now it's the weekend, and as the heat wave continues, there's a change of pace.
There we go, platform 9, just around the corner.
And a change of passengers.
It's Saturday, it's a nice day, it's a sunny day. I love our commuters, but I absolutely adore the weekend travellers. Have a great day, guys. Thank you. We've got lots and lots of happy tourists. Are you off to Bath? Yeah. Do you have your flip-flops and your towel? Oh. In the bath? With the weekend travellers, everybody's happy, everybody's just dressed leisurely. Everyone just wants to have a good time.
We gotta get in with Paddington. Oh, all right, get in.
Surrounded by beauty. I'm not complaining. They've all taken a chill pill. So at the moment, I'm on my leisurely mode. I'm just on my leisuremode.com. But things can soon change.
And on this sunny weekend, it's staff shortages that are beginning to cause a problem.
The drivers don't want to work their rest days. And it's summertime, so there is an acute shortage of drivers, which is causing problems. You know, few cancellations for trains.
1 Charlie 1 2, 1 Charlie 1 3, and 1 Charlie 1 4 are all cancelled. So obviously we've got no trains for passengers going to Bristol or Bath. So we're going to use 1 Bravo 28 to do that. So we've got 3 trains to Bristol cancelled, sadly, due to no drivers. Unavailability of drivers, a shortage of drivers. So we're trying to divert a train, or we are going to divert a train via B&H. It will be the 11:45 train to Swansea, which normally doesn't go via this route, but we are going to arrange for it today to go via a different route, just so we can pick up any passengers going towards Bath, Chippenham or Didcot.
Hello, sir. It is, sir. It is, sir.
It will mean that the 11:45 to Swansea will, as well as its normal passengers, also have to carry passengers for Bristol.
Okay, so the 11:45 to Swansea is now being diverted, so fun's about to happen. And obviously, we now need to inform our happy customers that they can board the rather overcrowded 11:45 to Swansea, which is being diverted for them.
Unfortunately, we'll make announcements for any passengers for Bristol on the station to get on that 11:45, but then you'll have to go at 11:45, and any other passengers will have to wait for the next available service.
When the next one after this one is to pass by?
So there are some cancellations today,
Yeah.
so I would advise you to take this train.
Oh, really?
Because the 12 o'clock's cancelled as well,
Yeah, I
and the
noticed that.
12:30.
Okay.
So I really would advise you to take this train, sir, okay?
And for those who miss that train, there will be a slightly more roundabout way of getting to Bristol.
Unfortunately, we're not able to put on specific stops. What they can do, however, is change at Bristol Parkway, where there will be downward connections from Bristol Parkway on the cross-country service from Bristol Parkway down into Bristol.
And so far so good. It seems to be going very smooth. Obviously, for those that are on that council 12 o'clock, I do hope that most of them have been able to catch this train. And if they don't, hey-ho, then we can put them on the next one. So it's not the end of the world. It's just a matter of compromising. Someone's obviously done their homework up there, or down there in Swindon, thinking of the best possibility. So it's looking good.
Just as one issue due to the lack of drivers is dealt with,
Hello, Pad Signal. This is Sanjeev, Control Room, Paddington.
What's that?
another emerges.
Hi, mate. Just to let you know, 1 Bravo 25 on number 4, they won't be bailing out on time. The crews and the PMB, so they'll be late going out, mate.
So we've got issue where the driver's coming late on the train, 20 minutes late, which means he's going to go out 20 minutes late. So we got 1 Bravo 25, which is going to go 20 minutes late. Just trying to advise Swindon, he's due his break. So once his break's done, all the passengers will have to wait, I guess, fortunately.
While some services are suffering because of missing drivers, the heatwave has been causing a different set of problems for those that are working.
With the hot weather we've been having, obviously there's a lot of flies and bugs and all that sort of rubbish out. So normally the spray and the wash of the normal wipe is enough to keep it clear, but the driver wasn't very happy. They need to be able to see where they're going properly, see the signals and everything, so just give it a bit of a clean and a wipe for him. The drivers have a repair book, which all the details go in of any faults. Obviously he's booked in that the windscreen was minging. So we can sign it off now and say it's been cleaned. Yeah, if they can't see, they can't run, as simple as that really. It's, the way, because there's such a flat front as well, they just collect a lot of stuff when they're going along. If the wipers can't keep up with it, then they're out of luck really. So sometimes you just have to get in there by hand and give it a wipe.
As one train heads off fly free, on platform 4, the train that has been waiting for the driver to finish his break is also now ready.
And this one's just about to go, hopefully.
And although it's 25 minutes late, it's now on its way.
As I say, a few issues with drivers not being available. So apart from that, it's wonderful.
Yeah, but there's 3 trains cancelled this morning from the West Country. It's not good, is it?
Customer Ambassador Kaz Debray is dealing with the last of the passengers for the diverted Swansea train.
Yes, madam.
So, we were actually going to Bristol Temple Meads, but the train is cancelled.
Yes.
So is this the quickest way to get...
Yes, it is, madam.
What time does it get into Bristol?
It's due in at 13:11, madam.
Thank you very much.
You have a lovely day. They just want the reassurance. They just want to know, as the customer says, does it go to Bristol Parkway? Does it go to Bristol Parkway? Okay, so again, it's just a matter of sharing that information. Again, share what you know, because that's vital for our customers. So I'm telling them, I'm with them next to me, this is all I know, but let's have a look together, as I did. And she could see Bristol Parkway, and all of a sudden it was, what time does it arrive? 13:11, and that's it. That's just to share what you know.
And with one last push, a searingly hot and busy week at Paddington comes to a close.
A proud moment, seeing this train dispatched on time, going out on time, and now it's time to say bye. Thumbs up, beautiful, love that, absolutely love that.
With over 100,000 people from every walk of life passing through each day. And as in any major transport hub, law and order is a constant concern.
Right, good afternoon, everybody. It's late shift today, so I'm going to start with the deployment. So today, Jeff, if you can concentrate on barrier line 1 to 9. Karina, if you can concentrate 9 to 14.
To help keep everything and everyone in order, Paddington has its own on-site police force of 30 officers, led by British Transport Police Station Commander Juliet Owens.
Be safe and just give myself or the sergeants a call if you need any assistance. Are there any questions?
No.
Hi, Alex, how's things?
Yeah, not bad, thank you.
All right, good. Had any issues?
No, nothing. It's been nice and quiet so far, which is good.
You've went and said the quiet word.
Yeah, jinxed
And it's only 3:10.
Absolutely.
Right. Before I joined the British Transport Police, I was in the Royal Navy, so I was always used to being part of a team. Coming here to Paddington, I think it's just been a natural progression for me. I can't imagine what else I would rather be doing. No 2 days are the same. We can have issues from some low-level offences, which can be low-level shoplifting offences, to antisocial behaviour, violence, assaults. It's just trying to make sure that we're on patrol to reassure everybody at the station, make sure that we try and prevent any public order incidents that could happen, which can often be alcohol-fuelled.
And it's often the little things that prove to be challenging.
I always get asked for directions. And when I first got here, I didn't really know the area, so I had to get a little map, show people where to go. I think there's probably a few I sent in the wrong direction. I've never had anybody come back and tell me, so maybe it wasn't too bad.
Today, Station Commander Owens and her team are mounting a stop-and-search operation to crack down on suspected drug runners.
They're not easily identifiable. It's just a case of trying to intercept and find out, why they're travelling through the station, and identifying if they are being coerced into drug supply out to the west from Paddington.
Throughout the morning, there'll be 32 undercover officers and 17 in uniform, positioned around the station to observe passenger behaviour. And within the first hour of the operation, plain-clothed officers have identified a suspect.
He was acting strangely here, around the barrier line, I believe.
Okay.
They weren't too happy. They've alerted us. He's been detained at the moment. A small amount of cannabis has been found. It's only for personal use. It's not enough to arrest for. So he's going to be reported for the offence of possession of cannabis. That's now been done, and he's been allowed to go on his way.
2 hours in, and police have stopped and searched several passengers and made one arrest. Now they have their latest suspect, and he's not happy about being detained.
All right, you all right? Yeah, just keep a hold of his arm like that.
I'm driving a camera. I can't do a runner, can I?
Some people, I know, and I'm not saying that you would.
Like, you're embarrassed. I'm embarrassed as it is that I got.
And I'm really sorry about that, but some people do try and escape. So there's a male being detained behind me. They've conducted a search, so we've got a lock knife and these grinders here with some cannabis. Who knows what this knife was going to get used for? It's a lock knife, it's serious, it's lethal. I believe he said it was for his own protection. Again, that's a worry. So what will happen is he'll go off to custody and he'll be interviewed. We'll be looking for obviously other evidence, and he'll be processed.
Being caught with an illegal knife can mean up to 4 years in prison.
Yeah, it just seemed like...
Across the station concourse, another man has been stopped.
Hello, all right, relax. Relax.
Don't fuck with me. Don't fuck with me. You fucking dickhead.
It's not drugs they find, although it does look like he's made a visit to the chemist.
I bought all that, I got the receipt, I threw it in the bin, it's in the store. Fuck yourself.
Calm yourself, language down, sir.
Yeah.
There are children around.
Listen, you fucking paedophile, back off. Back the fuck off.
The man is getting increasingly agitated.
You get tramped on. Tramped on, mate. I'll get the tramps to fucking stamp you on. Yeah? You fucking little tramp.
He's arrested for shoplifting and being drunk and disorderly. But it's about to get even more unpleasant for everyone.
Fuck him up.
Don't spit at me, because you'll get charged for assault, all right? Don't spit.
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 Can I hat off, please? If you guys need one, we've got one, so...
It's rare for the transport police to have to resort to a spit mask, but the risk to health and safety is high.
Yeah. Oi! Stop it!
You'll get further arrested.
You're only going to hurt yourself. Don't put your limbs...
He was found guilty of being drunk and assaulting police, but shoplifting charges were dropped. It's been a tough start to the day for the stop and search teams. But even routine policing at Paddington has its challenges. Patrolling the platforms is PC Stuart Brown.
You have to be able to jump from one emotion to the other, and there's an awful lot of characters on the railway. It seems to attract a certain breed of person, railway stations, I think, and you certainly meet them all in this job.
And tonight, he's gearing up for what are often the liveliest hours of Paddington's week.
It's Saturday night. We're expecting a few people to be out and about tonight, and it's just the usual antisocial behaviour patrols, make sure everyone gets to where they want to go safely without causing anyone else any problems.
A few hours into the night shift, several busy trains have just pulled in. And there's trouble brewing on the concourse. A fight has just broken out on the station concourse. Gateline staff put an emergency call in to the transport police. While station staff help the injured man, officers head to the underground to try and find those responsible. But the men involved are long gone.
They did go down to the tube station. I think there was 5 officers in total, but couldn't find a trace of them, so it looked like they didn't trace them? They didn't trace them.
The transport police get dozens of calls to violent incidents every day, and they can be time-consuming and difficult to resolve.
Taking a statement at the moment. Right.
This one started with an argument on a train, but the man claims that he was provoked.
They was just trying to keep pushing me, and they said, okay, let's see, come fight with us. They was trying to push me to fight with us. But I didn't fight with them at that time because there are 20 people, 20 boys. I hit one person because they was trying to hit me at that time, but I hit on his hand. The way he was punching me, I just tried to self-defense.
Without statements from the others involved, it will be a struggle to take the matter further. So for now, this case is closed. Outside Paddington, another incident is beginning. And it's not just the station's police who face the unpredictability of life on the railway.
Just don't know when the phone's going to ring, to be honest, and what event's going to happen. It literally could be anything from something really minor to something really major.
Mobile Operations Manager Mark Rowley has received an early morning call-out. A serious crack has been discovered on a rail joint at Acton East Junction, 4 miles from Paddington.
It's just a potential hazard we need to eliminate, really. You've got potential for the whole plate to snap under the passage of the train, which could be fatal, really.
A track repair team is on site and has already made good progress. But it's in a tricky spot, at the entrance to a busy freight depot. And until the track is fixed and checked, the trains can't move.
So we're under a bit of pressure to hand back the line, and we have quite a few freight trains in situ waiting to use that stretch of line. The line blockage is slightly overrun. What sort of timescale do you think you've got before handing back?
Half an hour, maybe 40 minutes.
Half hour, 40 minutes, yeah? Superb, no worries, I'll update control. Thanks very much, mate.
That is correct. Now, we need to get hold of someone from your depot.
Keeping an eye on proceedings is Route Controller Richard Woolford. He needs the track open so he can start running the freight trains again.
Shift Manager Richard Inns Controller.
Hello, Richard. It's Mark Rowley, Hayes Mom. Hello, mate. Yeah, just keeping you updated. We're down on site at Acton. The rail's been changed. S&T are in the process of connecting some bonds. I'll just confirm that with them, and I'll give you a call back. I was control on the phone, mate. They're just confirming. We're still looking for about 10:30 and backish.
Hopefully, what's the time now?
20 minutes.
20 minutes.
I think that's a bit.
So it's all up to S&T now.
Yeah, that's not me.
The cracked rail has been fixed, but the S&T signalling team still need to carry out tests, which will mean another delay.
I think 10:30 is going to be pushing it. So yeah, it's going to be looking more towards maybe 10:40.
There are now 6 freight trains queuing to get in and out of the depot, and every minute of the delay to the work means mounting problems for Richard.
Is that going to cause us many problems? It's going to have a major impact on our freight operating companies what use our railway, because Acton is a very busy yard and we've already been holding freight trains back to allow them to do the work. We are now ascertaining why or what's gone wrong with the repairs and how we can get around it.
At Paddington Control, staff have their own headache to deal with.
He's been asked to leave the station, but he's now promptly lying down and having a bit of a sleep by the post box on the bottom of the arrivals road.
Yeah, no problem, mate. Well done.
Yeah, lovely. Thank you very much.
A man who appears to be drunk is lying down on Paddington's busy approach road.
We just got in touch with the British Transport Police. A member of Transport Police will be there shortly. Over.
Was it sober down, isn't it? Isn't that how they set up north?
Just past midday, so he must have started well early on the happy beverages, as you may. Oops, he's a bit wobbly on his feet. There you go, he's been escorted away now.
If he's not careful, he's going to get himself arrested.
Time to sober up, young man.
I think the only way this is going to end up is in the back of a van, I think.
But 10 minutes later, the operation to get him out of the station has not progressed very far.
We'll get a bit tipsy and a bit blasé from time to time, but it's now a point that he's now tied up 3 police officers who could be dealing with other things.
The man is slowly escorted out of the station, but the staff haven't seen the last of him. Things have also slowed up out on the tracks at Acton.
Yeah, hello, Mark Rowley, hey, Mum. Hello, Richard. Yeah, we're getting there slowly. S&T just going to be starting their tracks testing soon, mate.
All right, thank you, bye.
The cracked rail has been repaired, but the signalling team still need time to test that everything works. And engineer Simon Phillips understands why the pressure is on.
Any delay to freight not only does it affect obviously other routes, but the impact is felt nationally. It's a critical thing, and that's why this area is quite critical to the success of the Western route.
Ends controller Swindon, Richard speaking.
With freight trains at a standstill, route controller Richard is now worried about the effect on his passenger services.
Thank you, Pat. Because we've got 2 freights at a stand coming from another region, we've now blocked the London Northwest line between Richmond, so we are now affecting passenger trains.
It's a very intensive London commuter service, and it will have knock-on effects all the way to Richmond, Kew, and Stratford, and maybe have reactionary effects on the East London lines and Great Eastern network as well. So it's really in our interest to try and move these trains as quickly as possible.
They're getting a bit arsey now. How long have you had the line blockage for now?
19.
It's like 2.5 hours now.
Enjoy.
The works have drastically overrun, and now the testing is uncovering more problems.
We're rushing this along, mate, so we'll get this back to you as soon as possible.
They found faults with the signalling equipment.
Hello, Richard. Unfortunately, the S&T can rectify the fault. So yeah, we are going to have to run as degraded working. It's gone tits up, yeah.
To ease the pressure, the line is partially reopened. But with the signals not working, each train must move slowly through the area at caution. It's now a waiting game until the team can get back on track.
They've just given the line blockage back after nearly 3 hours, or just over 3 hours. And there still appears to be a problem with the work they've carried out.
Over at Paddington, control room staff and transport police also have a problem that won't go away.
He's back. I don't think he's able to stand properly. He's quite intoxicated. If somebody can attend, please. Arrivals Road. Over. I think it might be the same person who was seen earlier and your colleagues escorted him out of the station. Over.
He's down there now. He's having a smoke. Oh no, he's going back to sleep now. I guess he's been out and bought himself some more lagers or some more beer. He's wobbly.
The man says he wants to travel, but BTP officers once again escort him from the station.
Heavy night and heavy morning, by the looks of it. But he's not travelling anywhere today until he sobers up.
At Acton, the signalling team are waiting for the backlog of freight services to pass, so they can get back on track to investigate failing signalling equipment. But they will only have a short window.
If you can't get 15 minutes, is there any, what's your
we'll do it
minimum?
We'll do it in town with more Windsor.
Okay, yeah, we'll go for 5.
Hopefully this will be the last train going and then we should be able to get our block marker.
The team compare readings on track with the signal location box. If they don't match up, the signalling equipment is declared a failure.
19.
It's not good news.
Been pre-inspected the track circuit in its entirety, and it is showing signs of decay, degrading, if you will. So we're satisfied, should it fail, it will fail safe. Obviously, we've tested it and shunted it. Shunt values are of a concern, but not for normal running. So we're going to look at access tonight.
And Simon has also found another item of concern.
And we've also found a potential issue with the track circuit interrupter, and that just looks like the rats have been at it, to be honest with you. So we'll get that re-terminated tonight.
The S&T signalling team will have to come back and fix the equipment overnight. But trains can still run. For now, at least.
Happy? Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, hello, there's Mark Rowley-Hayes' mom down at Acton. Yes, I can confirm we're all in place to hand back this line blockage now. That's with authority number Alpha 1449. Okay, no problem. I will get the S&T technicians to give you a call and confirm their findings.
And at route control, they can finally get trains back on track.
S&T have done their required testing. Track circuit is okay to use. The voltage on the track circuit is not up to its full reliability, but they're happy to give normal working back to the signal. It's good news for us, good news for a train runner controller who can move trains now.
The news is not so good at Paddington. The drunk man is back again, but this time he has PC Stuart Brown to deal with.
You keep coming here with no ticket and no money. You're not to come to Paddington because you're tying up our time, you're tying up the staff's time. What this paperwork is, as my colleague will explain to you, this is the order, this is the whip,
Yeah, okay.
the withdrawal of implied permission to enter the station. All right?
Yep.
6 months, yeah? So not until October. Just come over here, we'll show you out. The station includes the ramp. It includes the ramp down, so you're not allowed in any of here. It can be frustrating when you've asked them to leave 5, 6, 7 times in the same day. As I say, he's pleasant enough. He just won't get the hint. So we do use this whip, these withdrawal of implied permissions quite a lot. They've not got a 100% success rate. They do work with some people, they don't work with others.
It's been a busy day for Paddington's BTP officers. But it's not just the police who have to deal with crime on the railway. Stretching for 900 miles, the Western Network is a target for cable thieves, who cost the railway millions of pounds a year by stealing signalling cables, overhead power lines, and even metal fences to sell for scrap. Sadly for Mobile Operations Manager Alan Van Leer, it's a normal part of the job.
It's a big problem. Very, very recently, it seems to have picked up again, and I'm not quite sure why. With the electrification, there's an awful lot of cable, but most of the cable you see lying redundant line side has got no copper and therefore no value.
Today he's in Uffington outside Swindon, where cable has mysteriously appeared in a farmer's field. Suspecting it's been left there by thieves, Alan set up a hidden camera in the hope of catching them on their return. But so far, the cable remains untouched.
I'll switch that off for now. The cable that they're after, is that, and it's fairly heavy, and you can clearly see the copper core. That weighs a ton, and we might struggle to shift that.
Alan has more covert cameras at other cable theft hotspots.
I put out a covert camera the other day. I want to go and retrieve that camera and see if we've got any photos of who might be trespassing and stealing cable. This is just fibre optic type cable, absolutely zero monetary value. You can see these green ballast bags on the side of the railway. That's where we're storing redundant cable until it's collected. And they're coming along, seeing these bags and taking it without maybe realising it's worthless.
The thieves are putting their lives on the line for very little gain.
You start heading out onto the main line, speeds 100 miles an hour, very, very busy lines. It's incredibly dangerous. It's a massive risk for them, just for a few quid, I guess, and in this case, absolutely no money at all. We work in conjunction with the British Transport Police. I met up with them, and it's now handed over to them to do investigations, and if they feel it fit, they'll get SOCO involved for any forensic type evidence.
Alan's hidden cameras haven't caught any thieves red-handed today, but it's an ongoing investigation and another job that ultimately falls to the network's dedicated police force. 100 miles down the main line at Bristol Temple Meads, BTP officer PC Kat Billingham is just starting her shift.
We've got no overnight logs. Focus for today is going to be cycle thefts, general gate line high-vis reassurance patrols at stations.
Thank you. Thanks, Sarge.
Kat has worked on the railways for 4 years.
What shift are you on today?
11:06.
Oh, okay. It's a Friday though, it's early, you never know. But you can never tell in this job, you know, it could be Wednesday, 10 a.m. and something weird will happen.
And there will be nothing routine about her shift tonight.
I'll have a little walk down by the bus stop, see if I see anything there.
An emergency call has just come in, and Kat's colleague, PC Rob Gadd, is sent to investigate.
So we've had a report of a suicidal female. We've been told that she might be at Bristol Temple Meads railway station, so we're just having a walk around to see if we can locate her.
Even though suicides on the railway have come down, it's a constant cause of concern for PC Billingham.
In the last sort of 4.5 years I've worked for BTP, it has gone through the roof really. People have either texted a member of their family or called the police themselves and said, I can't cope anymore, and they plan to hurt themselves or end their life.
So far, there's been no sign of the woman, but then a call comes in.
Yeah, I'm going to platform 12 now. Yeah, I'm on platform 12 now. Just step away from the edge of the platform, please. Just stay calm.
The woman looks familiar.
Have you got these on stock? Yeah, all 3 lines.
PC Kat Billingham has dealt with her before.
Do you want to talk to Kat again?
Station staff have stopped all trains going through the platform.
Step away from the edge of the platform, please. Just stay calm.
I made the emergency call to the signaller to block the line that she was standing next to, and they also blocked the through line and the following line, which had a train to London departing in about 5 minutes, because, you know, we don't know what she's going to do, but put everything on hold on that part of the station for as long as we can until we can get her out of the way.
Kat has now convinced the girl to step away from the platform edge. Back in the BTP offices, the suicide support team have arrived, but Kat is keen to stay with the girl until she agrees to seek help.
People are interested because they care. But like I said, you're only human, I'm only human, and dealing with something so big by yourself on those two shoulders is so difficult. That's why you need to seek help from other people, but the right services, yeah? And somebody who can talk to you about the mind and, you know, what's going on and stuff like that, yeah? I know you can do it. Have that conversation, I'll just be out here.
Kat and the team hope the girl will agree to stay with a local support centre for the night.
Made her laugh and smile a couple of times, so they're not worried that she's going to hurt herself necessarily. So it's just about getting her a bit of support that, yeah, moving forward from here, really. And they're quite satisfied that somewhere like the Sanctuary would be really good for her. They've met her previously, so they've got a bit of history there. So yeah, so that's what we're doing now.
A potentially tragic incident has been avoided.
Take each day as it comes. Look after yourself, all right? You're all right. See you later. You all right, Rob?
Yeah.
Got another job?
At Paddington, PC Stuart Brown is also dealing with a challenging incident.
I need a hand. What's your occasion? What? Sorry. I've got a job. They had some female saying that her son needed help with something, some assistance, and he's becoming erratic.
A man's behaviour is causing concern on the other side of the concourse.
All go at the moment. That gentleman's been sectioned under the Mental Health Act. He suffers from bipolar, hasn't been taking his medication, so he's been restrained on the floor for his own safety to make sure he can't harm himself. The safest place for people is to be restrained on the floor. I know sometimes people see it and it looks like there's 5 of you and 1 of them or whatever it is, but you are solely concentrating on the person's well-being. We're talking to him all the time while we're there. There's officers holding his head to make sure he can't hit his head on the floor, holding his arms to make sure he can't thrash out or bang himself on the floor. Not everything's a crime, not everything's a police matter. However, when members of the public see a police officer, they'll come up and report stuff to you that you wouldn't necessarily deal with. Lost property's a good example. Likewise, every time there's a crossword said between people, it's not necessarily a police matter.
In the quiet carriage, abusive to me, the drunken disorderly.
And now an argument has broken out between an off-duty staff member and passengers in the quiet carriage of the train.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're drunk.
All right.
He claims the girls were being abusive, but they have a different story.
Because me and my girlfriend kids were freaks, sorry.
Hey, what, sorry?
There's a quiet carriage trying to draw their attention.
He called us freaks, he went up to a man, sorry, he went up to a man that worked there.
Okay.
Yeah, and then he goes, have you got tickets? And I pulled out a ticket, and he goes, well, I'll go to the police then. He's just trying to find, I'm on my way to work, he's just trying to find anything to ruin my workday, because he didn't like it when he kissed me.
So she's been swearing at you, yeah?
She's swore at me as well.
Okay.
I never swore at him, officer, I promise you now, I did not swear at
Have you
him.
got any ID on you? Anything with your name and address, please?
She's been drinking a lot, yeah? And was, shouting loud. I'm trying to draw her attention to the quiet carriage in first class, as you know. And then she started mouthing at me.
You're both on the system, verify the details. Not your dad, so I'm not going to give you a lecture or anything like that.
No.
If you're in the quiet coach, just consider other people.
We always do.
No problem.
Thank you so much,
I'll talk
officer.
to him now. Just ignore him, all right?
anyway, so yeah, I had a beer. It's Friday night. If I can't have a beer on a Friday night on my way on holiday, when can I have a beer?
It seems like in that case the off-duty ticket inspector has been sat in the quiet carriage. The two ladies have been sat in the quiet carriage, obviously not being quiet enough. There's no offences. Telling someone to be quiet isn't an offence, and telling them, shut up, no, I won't be quiet, isn't an offence. Put the pieces together, realise there's nothing there apart from two people who've just not got on for whatever reason, and everyone's gone on their way happy. Well, not happy, but...
Up in the control room, staff are monitoring the comings and goings of Paddington's busy evening rush hour. On platform 2, passengers are boarding the 1833 service to Exeter. And one of them appears unsteady on his feet. But as he goes to board the train, he suddenly falls. And he's now underneath the train carriage. Platforms 1 and 2 are shut down until the man can be moved.
They had to stop the service. The line was cut off to stop any trains going in and out of the station, which may cause movement of the stationary train.
Within minutes, the paramedics arrive. They're able to talk to the man, but they don't yet know the extent of his injuries.
This is the first time I've known of this sort of incident before. I've never known anyone to slip that far down. We've had people slip like a leg or up to their waist, but I've never known anyone to go actually underneath, fall underneath the train.
A witness believes he knows why the man was so unsteady.
Door was open. Door was open. He was trying to go on.
Yes.
Paralytic.
Yeah.
Almost.
Or at least that was
looked like it.
Yeah.
And
Literally fell down and his legs went straight down and the rest of his body.
It's an uncomfortable incident, and staff screen the area from the public as they pull the man out from under the train.
He seems okay, he's coherent, but he's had a head injury, so he has to be checked over fully by the paramedics. When they say mind the gap, they mean it for a reason. This can easily happen.
In the station's medical room, BTP officer Ian Whiteley puts a call in to the man's wife.
just in case he's got to go to hospital, so I'm going to keep you updated. It appears he's walked through the barriers at Paddington. He's walked towards the train. And witnesses have said he looked a little bit upset.
The man has admitted to officers that he'd had a drink before boarding, but there are concerns of more permanent harm.
The paramedics have done an assessment of the gentleman. They're still not too happy with letting him travel alone. From what I understand from witness statements, it looked like he did go almost head first. So it looks like he might have knocked his head as he's gone in and down onto the tracks. He was still a little bit weak on his feet. So that's one of the main reasons why they're just going to go and take him up to St Mary, just to make sure that he is okay before they either allow him to travel home or whether they're going to keep him in overnight.
With a potential head injury, it's too much of a risk for this man to travel. So he's taken to hospital for further tests. He was discharged a few hours later.
You all right, mate? You all right? Yeah, not bad, not bad. I'll shift you on today.
British Transport Police officers Alan Gore and Alex Smith are just starting the late shift. Over the last 24 hours at the station, it's been all go.
Much happened yesterday? A little bit of hectic in the evening. One detained for shoplifting, one detained for indecent exposure and assault on myself. So a bit of a hectic night. But I'll catch downstairs in a second, drawn cuppa. Please, No tea worries. black, please.
And if they think tonight's shift is going to be a quiet one, they're in for a surprise. The CCTV is picking up some strange behaviour on platform 1. A man seems to be urinating just a short walk away from the station's toilet facilities. With station staff on the scene, the man is becoming increasingly agitated and aggressive. even taking it out on the station's resident bear. Now officers Al Gore and Alex Smith get involved.
I think this guy's been urinating into here. And I think he's trying to attack him with the comb or try and kick him. He's also possibly trying to spit at him as well.
No worries, I'll take you through details.
Just give us a shout, mate, when you... No, at the moment we've got nothing from him. He is clearly intoxicated. I can clearly smell alcohol in his breath. He has made some strange hand gestures a couple of times, and he did at one point lift up his T-shirt to expose his chest. Why that is, we're not entirely sure.
She's just been taken off into custody now. We'll see soon what happens with him.
After his trip to custody, the man was given an £80 fine for being drunk and disorderly. It's been a busy shift for the Transport Police, and it's not over yet.
Stop shouting. Calm yourself down. Stop shouting. All right?
Officers have just broken up a scuffle on the concourse between two men. And as is so often the case, it's a dispute that's difficult to navigate.
Basically, what you're saying is he's trying to take your...
Me, I'm very aggressive, and I make a record, and he take my telephone, and I want to give back my telephone, he push me everywhere.
But one man refuses to calm down.
Right, shush.
And in the end, he's arrested for assault. Built by the great Victorian engineer Isambard Kingdom Brunel in 1852, Paddington Station was originally designed for steam trains. But nearly 200 years later, the railway is going through a renaissance. The network is being electrified. It's a whole new way of running a train service, and it's a steep learning curve for everyone. It's mid-morning, and at route control, a major problem with the new electric infrastructure is brewing.
We had a series of overhead line tripping. Initially, we lost all 4 lines for electric traction current. We could run diesel, but not electric. But we managed to isolate the issue down, narrow it down to just 1 line only between Slough and Maidenhead.
It's going to be a challenge, not least because electrification is bringing in fresh engineering obstacles and a whole new vocabulary.
So we found what the problem is what we call it's a cracked pot, which is part of the overhead line equipment. It's not the type of pot you would normally cook in, obviously, but it's basically, that's a crack through there. So it forms part of the structure which holds the contact wire above the rail. And because it's been compromised by the crack, it's causing the electric current to short out.
The electrical fault has been narrowed down to just 1 pylon near Maidenhead, but the implications are far wider for Network Rail.
The actual isolated section itself is 3¼ miles, but the area where we're not running electric trains is near 5. So yeah, I mean, it's a good old distance. To fix it requires the engineers to take possession of the 2 line, go up in the air, take that thing off the stanchion, unbolt it, replace it, put it back up, test it, make sure it's not too low, not too high, make sure it's just right.
But Neil has a dilemma. Keep the disrupted services running as they are, or stop all trains to try and get the problem fixed before evening rush hour starts.
The decision I've got to make in the next 20 minutes, half an hour, is whether we go in and do it at lunchtime and then have everything back for us for the evening peak, or do we do it overnight? So it's working out the disruption that I know I'm going to have if I leave it in its present state versus the disruption if I decide to repair it.
The pot is a vital piece of insulating equipment that prevents electricity transferring to the pylons supporting the overhead lines.
It's easily replaced by 8 bolts, but it's the work getting the teams onto site, taking an engineering possession of 2 lines and an isolation of the overheads as well.
17 cancellations, 14 missed stations, 180 minutes delay so far. A good start to the day.
That'd be a lot worse tonight.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
Because you're running all the electric trains over the down main.
Yeah, if we don't do it today, that would be 100 cancellations today, I expect. Yeah. Probably 100 missed stations. Yeah. Well, the only option is to repair it. The only choice we've got is, do we do it today or do we do it tonight?
At At Paddington, Area Operations Manager Sachin Sangavi is getting an update about the problems caused by the cracked pot.
Network Rail advisor section 4008 at Maidenhead on the down relief has stripped. Attempt has been made to reset. By stripped again, sections are affected between Maidenhead Airport junctions. All lines at present.
And the delays and cancellations in and out of Paddington show no signs of slowing down.
We've had to cancel a lot of services this morning, especially all the stops between here and Reading have been impacted massively. This seems like a serious issue now. It's been activated as red. We thought it could be okay, but it's a big job. That's what we've been told by the engineers.
Please record your name.
Neil Swindon.
With rush hour around the corner, Neil holds an emergency conference call with engineers to find out how long the repair will take.
Most of you by now would have seen the photograph of the damaged pot. Now, if we decide to do the work today, how long would you need to do this?
It doesn't matter day or night, we're looking around about 3 hours.
A 3-hour repair will have a devastating impact on services, but not doing it may be even worse.
The upshot is do I shoot myself in my right foot or do I shoot myself in my left foot? Either or, it's going to hurt. So to repair the problem, 2 lines out of 4 blocked for 3 hours and a restricted service on the remaining 2 that remain open. Or we leave what we've got in place now and run that to the end of the day.
Neil and his team need to make a quick decision to give engineers enough time to complete their work before peak service starts.
There'll be considerable delays to passengers this evening because we can't run electric trains down the relief line. All traffic would have to go via the main lines. Risk of bottlenecks and congestion, basically.
We decided to go for today. The reason for that is we want to protect the evening peak coming out of Pad. So we're going to go in there, get rid of the problem and run normally for the evening peak. This job finishes at 3, so we'll have a couple of hours to try and to achieve that.
The decision made, specialist engineers are sent to Maidenhead to carry out the emergency repairs. But before they can start work, the relief lines need to be shut down and the overhead power lines isolated.
35 311. The 22-mile post, Steve, will be right in front of you.
At Route Control, senior managers are also ready and waiting for the work to start.
Everything is in place, hopefully, for the line blockage to be granted as it should be at 12 o'clock.
But there's a problem. The signallers have not yet granted the line block, which will allow the engineers on track. And it could leave Neil's well-thought-out plans in tatters.
We've got some bad news, haven't we?
Well, the line blockage hasn't been taken yet.
No, why is that, fella?
Well, that's what we're trying to find out.
At Paddington, trains are still being delayed and cancelled. The start of the London rush hour is imminent, and if the work on the overhead lines is not completed, disruption will be severe. But finally, the news is coming in that Route Control have been waiting for.
Thank you, Paul. Cheers, bye. And that's confirmed, 12:27, the line block has actually been granted. So, engineers are now walking out to site with their trolleys to start work on replacing this insulator.
But on site, not all is going to plan. Half an hour has been lost waiting for a line blockage, and now engineers are facing another setback. Another delay now could undermine the whole project.
It turns out that the brakes are seized on the trolley.
With the clock ticking, Supervisor Mick Fitzpatrick decides to take the matter into his own hands.
Give me those earths. Give me those earths, Justin. So we're going to carry the equipment up by hand. Well, it happens. There's not a lot we can do about it. We'll just have to adapt.
It's now nearly 1 o'clock, and Mick has just 2 hours to fix the electrical fault.
This fractured pot here, where it's been flashed over, at the moment the pot is busted, inadequate. It's not doing its duty up there. Quite rare for them to fail, but it's new equipment. We don't know what caused the failure, so the pot will get taken down, exchanged, and it will get sent off to the manufacturer to find out what the cause of it is.
First, the team need to build a 12-foot high platform to reach the cracked pot. Working next to live rails is extremely dangerous and stressful, but the ramifications of not completing the work will affect more than just Paddington's train timetable.
The pot has to be changed ASAP. If the pot broke, there's a risk of the whole lot swinging down and then hitting the train, and then we could have a dewirement. If we have a major incident, then we could have.
Power to the overhead lines has been switched off, and a specialist clamp called a crown of thorns is used to discharge any residual electricity.
We tested the line down now, so we're getting indications that it's all de-energised. We go to the dead end to the live end.
With the lines made safe, engineers can finally get to work.
Now they just undo the pot now, they will, so it should be a straightforward job now in swapping it over.
The track needs to be handed back by 3 p.m. It's a tight deadline, and the team are struggling to get the job finished on time.
I'll pass up the new one, you will first, Jim.
At route control, Neil Latham is starting to plan ahead for Paddington's rush hour.
Yeah, that'd be what it'd be. So I'll plan the train service recovery to start at 3:30. All right then, mate, no probs.
He knows they're behind schedule, so he's come up with a plan to claw back time.
But the clock's ticking now. It's 14:20. We're due back at 3 o'clock. Around about now, we should be taking the scaffolding down. And what we are actually at is we're just replacing the damaged component. The plan was to remove the scaffolding from site and take it away. But what we're going to do, we're going to throw it secure it in the line side cess and come back and recover that at a later date. And that should save us 25-30 minutes. And that should put us back on track. Yeah, we're up against it at the moment, clock's ticking.
Yeah, that's lovely.
Back on site, and engineers have taken off the cracked pot to replace it with the new one. And Mick finally gets a closer look at the damage.
But she's gone on both sides, Tony. See? Yeah, and then she's worse on this side. See, this is the bad side. So it's basically just gone the whole way through, which is very, very, very rare. As you can see, the actual fissure, it burned right through the whole pot. Just like as if the centre of the pot has just exploded.
With some final adjustments, the new pot is ready to be reattached to the pylon.
Now it's a matter of just doing everything in reverse now to reconnect the overhead up, and then that'll be it. Then we'll take everything off, then and clear the track, and then we'll hand the roads and the isolation, then we'll hand that back then to the powers to be.
The job is complete with just 15 minutes to spare, but there could be further delays as the line needs to be re-energised and the track unblocked.
Could have went better at the start of it, like, you know what I mean, but we made up the time down now, so everything's going to be handed back within the time frame that was allocated to us. So yeah, happy with it. I think when it comes to the peak service this evening, they should be sound.
15:22. Isolations all handed back. Everything re-energised.
No bang.
No bangs. Good. Up and down relief lines and up main running normally.
Yay. It's good news it's back. We planned for it to be back at 3, so we've gone past that by 22 minutes. It doesn't seem a long time, 22 minutes, but that's 22 minutes of time that we could have used to get back to the normal timetable. That's 22 minutes more disruption to the customer. Yeah, it's been challenging, in fairness, but that's what I paid to do, my job.
The engineering team have only overrun by 20 minutes, but Paddington is about to enter its busiest period, and the knock-on effect of 60 cancellations is beginning to take its toll.
Supposed to be 6 carriages. There's 2 carriages only.
The disruption caused by the cracked pot has meant that some trains, like the 1718 to Oxford, are too crowded, and its doors are already locked 5 minutes before it's due to depart.
Can you let us on the train, please? We're breaching your contract of carriage. Can you let us in the train? It's 4 minutes early.
Dispatcher Mohammed Osman is in the firing line.
Not letting people go home to their children.
It's because of a cancellation due to the earlier overhead wire issue. We're already hearing that it's quite full down there on that train.
You and me could dance there.
But there are only 2 carriages instead of 5, and that is a busy train every night. Busier because of the previous one being cancelled.
afraid not, no, we're starting because we're too... There's lots of women, there's not enough women, right, sorry. Seriously, I get the train every day on the way in, and we're more crammed than that train. Sorry.
Because if you imagine there's 2 trains worth of people on one train that is more than 50% shorter than it was supposed to be.
Why is it not allowed?
I'm on the side of the passengers on this one. Obviously, they've previously just had a train cancelled. What they've got now is a very small train. The passengers that are on the train are crammed in. It's going to be a hot journey. The passengers who can't get on, they're going to get very angry as well. I totally sympathise with them.
There's absolutely nothing I can do. The driver decided to close the doors because...
They were right Saturday when the wedding was on, weren't they?
Huh?
They were working Saturday when there was a royal wedding on. Now, when we work every day of the week, they don't work again.
I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do. I'm sorry.
It's been a struggle, but Paddington is now through the worst. But as late evening approaches, there's renewed activity. While the new overhead cables are throwing up new engineering challenges, there's still a never-ending list of more familiar and traditional repairs and maintenance work to be done.
Drill bits, new ones.
Tonight, team leader Danny Marshall is in charge of a 20-man strong team of engineers, replacing 4 sleepers on the approach to Paddington Station.
They are engineers to know that some of the timbers are starting to rot and we need to replace them. I've got a list in my folder of the ones that they desperately need to change because of the condition they're in. And that's why we come out and we love coming out and doing all these night shifts. I mean, we want to get as much done as we can in the allowed time. My role is basically I watch over the team that's working for us. I normally oversee what they're doing, make sure they're doing everything correctly, everything to what I want them to do, to my standard, which is pretty high for me. Start grabbing everything, please, boys, and taking it over there to platform 11.
Works delivery manager Tony Tuoy is overseeing the works, which is becoming increasingly urgent.
Where we're delivering the work tonight is Paddington Float. It's basically where the main line and the relief lines all converge onto 6 lines and come into 14 lines at Paddington. Now, if one of them lines was to go down, that would have a big knock-on effect to the travelling public because trains will then get backed up and it will delay customers. Over a period of time, if the wooden timbers aren't replaced with the weathering and the amount of traffic that runs over them, the vibrations, it would break the wood up and it would deteriorate and it would stop holding the rails together and it would stop keeping the rails at the right level and that could lead to derailment.
The main line into Paddington Station is now closed, but only for 4 hours, which means Danny needs to get his team working as quickly as possible.
They're now loading up equipment onto the trolleys and then they're going to push down to site.
The guys know what they need to do, so I expect a good job tonight.
On the tracks outside the station, Danny leads his team of engineers to the site where the badly damaged sleepers need replacing.
I mean, if you look at the state of this one here, I mean, it's starting to rot away. If I kick it, it's falling apart. It's water ingress that's starting to eat away, and over the time they're getting worse. And the other reason is you'll get timbers that end up splitting like that.
Before the work can start, Danny first needs to check the gauge or width of the track.
I'm just making a mark on the rail so I know when I come back and check it before the end of the shift. It's the right gauge. 34, 35, bang in the middle. See this one here is 2 timbers, so you're pulling a 15-footer and this one out as well. And then we got a rail in the way, but you've got a small one there. This one has to go out underneath. Darryl, get the lights out, please. This one and this one, gentlemen. There's a 15-foot and an 8-foot.
To remove the heavy sleepers, first the surrounding ballast that holds them in place needs to be dug out by hand. Time is tight, and Danny has to manage 2 teams working simultaneously to stand a chance of meeting his 4 AM deadline.
We get some lighting set up, whatever team's down here. Grab your forks and your shovels, get the generator fired up. Pull it right on. That's it.
They need to dig a deep trough to allow enough room for the sleepers to slide out from under the rails.
Oh dear.
With the ballast cleared, the old bolts holding the rail plates to the rotten sleepers can now be removed. They need to meet strict deadlines, but just 1 hour into the work, they hit a problem. Some of the replacement sleepers are the wrong size.
We haven't got the size ones that we need for tonight. Daryl's actually cutting a timber in half for us, for the 2 10-footers and a 15-foot timber. What we've got is we've got a stack of 20-foot timbers here, so we're cutting them off the surplus stock we've got.
To claw back valuable minutes, another team is preparing the rails for the new sleepers.
They're all digging out the holes, getting them ready so we can put these timbers in. Go on then, throw it in, boys.
They now have less than 2 hours before the trains start running again.
Come on, Jace, ready? 1, 2, 3. Pack that one, please.
And the team still have to replace the biggest sleeper of all, the 15-footer, weighing in at almost 50 stone.
Come this side of it, Jake.
3, 2, 1, pull!
With the last and largest sleeper finally in position, the tracks now need to be secured.
Right, get some ballast under it, please. Come on, Friday. Right under. Come on, get it going. Next step is we're going to start drilling some holes with this thing here. Then we'll put the new screws in. Jake, do that one first, please, outside one.
Tamping machines pack the ballast firmly in position, and the deadline is getting ever closer.
Well, it's 3:10. We've got about 15 minutes to pack up, tidy up, make sure the site's nice and tidy before we leave.
With minutes to spare, the team get the hard work done.
We've done what we've set out to do. We've come in to change 4 timbers, and 4 timbers is what I changed.
But they still have to check the track gauge to make sure it hasn't moved and it's safe to run trains.
I'll just come in there, please, gentlemen. Sorry, I'm gonna... That's better. 2 mil variance, that's beautiful. That's nice to gauge. But that's the one, that's the number I want. 35, that's spot on. We are cutting it fine to get off. It's now 3:45. He wants us off at 4, but went well. A few little hiccups, but that's part and parcel of working up here in Paddington.
Bang on schedule. Paddington is ready to welcome its early morning customers. But with trains leaving and arriving every few minutes throughout the day, hiccups are an occasional feature of life at the station. And it's the train on platform 9 where the latest problems are developing.
Train was moving and all of a sudden it stopped. Don't know what happened there, but the driver probably have got some kind of a problem.
The 1500 train to Bristol has come to a sudden halt.
Brace to Bravo 13 over on platform 9. Obviously, whatever delay will go down to train fault, so obviously don't worry too much. But keep us updated as soon as you can.
But as dispatcher Raj Patel finds out, it's not the train that's to blame.
You right? Yeah, what's happened? Driver's keyed in the back when it started moving.
Oh, right, okay.
The driver of the Cardiff train on platform 8 has gone to the wrong platform and tried to take control of the Bristol train just as it was leaving, triggering the automatic braking system.
Yeah, base to Bravo anyway, just to cut in, just to make sure we've got what's going down, because we're getting some calls about this. So platform 9, the issue is the driver who should have been on platform 8 has put his key in the wrong train and halted the train. Is that correct?
Yeah, he's the one who caused the problem.
This is going to sound very strange. For whatever reason, the driver of the 1515 to Cardiff has put his key in the rear end of the train on platform 9, whilst another driver is trying to leave on the front end of platform 9. So, sort of like a tug of war, drivers trying to leave on either end of the train at the same time.
Which means the 1500 to Bristol now doesn't know whether it's coming or going.
Basically, if you have a key in either end of the train at the same time, you can't go anywhere because you've completely confused the train.
It's a first for even long-serving veterans of the railway.
This is first time it's happened in my entire life here. So.
It's quite shocking, really. Go ahead. Never heard it happen before, but it's quite unusual, very strange thing.
But getting the train moving again is not proving easy. The emergency stop has caused a fault in the rear power car, and rush hour is approaching.
It'll start getting busy just after 4, so we want to make sure we try and get this fault rectified on the train.
But time is against them, and a quick decision has to be made.
They've just come to a conclusion that it will go with one engine only, so the front engine will be running. So they're going to send it out with a delay now.
The decision doesn't affect passenger safety, but it will mean that the rear locomotive won't be able to make the return journey.
Graham, all good to go on platform 9, just waiting signal now, Graham. All good to go, thank you.
On 8, thank you very much. Getting signal now, number 9. Getting signal now, number 9.
So, second time lucky. But it's not just the driver who's got his platforms mixed up.
This one's Cardiff. No, Cardiff is 8. This is 9. You're lucky. Well, I'm telling you, sometimes it could be very smooth going, and suddenly something happened and everything changed.
Cheers, man. Thank you much. That was such a strange one that the person who runs delay attribution doesn't actually believe me. So it was like, "Are you sure?" Because it doesn't sound right. And I was like, "Well, yeah, it's a bit messed up, but it's the truth. I'm sorry, right?"
But the hiccups on platform 9 aren't over yet. It's a different train, but a similar story.
Yeah, it's another one. But just had a technical problem. And they couldn't start up the rear engine on this one, so just going on one engine. The second one on platform 9, yeah, so hopefully the third one we're lucky, I hope.
But after a short delay...
That went about 8 minutes late. There was a 1552, and straight after we got a 1600, yeah.
Trains on platform 9 are running smoothly once again.
9 is a bit naughty, yes, today especially. Well, it's one of those days, yes.
Over on platform 11, it could also be one of those days.
So that one, so that one's got no hole. That one's got a tiny hole.
Tiny hole.
Structural engineers Matthew Reed and Sebastian Pizzini-Pickart are investigating the state of some of the iron beams that hold up part of Paddington's roof, ahead of planned works later tonight.
This one's in good condition.
Yes, that's in good. As far as we know, what you've exposed so far is in good condition.
The beams are a vital part of the station's structure and act as a bridge to support the taxi rank and a busy slip road above the station. The crucial question for Matthew is, how serious are the defects they're uncovering?
So at the moment, we're just going through with the contractor, identifying what the work is that needs to be required to do tonight. Because we found some defects within the bridge structure itself, just asked them to break out a bit more of the brickwork that's been covering up the beams. And then once they've done that, I'll be going up there and carrying out some measurements so that I can take back and do an assessment of the condition of the bridge.
The steelwork is supposed to look like this. Instead, some of it looks like this. Concrete and brick cladding added in the 1950s was supposed to protect the original steel framework. Instead, it has trapped moisture and begun to corrode it.
And then it just goes to show how much water is having an impact and what the concrete and the water are doing to the metal behind. It's accelerated the rate of corrosion within the steel beam.
After a quick change of clothes, Matthew shows Joe Porter, one of the station's managers, why the strength of the beams is so important. They run directly beneath the busy slip road alongside the station.
So you've got our main beam here. Platform runs out to about here. You then got line 11.
Yep.
And then you've got line 12 that runs roughly in the middle of the road.
Okay.
And then as we get this way, you've got end of the start of platform 12, the barriers, and then obviously we've got the columns that support St Mary's Hospital.
Yep. Okay. When you're on the platforms, you would not know there's a road.
No, quite.
You'd never class it as a bridge.
So.
And tremors from passing traffic are a worrying sign.
That's a little disconcerting. And it shows
that just shows you the weight going over.
It does show you the weight going over, which does concern me a little bit.
Yeah.
If the defects uncovered are serious, it won't just be the station that is affected.
But you've got one beam that runs here, and one where we've been doing the work along here. So if we need to dig these beams out, this whole thing needs to be shut.
Not good.
It's not ideal.
No.
But then that's the worst case scenario, so
yeah.
I'm confident we should be okay.
As the last trains leave the station, Matthew's team can get to work.
So we're going to have a tower here, tower the other side.
Yep.
Yeah. Tower there and a tower there.
Yeah, so actually, have the two towers there, because then I can measure up, get out of the way of you guys, and then you can crack on with what needs to be done.
First, they start drilling through the 7 inches of concrete and brickwork. What they uncover will determine whether it's a minor refurbishment or major works, which will shut down platforms and the roadway above for weeks.
What we've got to do now is either carry out life extension works to the bridge itself, or do we have to rebuild the bridge completely? Now, I'd rather carry out life extension work than completely rebuild the bridge. But this is what this investigation that's breaking out will inform us and tell us what's the right decision to do. The worst case scenario is we have to take the bridge out and replace it. Is the very worst case. I don't think it'll come to that.
But as more of the original iron structure is uncovered, Matthew gets a very nasty shock.
Whereas all this just crumbles away in your hands. Shouldn't really be able to do that. This is as worse as it gets. If this was like this all the way through, we'd have a major, major problem. So what I'm trying to understand is, say, the area that I've lost, and also what's the thickness that I've got left. I haven't got much left anyway, but the original thickness of the metal is supposed to be about 20 mil thick. In sections I got between 8 millimeters and less. So nearly 75% of the metal's gone. It's not what we want to see. I'm hoping it's the worst section we'll find tonight. And I think it probably will be.
For Matthew, who's worked on the railways for 3 years, it's more than just a professional setback.
I don't mind finding things wrong with my bridges. I take it a bit personally.
But the more the ironwork is exposed, the worse the news.
So out of 4 areas that we've broken out this evening, 3 of them have had some steel defects that we weren't expecting. The steelwork has been corroded far more than we could probably ever have imagined.
It's frustrating because you can't fix it straight away.
This is still an operational railway.
Yeah, I can't fix it.
This line has to be opened in the morning for the first train.
Even though the ceiling has been passed as structurally safe, very soon one of the original Victorian iron beams will have to be completely removed and replaced.
To take that beam out is very, very, very significant work. Yeah, it's not ideal. It's the worst thing I could hope for, or expected. Very worst thing.
It's only one beam, but the ramifications for Paddington will be enormous.
To do the physical work, maybe a week's disruption perhaps. And that's just to lift the beam out, put a new one in, bolt it all together. It's a lot of work. It's very time consuming, because you've got to take the road surface up as well. It's the nature of the railway. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Today there's been a bit of a losing day. It's a nightmare. It is the worst case scenario you can ever expect for a mainline station, where you're taking 3 platforms out of use on the busiest station in the network. It is a nightmare.
It's a brand new day at Paddington. And in the control room, Graham Parker has noticed some early birds on platform 8 that don't appear to be going anywhere.
Yeah, I'm not a train spotter, firstly. I want to put that out there. Everyone thinks that I am. Everyone thinks my dad is. I'm not a train spotter. As much as I don't like train spotting, I do like train spotters on the station. Right now, we have these couple of people here, and they're very nice. Obviously, a dad's taken his son out, which is very sweet, and he's got a little pad and everything.
And Graham has learned from experience that train enthusiasts can also be surprisingly useful.
One time I got a call from a train enthusiast to say that there was a fault on a train as it was passing Hayes. And I was like, I didn't believe it, but I thought, you know what, I'll look it up, because if I don't, it'd be stupid not to, you know. They look out for bad things. Like, they notice stuff that security staff don't notice. They notice stuff that I don't notice. Faults on trains, people looking dodgy.
But among the train enthusiasts, Richard has his eye on a man on platform 8 at a popular spotter's vantage point.
This chap seems to be moving towards the end of the platform. I'll call route control. So we've just had reports that evidently there's a male, possibly with a crutch or a walking stick, and he's gone way beyond the safe barrier line at the end of the platforms. He's actually sat on the floor, but the thing is, he keeps wandering down the end of the slope.
And all of a sudden, Richard and his control room colleagues are not quite sure who or what they're dealing with.
Yeah, copy that, thank you. So it's potentially that he could well be just a train spotter, or sorry, train enthusiast, or it may well be that he's someone in crisis.
And now on platform 8, there's a train coming.
You've got Delta 91 coming in now.
No, he's going down the slope again.
Yeah, right, base to Alpha, so he's now going down the slope again.
At control, they make an emergency call to the signaller.
If you could put a stop on anything up 9 though.
Yeah.
But just as the situation is escalating, Richard spots something.
Hang on. He's making a note of the trains. He's a train spotter. It's all right. He's moving back. Yeah, good afternoon. It's Control Room Paddington here. We've just had an incident here at Pad. This is a train enthusiast and he's overstepped the mark and going down the end of the platform.
That's brilliant. I'll ring them. No, they can let the train in. Thank you.
Okay, don't worry. It's all right. Sorry about that. They've mistaken a train enthusiast for someone who's in crisis. So we're just removing the man now. All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Crisis averted.
He looks unstable because he's on a stick. He's got a bad leg. Yeah, he's in a bit of trouble now, really, because he's gone way beyond the yellow line. I mean, normally we'd just tell him to stand back and they'll be okay, but this guy, he's gone way beyond the point of, you know, being a little bit naughty. Yeah, it looks like they're giving him a stern talking to.
The man wanted to get close to the trains. Instead, he's come up against the long arm of the law.
He's got to be careful because, to a certain extent, you can actually be done for railway trespass in the worst case scenario.
He could now lose his special train enthusiast pass for Paddington.
Unfortunately, he's going to lose his privileges and they're going to ask him to vacate the area.
And from Richard, a word of warning for anyone tempted to get too close.
I'm almost certain that passengers or trespassers, etc., don't realise the implications of going beyond the yellow line. Trains, as they enter the platform, they're still probably doing 30, 40 miles an hour. It's still going to make a mess of you. I'm lucky he didn't get that far. It does look like he's just a train enthusiast who's just got a little bit over eager. People don't kind of appreciate the mayhem that causes.
Paddington. With 100,000 passengers a day and trains leaving and arriving every 4 minutes, it's one of the busiest stations in the country. And keeping its complex but ageing rail network running smoothly is a constant challenge. And on this Monday morning, it's proving more challenging than usual. Weekend works at Acton have overrun, and possession of the fast line out of Paddington should have been handed back to route control at 5 a.m, in time for the morning rush hour. But it still hasn't happened. Route Control Manager Martin Mallin has already had to admit defeat.
We haven't got a peak because of the possession overrun. There is no peak today, it's been destroyed.
On top of that, his colleague, train running controller Paul Martin, is dealing with commuter trains backed up behind a freight train stuck on the fast line heading towards Swindon.
We've got a 4,300 tonne stone train just come up Dauncey Bank quite slowly and caused a bit of congestion. It's 2,000 feet long, 4,300 tonnes. We've got to run until we get onto the relief lines at Wantage Road, because if we stop it at Swindon, we'll never get going again. You know, it'll be there for an hour while we try and clear the backlog. So it's kind of a bit like the hare and the tortoise. Keep it going at 45 mile an hour, at least people are moving, and then we can get it out of the way onto the relief lines.
And right on cue, outside the window, the freight train passes through Swindon Station. But it's going a lot slower than they'd hoped.
It wasn't doing 45 mile an hour though. So we're obviously a bit concerned because he's only got 8 trains behind him at the moment. So we've got the first in the queue, second, third, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th.
There's trains that at the moment have been delayed 20 minutes behind it. It's going to be considerable delay.
On the neighbouring desk, incident controller Dave Lundy is also dealing with a freight train incident.
Chief Manager, Thames Valley Signal Centre, Thames Valley Incident Controller Swindon. James, I know you're really busy, mate. Yeah, it's Dave. Yeah, James, 6 Alpha 62 and 1 Papa 18. Did you hear anything about them?
1 Papa 18, the passenger service following the freight, has been damaged by flying stones.
Whilst passing 6 Alpha 62, which is a stone train full of ballast, the 1 Papa 18 sustained a crack in the windscreen. Possibility is stone flew off or up from the 6 Alpha 62. So the initial impact of the stone or whatever would be quite a shock, but the driver is okay to continue. 1 Papa 18 will now travel into Paddington at reduced speed, which will be 50 miles an hour, and then examine there.
It's already been a busy morning at Paddington, and with the arrival of 1 Papa 18, staff are under even more pressure. Matt Jones, one of the station's on-site engineers, needs to assess the damage fast. Taking a train out of service is a major disruption.
When it's all together, if it was flaking out and there's actual bits of... I'd assume that'll stay together at reduced speed and we'll probably be all right to run.
Matt updates control.
It's all in one piece. Are these laminated, do you know? Yeah, there's no... Obviously, it's 2 bits. The inside's fine. The outside is mullered, but it's not... There's no holes in it, if you like. It's all there, just cracked. When trains pass each other, there's a lot of turbulence underneath, a lot of wind and air rushing around. And it does sometimes flick up ballast, so it's just basically a bit of the ballast out on the track, whack the window. The driver wouldn't be able to drive it like this, but obviously we're on the back, luckily, so it's not too bad. We're going to run it at reduced speed, just in case, because the air does funny things going backwards as well. It could get sucked out. We don't want that happening. It's going to Bristol, I believe, and then they'll sort it out down there and fit a new windscreen, hopefully. So that'll be that. But yeah, good job it's on this end and not the other end. Well, then we really would be in trouble.
Well, I'm happy with it going as it is, so they're going to try and swap it over.
But just as one problem is solved, control call Matt about another.
Yeah, Bravo 222, Bravo 12. We got an update on platform 2, please. Got issue with the power car.
On platform 2, a train to the West Country full of passengers and already running late has lost power.
Nothing really to report yet, but don't got any power. Over.
Okay, so you're still working on it, is that correct?
Yeah, we're still trying to get it going, but no good news yet.
Down on the platform, they admit defeat.
Cancelled it.
The engine's running, everything's as it should be, but it's not taking any power, so it can't actually move. We're not getting any drive to the wheels.
We had a problem with getting power on the Bristol and power car. So we've cancelled it, we're going to send it back to the depot, but there's a train in the next 10 minutes, so we're going to move all the passengers onto the new train. But it's just a nightmare on top of the engineering works and the delays as it is when we cancel trains on the station. It's very frustrating. This is a tough Monday morning. Obviously, overrunning engineering works didn't help. A freight train slowing down, delaying everything didn't help. And now trains failing on the station doesn't help. Disaster. AM Paddington.
Straight through, please.
And it's about to get a lot worse.
Come on, mate. We've been waiting 10:35 train. What's happened with this train?
This train is for something nonsense. Failure.
Eh? So what are we going to do now?
10:27.
To where?
11:20.
To where?
He's going to Panzan. Where are you going?
Exeter. To get another train.
Yeah, 11:27.
So it's number 4.
Yeah, number 4.
So we go up the stairs. Yeah,
We'll keep saying sorry, yeah? Because I haven't got you in the
He's so angry. I mean, you know.
You've been booked these tickets for 2 months to go today. We're going away for a few days, now ready at fucking 2 hours.
Today was one problem, the signal problem.
The problem's in the fucking area.
Anhar now has to get everyone for the West Country across the station to platform 4. But that's not so easy. Many are elderly holidaymakers heading to the southwest coast.
No, there's 7 of us.
7 of them?
Yeah. All old age pensioners.
They have a big group, 7 of them.
Thank you. This is first class. Oh, is it first class? We're not first class. We don't know, it's got disabled from the door.
He's got everyone to the platform, but the cancellation of the 10:35 means he has to get 2 sets of passengers onto just one train.
No seats. And we've booked seats and we can't get
We haven't found any bloody seats so far.
Not a single seat.
What can I do? Can't do anything. No seats.
It's all got too much for one couple who decide to take a later train.
I can't get seat. No seat at all. No single seat at all. Yeah. Is it possible to send it one of the bogie platform 4 and 5, please, Bristol end? Yeah, two. Yeah, bogie. 2 elderly people is there. They got. No, they're going to Panzan train. Next Panzan train. They're coming. They're coming to pick up you. I told them where you are.
The buggy might not be on its way to Penzance, but it does come with the personal touch.
I don't know.
How you guys doing today? Any breakfast, sir?
Thank you very much.
Where you guys looking to go to? We'll take you back to reception tomorrow, folks.
Yeah.
For your next service.
Yeah, we're trying to get on the Penzance train.
Penzance, yes.
Yeah.
Today is really a different type of day today, man. Yeah, we'll get you on the next day.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Not that bad a driver, are you?
I'm good. Got a couple years in. Day goes quick.
19 was the 48.
With the morning service over, the focus moves to preparations for the evening rush hour.
No, we're not sending anyone to Acton.
But that's not going well either.
Firstly, a bit short notice. 16:28 Reading is cancelled. Once again, all the Heathrow Connects cancelled. 16:51 Oxford. 16:56 to Maidenhead. 16:59 to Reading. 17:06 to Theale. 17:18 to Oxford. 17:26 to Maidenhead. And closing with a 17:30 Free Connect. So quite a few there.
The deadline for finishing work on the fast lines at Acton has overrun again.
You have 4 lines between us and Reading, and basically 2 of them run fast, 2 run slow, 1 in each direction. So currently we have 2 lines closed between here and Hayes. The lines that the high-speed trains would use are basically cut off in that area. which is very, very awkward, especially when you think of peak time when we run completely at capacity for 4 lines. If we've only got 2, it makes it a hell of a lot more awkward.
All right, the 1812 and the 1815 might be in 12 and 14, so heads up for that. If you need anything, let me know. I'll come upstairs. I'm on 12.
Customer ambassador Natalie Greenwood is getting ready for the passenger onslaught.
That is busy. I've never seen it this busy for the stopping service.
With train turnarounds getting squeezed, passengers are kept back until the last possible minute.
Tickets, walk through, please. Straight through, please. Straight through, please. Tickets, walk through, please. Paper tickets, walk through, please. They're coming out, they're coming out, they're coming out. Yeah, all right, I'm going. Make sure this train goes on time, kind of. More space down, please. Okay, you're not going to go on this one. You need to go down to the end. The train's like 3 cancellations, and then 1 stopping train will be running. So that 1 stopping service, like this one, is just full of people. Keep going, keep going. Next doors, next doors, next door, next door. Yep. You're trying to get 3 trains worth of people onto 1 train. Mate, can you move down a little bit, please? Can you move down a little bit, please? Because it's peak time, it's going to be even more packed than it already is. So, like, trying to push them in physically, get them on, get them out.
It's 2 hours into rush hour, and last-minute cancellations and changes are mounting.
There's more space down here.
It's the second time I've been down here.
It is a mixtape though. It is. He probably came down, couldn't get on, went to the concourse and come back and he can't get on again. It's gone. This one is gone. 1829. 1829. Gym. Free gym.
At last, the end is in sight.
Oh.
As rush hour draws to a close, in the control room, Graham Parker is optimistic that there won't be a repeat of today's disruption.
Yeah, so I have every certainty and faith that it'll all be good for tomorrow's shift. It looks as though it's all going to be taken care of on tonight's night shift. This is when Network Rail track staff can get the most work done, because obviously less trains have the most opportunity to get in there and get the work done.
But the next morning...
Yeah, base to all Bravo Mobiles Alpha 10, Romeo 1. So the set on number 8, it was going to do the 9:30, but the 9:30 is now confirmed as cancelled.
There's still ongoing disruption.
So basically, yeah, we've had a bit of a hectic morning with trains coming in late. So we've had train crew sort of all over the place and trains going into different platforms.
And it's an old friend that has come back to haunt them.
We've just received a call that there's a track defect in the Acton area. So that's going to cause a few issues, obviously, later on, because at some stage I'll probably have to take a possession and to do the repair on the track.
Route Control Manager, can I help you?
The work that overran at Acton the day before has now given Route Control Manager Neil Latham a new headache.
We've got a problem on the new relaying site, which overran through yesterday. And today the track's buckled, so we've got the line closed currently while we make remedial repairs to it. Don't know why it's buckled. That'll all come out a bit later on. But at the moment, we've got a little bit of disruption in that area. We've lost 2 lines out of the 4.
At Paddington, the customer ambassadors are having to face passengers disrupted for the 2nd day running.
So just bear with us and keep a check on the screens.
The Western Superfare train, do you know how long it's going to be delayed?
It's about a 15 to 20 minute delay.
Okay, cool.
Today we've had like a few track circuit problems at Acton, so obviously we've had a few delayed and late trains coming in. So that's caused a few problems in peak. It's just after peak now, and the trains are still coming in a little bit delayed. So hopefully it shouldn't cause too many problems, and it should be back to normal shortly.
Hello, JB.
But at Route Control, attempts to get the railway back on track are about to be challenged again. CCTV cameras are picking up an incident at a busy level crossing.
That's the control
the unit that controls the barriers. So the barriers would be on that boom there. So as he's taken it, he's just literally swiped it all off. I guess he was trying to jump the barriers for some reason. The sequence had obviously started. Maybe he was going too fast, I don't know. Obviously didn't stop, took the barrier out. By taking the barrier out, it then affects all our signalling systems. So we end up having to talk trains past signals red.
Route Control Manager Neil Latham is having to deal with the mess.
We've already started thinning out, but obviously not quick enough. But look at these trains that are there now. We're already en route when it started. So IE had already left before we could cancel them. We've got another hour's worth of repairs to do now before we're going to be able to clear signals. So, yeah, we've got an hour's worth of trains there anyway. Just don't want to keep adding to it, so we'll have to get old stuff back at Swindon now. Put a plug, no more Londons to leave Bristol. No. The evening peak pretty much already is a significant risk of being disrupted. For fleet displacement, crew displacement, it's only 1 o'clock or 1:15.
So it will show in a few moments' time, okay? Probably about 15 to 20 minutes, because they're late incoming, the trains at the moment, all right?
At Paddington, news of the widespread disruption is coming in, and evening peak is just a few hours away.
No Swindons, no Cardiffs. No Bristols. So yeah, no Bristols, no West Country. Can't be anything that's West Country, Bristol, Wales, no chance.
It's gonna get peak. Okay. It's gonna get really peak. It's gonna get really bad. We need to start getting the water though. Go on, bro. People are getting a little bit anxious now because obviously there's quite a lot of cancellations that come up on the board. I'm just gonna try and keep them up to date as much as I can. And it's very hot as well, so we'll probably, hopefully, if it gets any worse, probably start dishing out the water and stuff.
OK, thank you, Jamie. Cheers, mate. Bye.
At Route Control, they've nearly solved one of the problems that has plagued Paddington's route for the last couple of hours, replacing the level crossing barrier badly damaged by a careless lorry driver.
They've managed to obtain detection on the barriers when they come down, which means signals will clear. So they're just going to watch a couple of trains over and do one final bit of testing. So we're probably about 10 minutes away from getting normal work in there.
With trains still backed up, Incident Controller Bob Howard needs some good news.
Yeah, the SSM's just phoned me with that as well, and I've just seen it on CCF. He's cleared signals on both the up and the down lines. Normal working's just been restored. As you can see there, he can now clear signals to get a train over the crossing in both directions. We've affected 63 trains, just over 1,800 minutes delay.
And that's likely to increase?
That's likely to increase a lot because there's a lot of late running still going around from the initial incident.
Hi, would you like a free water? There we go, my love. I think everyone's thirsty. It's so hot in here. Like, it's roasting. So, I just can only imagine how they feel, like, sitting in a greenhouse like this. It's roasting. Oh, it's horrible. But, yeah, my job's done. Everybody's so thirsty.
Yeah. OK.
But now, Incident Controller Bob Howard has another issue.
We've got another problem, Paul. Fucking Stocks Lane won't lower now.
Lower.
Hello, Jamie. Swindon Mom. Hello, mate. We've got another problem. Causeway's working fine. Stocks Lane, you can't get the barriers down.
There's trouble at a second level crossing.
We've got 2 level crossings, very close proximity. Both controlled by the same sets of signals. Unfortunately, the barriers at Stocks Lane are now left up in the air, unable to lower them, so we can't now clear the same signals that we would attempted to clear before for the other crossing. More delays. At the moment, we've got trains that have been stuck there for about an hour. Network rail emergency.
And 5 minutes later.
OK, what's struck the bridge there? Is that an articulated lorry? We've got bridge strike holder at Common Lane.
Taking a piss out of things.
Where else do you want a bridge strike when you haven't got any fucking railway to run trains on?
Every bridge is colour-coded according to its strength.
Yeah, just checking dispensation for the bridge. It's listed as a green structure for the bit that's got hit, so that means we can run trains normally. We still need to get someone there to examine, but it means we won't have to caution trains.
It's good news for the bridge. But at Paddington, a day of incidents on the tracks has left the timetable in disarray.
Here we go. The following trains are cancelled. 16:03 Heathrow Connect, 16:07 to Theale, 16:10 to Maidenhead, 16:33 Heathrow Connect, 16:36 to Didcot Parkway, 16:49 to Didcot Parkway, 16:51 to Oxford, and 16:56 to Maidenhead. All of those are cancelled.
It's so depressing to write all these trains down as cancelled. That's everything cancelled from 4:40 until 7:50. That's quite a lot of stuff. That's quite a lot of stuff to be cancelled. The same daily commuters will be annoyed this afternoon as well as yesterday, because we had quite a lot of local services that were cancelled, and quite a lot of the commuter ones that run fast from here to Didcot and Oxford. If you imagine you've got 4 of those and 3 of them are cancelled, you have 4 trains worth of people on one train. And obviously that's not for a nice journey. Even though they've got new air conditioning in the new trains, it's still not very nice, especially on a hot day like today.
At route control, it's been 48 hours of back-to-back incidents, and they're now getting news of the latest one.
Would you like your days to get a lot worse?
I don't know whether it can, but you're going to try.
A cracked rail has been detected on a busy rail crossing at Maidenhead, and trains have been forced to reduce speed.
It's at the point where 2 lines come together, so the worst place to have a crack in the set point. Yeah, it's a serious delay. As I say, the trains are having to brake from 125 mile an hour to 20 mile an hour over a short section, probably about 4 or 5 chain, and then having to accelerate away again. We need to get this problem fixed tonight. To go through another day of having that sort of delays into train service wouldn't be very good for the morning peak, definitely.
Staff announcement for driver Kailesh Bhatt. Please contact the train crew mess room. That's a staff announcement for driver Kailesh Bhatt. Please contact the mess room immediately.
It's the peak of rush hour at Paddington, and here too, there's no let-up.
What's happened is the 17:03, which goes to Penzance, which is a very busy train, has completely broke down because the brakes don't work at all, which is obviously, you can't run a train like that. So we're getting everybody off that train and putting onto a train that's on platform 2, where the brakes do work. Here we go. So all these people here that are coming off, streaming onto both sides around the bikes, these are all coming off the train. There's a train manager there as well, and they're all going to go onto platform 2. So here we go. So this cloud of people going this way, they've all been moved over already.
Sorry. Whack Chris in the head with the water. Help yourself. It's free. It's warm. Pardon? We have had a buckled rail since this morning, waiting for Network Rail to fix it. So the train track is buckled. Huh?
Fish are not doing very well, are
Fish are not doing very well. Where are you going? Reading. Oh, you'll be fine. The 1845 will be the next one. Swansea, yeah.
Your train's standing on one that was meant to be 6:15. Is that now the 1845?
6:15 left. Oh.
No, it hasn't.
No?
I'm here to tell you.
Apart from 3.
No announcements. Everybody's crammed.
I believe so, yeah.
Make some announcements.
No, the heat just really makes people a little bit more touchy than they normally are, so we get a lot of people who are angry.
So little Paddington here isn't very happy, and nor am I. However, my job is to keep everyone happy. Easier said than done, though. A little bit of positivity, and it will be fine.
And customer ambassador Kaz Debray has his own unique way of keeping spirits up.
I do have a sing-along with groups sometimes. I'll just go up to them randomly and just start singing. They like the ABBA songs, because everybody loves them. So I just go Super Trooper Day, and then I'll just start singing. Some of them will go, but it's nice.
It's been 48 hours of severe disruption, but finally the station and its staff have made it through the busy rush hour.
It's approaching 8 o'clock now, and we've got to the end of our peak time. A hell of a lot of trains have been cancelled today because of this engineering work at Ealing. Ealing and Acton. Between 3 and 8 o'clock that it is now, we've cancelled 47 trains in that time. That's just leaving Paddington. So 47 leaving are probably the same number coming in as well.
But life on the railway never stops. Now they need to fix the faults before tomorrow's service cranks up.
I've been told that the work is going to be finished tonight. Obviously, it's emergency engineering work now, so they're going to jump in and hopefully get that all done, hopefully before 3 o'clock in the morning, because I don't want this shift again today. It's quite embarrassing when you say that the problem today is exactly the same problem that was yesterday. You know, people just expect a better situation than that. So to have a third day would be really, really embarrassing. But I say I have all the faith in the world that they're going to sort it out tonight.
Out on the tracks, engineers are getting ready to fix the cracked crossing at Maidenhead, one of the issues that has caused the disruption to Paddington's route.
You want to come back a bit more then, do you?
The crack is so serious that the complete crossing has to be replaced.
Right, watch it, it's coming into it then.
But getting the 18-metre-long crossing into position is going to be tricky.
I don't think that car will be in the way.
Well, it's not that. That's a big old crossing.
I'm thinking about these lampposts here.
They're working to a strict deadline, but they've come up against something even less flexible.
It's a long bloody crossing. And we can't get the lorry into the access because the access is too small for the lorry.
So team leader Neil Moran is having to rethink on the spot.
Do you want to back this right up?
His solution, to drop it over the fence.
We're just going to wait and now see if we can hopefully get us over the fence. If not, we're going to have to try and come out with a cunning plan.
What about these lampposts here?
Go over them.
Will they reach that?
Hey?
You happy where you are?
With the clock ticking, the team start to lift the crossing.
I think it's about 2.5, 3 tonne in it. I don't know. It's going to be interesting. We're trying to lift it over the fence from the road into the car park now. And then from the car park over to trackside.
It's a tight squeeze.
We've got this crossing over now. It's into the car park.
Stage 1 is complete. Now they have to fix it onto the tracks. "50 miles away, speeding along the main line, a high-tech piece of measuring kit is hard at work. Crammed with computers, Network Rail's measurement train acts as an early warning system by picking up defects with the rails. It's nicknamed the Flying Banana, and rail enthusiasts find it quite appealing.
Our infrastructure monitoring fleet, including the new measurement train, are quite unique vehicles, so they have quite a following around the rail industry, and they're regularly photographed, and they appear on all sorts of train websites, so they're quite famous in their own right.
As this celebrity of the network makes its way along 800 miles of track in one shift, high-tech scanners record critical data.
What you're seeing here is whatever's at the side of the track there. So as the lasers fan out, they're picking up the inside of the rails here, which is what you're seeing, the ballast on which the track is laid, and then anything else that's at the side. So that's another set of rails opposite us that is starting to move in, and obviously there's over a set of points there. So you can actually see the tracks moving together, the ballast itself, and any other features alongside the track as well as we pass them. So we might get platform edges appear here, for example, shrubs or embankments. What we're looking at is the position of the adjacent set of tracks. So we have to maintain passing clearances for trains, and what you don't want, obviously, is them getting too close. So in order to do that, we measure the position of the tracks relevant to this and make sure that they maintain a clear, defined space.
As well as detecting track safety issues, the team are also looking out for the comfort of the passengers.
Underneath the vehicle, we have more than 40 different types of sensors. Each giving us an indication of all the type of movements the vehicle is feeling. So literally, if you were sat here with a cup of tea and you spilt a tiny little bit of tea, that's a tiny little fault in the way the track's been designed. If you obviously smell a large amount of tea in a particular direction, that will be registered on these tracers. And that's the sort of thing we're looking for. We're looking for things that make a passenger feel uncomfortable.
and the type of movements that shouldn't be actually designed into the track.
At Maidenhead, engineers are replacing the cracked crossing. To get to the faulty section of rail, the team must unbolt the check rail which lays alongside it and helps keep the wheels on the track. But just minutes in, team leader Neil has come up against a problem.
Don't fit, that fits on that one. But look, that's well loose on there. You're not going to get adjustable in there, mate.
The tool needed to remove the bolts is too large.
This screw here, trying to get that off. We haven't got the right attachment for these screws, so we're just going to see if we can go get one. Dan, go with him. Simon, go with Dan now.
Neil sends his men on a mission to find the right socket.
We just got to pray Ed's got an attachment to get these off. You got one, Dan? You're joking.
Like AS through sockets.
What's that in your hand?
That's just the bolt. That's the bigger bolt that I've got.
Yeah, that's the one you should
I know what socket it looks like. I know you ain't got it. It's not there.
So we ain't got.
No, it's not there.
The night's work is at risk because they don't have the right socket. And in a few hours' time, trains need to be running again.
Nino, I need a favour. Right, have you got a big ratchet set? Ginger's on his way back to you now. He's got a nut with him. Can you just see if your stuff fits there? Otherwise, we're knackered.
Finally, after a dash across town and several phone calls, they think they've found one that fits.
Yeah, Neil, we've got one.
Oh, hold on.
We've got one. We've got one. We've got one, yeah.
Equipment in order, they can get on with removing the half-ton check rail, which helps keep train wheels in place.
That's it. You're going to get right near this chair here because you're going to drag it. Because you're going to hit the chair. Don't forget. Right, together. Ready? Hup. Right, set your dogs back. Right, together. Ready? Hup.
The welder, Carl Parker, now has a clear view of the defect.
There's a crack in the crossing. The crack goes from here to here, look. 4 inches. Which could possibly go all the way through, which means it'll pull apart with the weight of the train.
This crack may look small, but over time it could lead to a derailment. So tonight's work is critical.
Hold it there.
The new crossing is placed directly on top of the old, so they can make a precise cut.
What Carl's doing, he's cutting through the new one, so we can fit a little nick in the old one. And that'll give us our mark. And what I do, together here, I take off the new crossing, and it'll allow us to cut through all 4 legs. And we'll take out the old one. Hopefully the new one will fit.
The new crossing is lifted out of the way so the engineers can finish cutting through the old rails.
Basically, this is where we barked up for the new crossing, and that's what it's cutting in now. So hopefully, when all this is cut, we unclip it all, and then the RRVs, they pull the old one out, we'll put the new one in, should all fit snug, and the welders will weld it all up.
It's the moment of truth. The new crossing must line up perfectly, so the welders can join it with the existing track.
I reckon you need to go back.
That way?
Yeah. Is it tight that end? That needs to go. If we go 15 mil.
Right, let me go and check up there then.
That's there. Do you know what I mean? 15 mil's better than anything, but that'll be spot on then. All the crosses in the right position now. It's all square, so they're going to start selling their welds right now. But we're all good, yeah. For a short space of time, we're on time. So that's good. Let's just all cross our fingers.
Speeding along the tracks near Oxfordshire, Network Rail's high-tech measurement train is using the latest in computing technology.
So this is a really exciting new technology for us. This is using pattern technology to look for features in the railway that it's expecting to be there. And if it doesn't find those features, it raises us an alert. So we run along capturing this data at high speed, and what we've got here is underneath the vehicle, we've got 7 line scan cameras. We've got one right in the middle looking down at the sleepers, and then we've got the others at the different rails looking at different orientations of those rails, and it's capturing a 1 pixel image every 0.8 millimetres as it goes along on each one of those, which is about
at 125 miles an hour, which is about 70,000 images a second. And this very high definition that allows us to, when we need to, run it through the algorithm and zoom into a particular area, and we can find cracks or features that are irregular that enable us to go out and have a look at it.
On the measurement train, they can do work in minutes that would have taken days in the not-so-distant past.
It's so high definition that if, say, you went over a crisp packet on the line, the guys in the office would then zoom in on that and read all the tiny text on the crisp packet. It's that clear.
It's far more efficient, consistent and accurate generally to have the technologies that we've got here measuring at 125 mile an hour rather than somebody walking along with some kind of measuring device to kind of pick up on that. We've got vast amounts of data now that also enable us to trend information so that it can move more towards a predict and prevent methodology in our maintenance rather than the find and fix of maybe a few decades ago.
You can't get a puller in there.
Back in Maidenhead, the team is on the last leg of their work to replace the cracked rail crossing. It now must be welded to the track.
We've got about 3 to 3.5 hours, which we're looking good, to be fair. So no need to panic yet.
To prepare for the weld, a sand mould on the tracks is heated to soften the ends of the rail, and a crucible placed on top. It's ignited, and this 3,000-degree oven then creates molten metal.
So the weld's gone in now, so now we have to leave it for a set time before we can now trim the weld off. Obviously, very, very hot.
30 minutes later, and with the weld cooled to 50 degrees, the team can grind it down to a smooth finish.
Now profiling the head of the rail so that it's safe for the trains to run over. It just smooths the rail out. We've got a straight edge on just to make sure it's straight and there's no dips or bumps which the train will jump over.
As each weld is completed, the track is measured and checked.
Hello, young Chris. Bill Farrell speaking, mate. Just give you an update. The final weld has been dropped. Just waiting for it to cool. Everything like is going hunky-dory.
No, not at the moment. It's just trying to get this check rail back into place and then do all the bolts up, get it all lined up, all the holes. So, oh, this has gone well tonight, to be fair. So, hopefully I don't jinx it.
But with less than half an hour before his team needs to be off track, Neil spots a problem with the screws in the check rail.
Right, lads, we've got to take off a few of these. These ain't sitting in right. Right, see these? Here, spot on. Behind me, they're not sitting in properly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ah.
With the clock ticking, the screws are quickly readjusted.
That's it, keep it coming, keep it coming.
Keep it coming, baby.
Lovely, lovely, lovely.
A few last-minute tweaks to the check rail, and Neil's team finish the job. And they've cut it tight.
We have got 10 minutes to spare.
That's for the timeline?
That's for the timeline.
Yeah, timeline, yeah.
So you got that, we're good. We'll let them know it's all clear. Another day, another dollar.
Paddington is one of Britain's busiest stations, where some days are worse than others. And Fridays are often the most testing.
When's the next train?
15 minutes.
But this Friday is going to be especially challenging. It's the middle of the morning rush hour, and station controller Richard Douglas has just spotted that something isn't right.
Kev, it's Richard. Hello, mate. We noticed that the underground's closed. I've just called downstairs, and they're telling they've got fire evacuation going on downstairs.
The fire service arrives within minutes.
Immediately, what happens is the fire panel will go into what we call evac mode, so it will actually start saying, please evacuate the station. And that sounds like what's happening, a bit on the fly at the minute.
Due to a reported emergency, will all passengers leave the station immediately?
we go back up here.
All right, okay.
Paddington is a huge hub, and it's connected to 4 underground lines. So with people coming and going from all corners of the capital, there's a lot of confusion.
If you go to Marble Arch, if you go to the Lancaster Gate, sir, you can take the Central Line, and that will take you to Oxford Street. Yeah?
Going from the other station.
Yeah, keep it told, yeah, that should be fine. You're only told that from this side.
Moments later, panic over. A tube station staff room was the source of the fire.
Well, it was burnt cooking, so there was smoke in there, so not a false alarm. The station did the right thing, and we just made sure it's safe for the people to go back in the station.
A little bit of plastic, you know, like the ready meal tray, dinner things has caught fire, but it's been put out now.
The fire may be out, but there's still the afterburn to deal with.
There's just a lot of smoke down on the underground at the moment, so until that's cleared away, the underground will be shut.
I've now got my tube map live on my screen, so I'll be answering lots of how do I get here.
Edgware Road. Edgware Road, and then from there, taking the circle straight to the first side.
But 30 minutes after the alarm went off, there's good news.
All good, systems reset, people are allowed back in. Business as usual, till the next one.
And the next one comes quicker than anybody imagined.
Rail Control Swindon. Hello, we have a train-struck person.
We're just getting the details in now. I've just spoke with Metropolitan Police who've got officers en route.
Yeah, got a change set up today.
Do we know, was there any detail?
All he said at the moment was the person ran from the down relief side in front of the train.
It's happened on a busy section of track just outside Paddington. Almost all of Paddington's trains have to pass through here.
We've been told to not dispatch anything from Paddington for the time being. So we're waiting to find out what's going on. To be honest, mate, I don't know. Literally, this is just happening as we speak. So.
And time is very precious.
This person is still alive. Actually, is being shielded by the train.
Route Control Manager Martin Mallin is helping coordinate the rescue. But he also needs to get trains running again.
This is Network Rail, Route Control here.
He informs the fire service that while the recovery effort continues, other lines must reopen.
I'm a Route Control Manager, Network Rail. I need you to get a message to your officers that are attending the scene as an emergency. There's four track railway there. We are running normally on 2 main lines there. There will be trains running on the main lines.
On the other end of the line, the rescue services want to know whether the route's new overhead lines pose a risk.
We don't turn the power off unless obviously somebody wanted to go on top of a train or whatever. So it's overhead lines, so the power will not be an issue. As long as no one's going above the line on the train.
There's no live components underneath.
Not to do with the electric, no, it'll be fine on that one. We have got 2 tracks open, which at least enables us to move trains. The person we understand is still under the train. That can have its issues in itself. We'll know more once we've got a report from site.
Martin is working hard to minimise disruption.
Are we still open on the main lines? We've told the fire brigade we will not do that, and they wanted all lines stopped. We told them we will not be doing that. There is no need.
But he's getting news that suggests all his efforts have been in vain.
So you're telling me it's the station staff have made this request? Well, we've told the emergency service we will not be switching off anything. All right, all right, Mark.
Staff have gone straight to the Didcot signalling centre and asked for the power to be turned off.
Apparently the station staff requested this. Have you got ECR there?
Yeah, station staff requested emergency switch off because the emergency services requested it.
And we've told the emergency services they should come through, that we're not turning it off and we're running normal on main lines.
So we're switched off between Paddington, Buffer stops to Maiden, all lines.
Oh, it must be switched back on now.
At Paddington, the consequences of the switch-off have become all too apparent.
this is the train that has struck the person. So they put a block here and there, but because they've switched the power off, everything here and from here, they're now stuck. So none of the Heathrow Expresses are able to run at the moment. TfL rail is suspended through the station. So essentially everything is grind to a halt.
Customer Ambassador Bhavik Shah is trying to help, but he doesn't have much to go on.
So I'm going to Penzance, or trying to go to Penzance. Oh. Do you, any idea how long?
I don't, unfortunately. I would wait. What's currently happening with the blanking off the boards is that we're not trying to give out any false information to our customers, but at the same time trying to keep them look by announcing and showing the services that will be running at the given times.
The man has been successfully pulled out from under the train. But at route control, they're now dealing with a backlog of trains caught up in the incident.
That's stuck. Yeah, and also, that's stuck. That one.
Yeah.
That, they're all electric.
Okay.
You can isolate power in chunks, so it's in sections, so you can't just... So it's not a case of like turning the power off and literally the whole of the western route is without power. So it'll be just that one particular area.
Down on the concourse, transport police are keeping an eye out for overcrowding.
Very, very busy. It's coming into Friday rush hour at the moment. We could have a delay going up until 5 o'clock. It could be 7 o'clock tonight. It's a hot summer's day as well, and about 24 degrees. Luckily, we haven't had anyone be too frustrated at the moment.
Any passengers for Reading and beyond, please travel to London Waterloo and use South West Rail services where ticket acceptance is in place.
Route Control Manager Martin speaking.
November 1.
Hi, Mark.
The driver of the train involved in the incident is so shook up that his train is still on the track.
We've been told, yeah, we told a relief driver 15:05. That's what they've told us, yes. Okay, all right, Mark. Cheers, thank you.
I don't know when we're going to be back up and running this year, but with your ticket, you can use that to go from Waterloo into Reading.
It's been about an hour and a quarter now. As you can see, concourse is very busy. Just trying to help people out, get them on their ways to where they're trying to get to.
Is it a delay on the West Line?
Nothing's going out from here at the moment.
We're on a train to Bath.
Nothing's going out from Paddington at the moment.
Even though we got all the announcements going over the station tannoys, not everyone listens to what's happening.
In control, Graham Parker has arrived to take over the control room hot seat.
There you go. We will start running services for
It's a very warm chair.
All right, so have a good shift, or if you can.
Will do.
And there's the beginnings of good news.
I'm seeing green lights, and it's all going to be a lot better very soon.
Although the knock-on effects are only just starting.
Truth of the matter is, it'll be rough for the entire shift, for the rest of the evening, probably until midnight.
It will take a while to restore services completely, but at least passengers can start travelling.
But what they'll start doing, as they announce as well, they'll start just showing it on the board when the next one available.
There have been no trains for an hour and a half. And a backlog of passengers has built up.
Ready? Yeah. Yes.
2 trains are permitted to leave, one to Swansea, one to Penzance. Those 2 destinations will clear a serious amount of people.
No one wants to be left behind.
And people are now moving. This is fantastic. This is very good. The sad thing is, of course, when we have the situation, they to run to the train. We don't want any incident to happen. We don't want anyone to have an accident. I've got police down there on the busier platforms to help out with crowd control.
It's fairly busy. It's a bit of a rush for the trains because everyone turns into animals. It's the perfect storm for a fight, but hopefully not.
It's ridiculous. So this train at Bay is full now, sir. Are you getting on? Are you getting on, madam?
Get ready.
Get on. Are you getting on, madam? Well, you'll have to wait for the next one then, sorry. This one's very full, very full. I'm feeling better as soon as we leave the station.
As soon as one has cleared Paddington, the next one can go. It's going to be like that.
It's all systems go.
If the platform comes up, just get on it, yeah? Sweet. Change at Swindon.
And the passengers keep coming.
Looking seriously way, way, way better than I possibly imagined it would be. And we are running at 90% now.
It's been crazy, but this is the end of it. By the looks of it, we're getting trains back into the service, and this is probably the calm before the next storm. But that was a mad few hours.
But the madness isn't over yet. Up in the control room, Sanjeev Sharma is monitoring one of Paddington's 403 CCTV cameras, which is focused on the 1903 to Plymouth on Platform 1, and due to leave any minute. But as a man tries to enter the train, a bag topples out. He catches it before it slips onto the tracks and returns it to its owner inside. Sanjeev thinks this is a minor mishap. But another passenger opens the same door, and unbelievably, the bag falls out again, but this time straight onto the tracks. The train has to leave, leaving the bag's owner behind on the platform. And he's in a flap. Dispatcher Maz Mahmood is now on site, but the man is getting very close to the tracks and acting as though he might decide to retrieve the bag himself.
If I could have a block, please, on platform 1 and 2.
Police and more staff are now at the scene. Station Deputy Manager Dorothy Colmer steps in. But its owner doesn't appear to understand what all the fuss is about and thinks it's dispatcher Maz who is in the wrong.
He knew there was a bag on the track. All he had to do was basically say, I'll go get a bag pull or whatever the procedure is. Instead, he was screaming into his microphone, police, 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 you're going to get arrested, police, police, police.
Yeah, apparently though you were threatening to go onto the track to get your bag.
I said to him, you basically, can you get someone to come down with a stick or something like that so I can get my bag and I can walk and go home. And I said, I don't get myself, started walking down here and he started walking and he was going, I guess, police, 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 yeah, and all these sorts of things.
However, Maz has a different take on events.
He's very impatient and he just said to me, if you don't get my bag in 5 seconds, I'm going to jump on the track. As you got to the edge of the track, that's when I called the police.
Could have reached it and just grabbed it in my hand. I mean, it was that short.
I see erratic customers and normally they are patient, to be honest, but on this occasion, nah, he was just going to go for it.
After a warning, the man finally seems to realise the consequences of his actions.
So I am fully aware of the stress that it causes other people. Appreciate you come down here talking to me. I'm sorry I wasted your time.
But the man isn't entirely off the hook.
The gentleman's been reported for a bylaw offence, a malicious obstruction without intent. Sorry ladies, it's no smoking area. Other side of the road for me, please. And making any threat to go onto the tracks is just very, very dangerous. The railway operates on safety. It's no if, no buts for safety.
But yeah, all is well, and the block's been handed back to the signalman for a safe passage of trains.
And a frantic Friday comes to an end without further mishaps.
Luckily, the main thing is he didn't jump. and his safety is, you know, our responsibility at the end of the day.
In the ancient region of Tuscany, 2 of the newest class of Great Western electric trains have just come off the production line. And the press is out in force for the launch.
You look at the quality of the seats, the seat fitment, the amount of space, leg room that you have.
Project manager Sam Varghese has come to make sure these new additions to his fleet are in pristine condition before they make the long trip to Paddington.
This is the first class section. Look at what the door settings are, the door opens at the right time. Moving on to the kitchen area, hot water. Got 2 ovens here, the microwave. Moving into the toilet, we look whether we've got water, the sensors are working here. You've got the dryer working as well.
The trains also offer advanced on-board internet technology. But it's not only passenger comfort which is important.
We want the drivers to feel special, hence all the systems, they are fully ergonomically designed. The seats are a very expensive part of this train. It's about £40,000.
While in Italy all the attention is on the first public appearance of the new trains, back in the UK, there's mounting excitement about the impending appearance of an old celebrity.
We have a steam train coming in today, which is the Flying Scotsman. I know everyone always gets very excited about that particular steam train when that comes through Paddington. To see something so old-fashioned in the present day, it looks quite cool sometimes. But and you see it chugging away steam on the platform. But we might pop down there and say hello to the train.
Hundreds of train enthusiasts are at the station for the arrival of the world-famous locomotive.
It's very, very busy on platforms 8 and 9. It's a huge amount of people, especially right down the end of the platform.
Rail staff and transport police are on the platforms to ensure no one tries to get onto the tracks for a photo opportunity. And Paddington Control has something else to consider.
The annoyance for us up here, though, is that it might set off the fire alarm. Sometimes the guys who go to see the train and the engineer on board get very excited that they get it to puff more and more smoke, that the smoke goes to other parts of the station as well. So what I'm about to do now is isolate a certain area of the station, and it's gonna, there we go, and it's just responding to me now by beeping. And yeah, that's happened. So basically, platform 8 and 9, where that train is going to be, it won't set off the fire alarm because I've isolated that area.
At route control, they don't seem to have a clue what the excitement is about.
Do you know we got a train out of Paddington in a little while?
No.
A train that goes puff puff, chucks out steam?
No.
OK. There is the Flying Scotsman running out of Paddington.
Oh, right, excellent. Where's he going?
Did you know that, Neil?
What's that?
Flying Scotsman.
Yeah.
And when your job is to run trains on schedule, a visiting slow-moving locomotive is a tad inconvenient.
It's going to be a bit of a pain, that, to be honest. And the timing's not good either.
On platform 9, the Flying Scotsman is only seconds away.
We're just waiting for this very exciting steam engine to come in now. It's going to be coming in. It's going to be pulled in by a diesel locomotive. So the actual steam engine will be here at the front. So hopefully we can catch a very good moment of this exciting moment. There's absolutely hundreds of people lined on this platform, and I'm jealous of the people that are actually going on this train. So.
And finally, the moment everyone's been waiting for. The legendary Flying Scotsman. Booked passengers will enjoy a 5-hour jaunt around the English countryside, calling at various stations before returning to London Victoria.
This is not Glastonbury, but it's quite a large turnout nonetheless. Media visitors,
Oh, they're just good lads.
Base 2, Bravo 13, obviously we're clearing the platform this side. I'd say we're about ready to go. Is anybody getting on the train? That's cool. No. All these people aren't actually riding on this train. They've come here to witness the spectacle of what is the Flying Scotsman. This mother and son combination, they've come from Australia just to see the Flying Scotsman train here today.
And it's not only down under where they're going loco.
I'm the fireman.
Inside the cab, they're pretty chuffed too.
Better than sitting behind a desk, and there's a sense of achievement with it.
We enjoy it.
We do sometimes. Yeah, don't tell the boss we enjoy it.
Yeah, you don't do it for the money, that's for certain. It's still the amazing amount of, you know, people who want to see this engine. It's amazing.
And this railway veteran is an ardent fan.
In my days when I used to travel on this, I used to fry eggs on it. So I'm so happy and proud to be part of it. Yes, I've seen it before, but I could never get enough of it. I just love it. Part of my heritage. Take care.
Now at full steam, the Flying Scotsman is ready to go, leaving Paddington's fire alarms intact.
Now my ears have stopped ringing. Yeah, so that went better than could have been expected. And obviously that majestic takeoff was terrific, fantastic.
Next stop, Oxford Parkway. And Mobile Operations Manager Ian Baker is en route to make sure that the excitement doesn't get out of hand. Thankfully, the station isn't overcrowded.
Pretty good here. We've got some good fencing and stuff, so it's not as bad. Some of the more rural stations can be a bit of a challenge, shall we say, you know.
The Scotsman will be flying through Buckinghamshire next, and this is the ideal stop for a refuel.
It's just taken on water, so usually about half an hour stop, maybe, something like that.
With the locomotive and the passengers topped up, it's time to go.
It is, it's lovely, isn't it? Yeah, most definitely, yeah.
Five hours after leaving Paddington, the Flying Scotsman arrives at Victoria, where it creates an entirely unwanted commotion. The engine's steam has set off the dreaded fire alarms. And Paddington controller Graham Parker has just one thing to say.
Quite frankly, that would never happen at Paddington.
Yeah, it's all received. Thank you. The locomotive's en route. Thank you. Look out.
3 months after being unveiled in Italy, the newest trains in the Great Western Fleet arrive at the Paddington depot. The rake of wagons is half a kilometre long, and it's Luke Davis's job to help guide it in as smoothly and as quickly as possible.
I think I want to isolate that one as well. Maybe just wait for a bit and the air will drop off.
To get the trains to their final resting place, a remote-controlled tug guides them into position.
Happy days, yeah. We'll just wait for a shout for them once they've uncoupled at the back. Obviously it's nice and shiny, got its all new stickers on. Yeah, good. To be able to get a unit from Italy to the UK and actually see it at the end of its journey is quite an exciting thing. There's still a lot of work to do to get this train into passenger service, but it's nice for us in North Pole to be able to then take over that work. Keep going, keep going. Keep going, all clear. And all stop there, Dan, all stop, over.
The latest class of electric train. Designed in Japan, built in Italy, and now coming to a station near you.
Can you receive it? Luta, don't receive it.
It's a journey that started in Japan with sushi and sake. It's gone via Italy with pizza and espresso, and it's soon come to the UK with our fish and chips and cups of tea.
We'll scotch at this end, thanks, Dan, over.
Do you want me to give you your name and telephone number? We've got broken rail on the down relief line between Hamwell and Southall.
The fault is affecting local trains towards Reading, which have had to reduce their speed to 5 miles an hour. And things are going from bad to worse.
This crack has just got significantly worse. They've now shut the line. So we need to get it repaired as soon as possible.
Closing the line completely will have a major impact.
Passengers travelling between Hamwell, Southall and Hayes will have to travel via the up platform first to go down line, so it's called circulation.
This means those passengers will have to catch a mainline train to Hayes and then double back on themselves on a local train using the relief line to circumnavigate the cracked rail. And for route manager Steve Messenger, the problem is serious.
Clearly, a break of that nature needs to be fixed straight away. But you would not be able, until that is repaired, you cannot run any trains over that. You could end up with a derailment.
It's not going to be a quick fix.
We're having to carve up the service at the moment to reduce the number of trains we've got running through the area.
Up at Paddington.
It's quite annoying, there's not really much to go. You can send them to like Hayes and come back.
The incident is affecting a busy section of track.
Basically, every train that comes out of Paddington goes through there. And when we're running at capacity like we do this time of day,
there's now concern about the evening peak.
They basically need to get as much work done as possible, have this situation sorted out in time for that huge rush of people that will start coming in from about 4 or 5 o'clock this evening.
Apparently we've got a cracked rail, so a lot of the trains are all being changed and rerouted. Yeah. Right, OK, we've got 11:15 Cardiff train. Would you like to get that one? It's cancelled. Oh, no, that's the cancelled one. You will get there. It's bank holiday. Oh, you will get there. We'll get you there. Right, control room is 9 to me. I expect they're manning up there as well.
There's a problem with our stopping services because our lines are closed. We've got a broken rail, so you're going to have to go Reading and then come back. Otherwise, you'll be waiting here for a while. Sorry.
I know it ain't your fault.
Yeah, no worries.
But some passengers are determined to lay the blame.
Every day you're cancelling, every day you're delaying.
Well, every day.
I'm a regular user of these.
And every day your safety is paramount, and we want you to get safely to your destination.
So there has to be one.
Speak to Network Rail, madam.
I have already made 3 times complaints about that.
I'm doing my very best. I'm doing my best. I didn't. For some customers, you just get to a certain point and you just can't help them.
In route control, preparations are confirmed for the repair. But it's going to take out more than just the damaged track.
We're blocking 2 lines, one to facilitate moving the new bit of rail to site, and the second line blockage will be just of the down relief to facilitate the repair of the broken rail.
But as the work starts, there's now a bigger priority. There's an incident going on just outside Bristol.
It started off as a simple trespass incident. Police asked us to block the line so they could go on and apprehend the individual. When they got on scene, this person became very agitated, became suicidal, has run away from the police and has got up on top of a bridge. threatening to jump if any trains move, very distressed. We now have a police negotiator on site, a train negotiator, to try and talk him down.
The emergency has caused trains to stop, and some passengers are threatening action.
We've got the timeline.
We've had a threat from somebody on board, so they're going to pull the passenger cord and self-evacuate.
Have you got a timeline?
Yeah, we've got the timeline.
Train, the one Mike 29 that's looking self-evacuation. We need to get a better location other than Countryside Parsons Street. Trying to get officers there, but of course they're all tucked up at Bridgewater.
I mean,
if you've got other people walking around on the tracks, then they become a danger to themselves because there's slips, trips, falls, all sorts of things that become, and then they become a second incident that we then have to deal with, which then delays the service even more.
The disruption caused by the cracked rail outside Paddington is delaying local services. And now the emergency further down the line is affecting long-distance trains. And that's causing problems for passengers equipped for the bank holiday.
They're not going to allow you to get on the train.
Well, they've got there's 2 on each, just like 4 carriages that have 2.
Yeah, I know, but there's only 4 spaces and they're being filled. That's why I'm asking you.
Well, that's not fair of me, because I've reserved the ticket for my bike here.
We've got a bike reservation.
We've got a bike reservation.
They sent me down there and they say it's full. They sent me back up here again. I've got to go on.
So there's only 4 spaces and we had about 6 or 7 bikes. And I'm assuming that they've just put their bike in the hallway. Might be an issue when the train manager's going through, because you'll have to put it in the allocated spaces. But I do understand they're frustrated because they're booked with their bike reservation on a train that has been cancelled.
Incident controller Richard Wolford gets news from the emergency services about the man on the bridge.
All right, thank you, bye. It's the fire and rescue saying they're on site and going to blow up the balloon to go on the road beneath the railway line in case he jumps.
They get a clearer picture of the railway bridge which runs over a road.
He's on the railway? He's on the railway. He's on the railway though, isn't he? Because what you said is, if he sees a train move, he'll throw himself under it. He's going to fall 11 feet.
The police are insisting at the moment that the line will remain shut while they talk to this gentleman. So until the police can do their work, unfortunately, all trains will be held.
A delicate situation like this can't be rushed.
Okay, we've got no estimate?
No estimate at all.
So we're talking about hours?
Possible, yeah, we've got rope teams are coming down. They're coming down from London and some from Birmingham to get a rope team and supervision in. So that's going to be at least 2.5 hours if they make it real good time.
At Paddington, there is no let-up with the delays.
We're still cancelling pretty much 7 or 8 trains an hour. It's been shocking, really. It's been like this since about 8 o'clock this morning. We're on the way to 3 o'clock now, and I was hoping this would all be done by 1 at the latest. So we're creeping into the busier time of day.
And bank holiday forward planning is out of the window.
The 14:33 to Plymouth is cancelled. Annoyingly, it's the additional train that we put on to help with passenger loads, and that's the one that's cancelled. Sort of ironic in a way.
Passengers for Plymouth can catch the next Penzance train, which is already late. So it's going to be very, very busy.
It's going to be probably a moving wall of people going around the corner any minute now. Oh, here they come. Yeah. Just come straight through, please. Come straight through.
Hundreds are trying to board, determined not to miss a moment of their long weekend.
It's F, but I know it's full and standing already, I'm afraid. Yeah, whole trainers.
And bikes continue to be an issue. Despite booked spaces, there's no room on board.
We were here with 5 minutes to spare, just like we planned, and the guy wouldn't let our bikes on. Not enough space. But there was at least 1 bike space, and between the bike spaces, there's at least a couple of feet. It's just pointless.
It's going to be absolutely chock-a-block all the way there. The fact that I think people had to be asked to leave just to get the doors shut, which really isn't good.
It's amazing how many people can fit on one train, to be honest. We often get like 500 or so on one train.
At route control,
he hasn't yet been detained.
Richard Wolford is receiving encouraging news about the man on the bridge.
I'll pre-warn my train under control that the line's likely to reopen soon, but it's not reopened yet.
And the police have resorted to an old-school way of gaining his confidence.
Well, that was the mom on site. The police are now speaking to the gentleman at a close distance, and they've given him a cigarette, and we're hoping that he will decide to go clear of the line very soon. End control of Swindon, Richard speaking.
And within minutes.
So you'll just update. All lines reopen 11:25. Thank you, Paul. Bye. The news is that the BT police removed the male from the track. He's now waiting for an ambulance to take him to hospital. And we've gone back to normal work in 11:24.
Paddington services are back on track, and staff have got through another challenging Friday. A day they often dub as Freaky Friday. It's the tail end of rush hour at Paddington Station, but just as staff think they've got through another busy day, there's some worrying news.
There were initial reports of a trespass incident in the Didcot area, sort of Wantage Road area, which is just outside Didcot, and at the moment it sounds like it's just a near miss, but it sounds like that it could be quite troublesome, this, so we're going to have to keep an eye on it because we've got a few late runners. Things are being cautioned through the area.
This is a special announcement for all passenger travelling from London Paddington this evening. I do apologise for the late running of services and a short notice alteration and cancellation to some services.
So platform 5, change in Swindon. Go to platform 5 now.
Yeah.
That's Swansea one. First stop Reading, 25 minutes. So number 5.
Thank you.
But as the minutes tick by, the news gets worse.
So after the initial reports of a trespass and a near miss, it now looks like that there's an intoxicated person, or drunk, for want of a better word, running around the tracks. They've now had to basically shut the line. So currently at the moment there are no trains coming through from Didcot, and this is going to have a massive effect on our evening peak service.
Hereford on number 5. Reading, Oxford, stations through the Hereford, yes.
Although the incident is happening 50 miles away, it's already playing havoc with Paddington's timetable.
Trains have been heavily delayed on the way in. We've had a drunk chap on the tracks. The trains had to be stopped for 40 minutes, so they've all been delayed coming in. Now the trains are about half an hour late coming in, so that means they're not arriving until they're due to depart. And that also means that all our train crew are in the wrong place, which isn't helping either.
Oh, it's manic out there. It's all full. There's got to be thousands of people downstairs, all desperate to get home, and I don't blame them really. I've had a full day as well. I'd quite like to go home as well. So hopefully the ambassadors are trying to manage the situation the best they can.
It's extremely confusing at the moment. I honestly don't know what is going where.
And a confusing situation is made worse by long-planned engineering works.
Fun and games at Paddington.
What's happening to the service of Cheltenham?
So, Cheltenham, sir, what you need to do, if you want to get on the next one, you can get the Oxford train 1952 to Didcot Parkway. We've got rail replacement buses running.
Oh, not again.
Yeah.
What a pain in the arse.
Last week, this week.
But with the trespass incident still developing out on the track...
Saying that Bristol's going to be on platform 3, but I've got nothing on 3.
Swansea's on 4, there we are, that's the one, isn't it?
No, Swansea's on 1, and that's wrong.
There are ongoing last-minute delays and cancellations.
What is the next train that is going to Reading? I don't know what, you've got half a load of people here that are on that train and they think they're going to Reading, and you need to tell people.
And the rapidly changing timetable is causing confusion for everyone, including the train drivers.
Train at platform number 1 isn't going to Reading. So why has he told people to do that?
We've got no idea what he's saying.
I have no idea why he would do that, so I do apologize.
I do understand your position, but if you don't know, how do us commuters know?
No, I don't know why he's...
It's ridiculous. You do work for the same company. You've got radios. He's getting instructions from somewhere, isn't he? He's made that decision himself. Wow, these train drivers are very powerful people. Very powerful people.
Most of them are very nice, and they're obviously frustrated, and I don't blame them for being frustrated. I'm frustrated at not getting all the information, and trains being delayed at very short notice. So it's not good.
It's now over 2 hours since trains were stopped at Didcot to deal with a trespasser on the track, and there's still no sign of it getting any easier anytime soon.
It's not even the railway's fault. You know, someone's actions have had a massive impact to thousands of people.
But for this rush hour at least, some commuters are not yet in the mood for forgiveness.
Honestly, start to finish, inside out, no trains, no drivers, not on time, always late, trains don't work, brakes don't work, one engine doesn't work, no communication, no leadership, an absolute disaster.
As the knock-on effect across the network continues, so does the confusion.
We're expecting a set coming on 5 to form the 1922 to Hereford. So that's what we're expecting. And once that set arrives, we're going to quickly get them out of this, get them out, and then board it ASAP.
I think at a time like this, it gets very confusing. Trains get re-platformed. In order to try and keep them on time, they'll swap their destinations about. So it then becomes quite a fluid situation, and you're never really sure what train is going from what platform at the moment.
And passengers waiting for the 1922 to Hereford are about to get caught up in the fluid situation.
They missed 3 trains, the 1912 and then the 1900, so they are stuck here, and we can't just push them out onto the concourse, so we have to wait. Our train is coming now, so we need to get on with it.
This train was 25 minutes delayed. 25 minutes delayed. Every train is delayed. It's a shocking disgrace.
The Hereford-bound train via Reading has now arrived, but waiting passengers can't board until everyone is off and the train cleaned.
Hello. Where are you going?
Go to Reading.
Come on, stay back. We're not boarding in the train now. Be patient, sir. And now we have been asked. Be patient, sir. Where are you going to? Reading. I've been on the station for 30 minutes.
But there's a sudden change of plan. It's been rescheduled for an immediate departure, which means it's a last-minute scramble to get everybody on board.
More than 22. Oh my God. Go on. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Also hoping to get home on time is Jenny Williams, who's come to the end of a long and frustrating shift.
Quite tired, had a really busy evening. I don't particularly find it stressful, I just want answers to be able to help all these people, get them home, which is what we've done. They've got their connections, they've got on their way, and I'm going to get my train home, hopefully, and won't get stopped on the way.
But Jenny's getting a strong case of déjà vu.
As far as I can see, it's all dark and I'm waiting for the driver.
Luckily, she has a direct line to the control room.
Oh, hello, different voice. Hi, it's Jenny downstairs. Good evening. The Oxford train, 2118. Do you know if it's going to be delayed? We're just still stood waiting for the driver. I'm still on the platform. I've just had such an evening, and we're all going to get home. Thank you very much. Bye. I've just called control and said they haven't received any information about this train being delayed. But he's going to have to hurry up, isn't he? It's 2118, Oxford, Slough and Reading. And Reading's where I want to go because I want to go home. And so do all these lovely people. They've all had long days at work. And your patience only lasts so long. Now he's turned the lights off again.
We don't leave on time again tonight.
No, we're not.
We'll miss and then it just goes on and on.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's been the most hectic of rush hours, but the evening commute home for passengers and staff is nearly over.
Can we have some lights, please? See, I know what it feels like. I'm the same as all these poor passengers. The train's late, and we've had to wait. We're all going to be late home, including me.
150 miles away, near Exeter, a new day brings a new and very big challenge. Engineers are gearing up for major works to solve a long-standing problem.
This is Stafford's Bridge, so just outside of Exeter. So a bridge going over the River Exe. So when the water levels in the Exe rise, it gets to the bridge and it starts to overtop on this plain here. So you can see that the water level has to increase quite significantly to overflow. So as far as I can see basically that way, these fields all flood. And eventually, a mile away, we've got Cowley Bridge, and that all overflows. So all of these fields will be flooded with water.
Cowley Bridge is a major junction on Paddington's western route, and its tracks flood in heavy rain, 24 times in the past 7 years. In the past, temporary inflatable barriers have been used to hold back floodwater and prevent track damage. But now engineers want to fix the problem once and for all, and that will require some major drainage work.
So we're taking the water down to the existing culvert at Cowley Bridge now. So this is about a mile away from where the water starts backing up. So the water backs up on Stafford's Bridge, travels down this backwater approximately a mile, and it will overtop here. You can imagine the velocity of the water coming through here backs up on the bridge and then overtops. And because of the velocity and the volume of water, it washes out all the ballast.
The team have 72 hours to complete the work. First, the old track is removed and a deep channel dug out underneath the existing embankments. The ground is stabilized with large boulders and compacted down to provide a stable foundation ready for the new drain. And then it's the trickiest part, inserting the 24 culverts that will take the brunt of the floodwater. And the clock is ticking.
We're about halfway through now. It's due to go back at 0500 on Friday. We're all on track. It's looking good.
Multi-million-pound engineering projects are a challenge. But often the biggest test for Britain's railway men and women is dealing with the travelling public and all their baggage.
Some people think they can move house by train, but it's not acceptable. Our trains only have a limited amount of luggage space, so... But we're doing our best in this instance to get somebody back to where they need to be, so... But it is something that does cause us a lot of difficulty in the station.
The owner of the bags is not feeling well and is already on the train. So customer ambassadors Andrew and Bea have agreed to shoulder the burden.
We don't travel like this. There's like 5 trolleys, absolutely packed with so much. Like I think she's like moved her whole house or something, but it's so much stuff like she's taken. But this is like the first time, I've been here 4 years, and this is the first time a situation like this has ever happened to me.
Just be careful it doesn't fall out the top, yeah? People do think they can move a house on a train, but you can. You know, and it's unfair as well to take up this much resources for, you know, for one person. Luckily, this doesn't happen too often, but occasionally it does.
On platform 4, there's another issue with a passenger and their baggage.
Yeah, I can't find my luggage. Okay. I was trying to see. Yeah. Well, this has only got 3 carriages, and they don't have carriage numbers. Okay, don't smell. Don't smell.
The careless passenger also appears to be drunk. Not a great mix considering his profession.
I'm a dentist.
The man now wants to do his own examination.
There we go. No unattended bags on the train.
And now it's all getting a bit hazy.
Which is C. What I do. You do? Yes, this way. My bag is on the train.
It isn't. I've just looked. What's colour?
Right there. It's black. It's a hacksack. And I've got a bag.
This is obviously carriage C.
It's carriage C.
The police, though, have more important things to do.
My bags are here. They are here.
They're not here.
No, they are here.
They aren't there. It is so boring. Yes, it is. It is boring. It's very boring, isn't it?
And the drunk dentist should really wash his mouth out.
Right, Rich, you've been all about swearing. You can now leave the station. Okay?
Across on platform 9, customer ambassadors B, Andrew and Tom are finishing up with the excess baggage. Their sympathies now lie with colleagues waiting at the other end.
Happy days. I'm sure they won't be happy in Cardiff.
She just gave us £1 tip for our services. So I'm going to buy ice cream later. See ya!
Outside the station, the drunk dentist now appears to realise he's made a bad impression.
Don't come back. Sorry. Sorry.
But he decides he wants to carry out a closer inspection. And now they've lost patience.
Need to go off the station properly. I'm going to get the train up. No, you're not getting off from here.
No, you're too drunk, mate. You're too drunk. Doesn't matter. You can't get to Potter's Bar from here anyway. So you need to leave the station. All right. Okay? I'm sorry, gentlemen. Okay, you need to leave the station. All right. Sorry, gentlemen. Okay.
And fortunately, for once, he knows the drill.
And bless you.
150 miles away near Exeter, engineer David Lovell is in the middle of a £5 million project to install a new drainage system to prevent flooding of the main line to Cornwall.
We've excavated the track and the embankment. Culverts basically will take the water from this side of the track under the railway and then take the water directly back into the River Exe. So it's just helping the natural flow of the water so it doesn't disrupt the railway.
They're now 54 hours into the 72-hour project, and the deadline for finishing is fast approaching.
Still a lot to do, still a lot of things that could go wrong. Hey Arthur.
Hello Dave.
So, how are we getting on? Where are we with programme at the moment?
Yeah, we're ahead of programme at the moment.
Yeah.
We're progressing well. Once this is in, the track's in, and everything's been put back, the public won't be able to see anything.
Each culvert is big enough to drive a car through and weighs over 14 tons. Precision engineering is required to ensure they fit exactly.
So these, you can see the culverts, that will lock into that one, which will just actually make it watertight.
As the final culvert is slowly inched into position and secured, David gets a chance to inspect the inside of the new drains.
So it's a lot cooler in here. So all 24 structures in place, they've all been sealed.
The new track is laid and the mammoth job is nearly complete.
As of 0500 tomorrow morning, trains will be running, so the main line will be open and be back to normal. Everything's gone really well this week, and I'm really, really pleased with the team.
Good afternoon, Route Control Manager Ian speaking.
In Swindon, Route Controller Jason Haynes has also had a challenging 72 hours. But for him, things are not going quite so well.
In the area of Ealing Broadway, which has caused me no end of havoc over the last few days, we've got a track circuit failure, which is flashed in front of a driver, which has caused the signal to go to red in his face.
It's a serious issue, and it's happened at the peak of Paddington's rush hour.
So what a track circuit is, it records trains going through and it registers the set going through. If it's not working, it can't report what's going through it, so it doesn't know if there's anything in that particular section of track. So it's unsafe, so it's a bit of a pain really, because it couldn't really have happened at the worst time. It's sort of running just before 5 o'clock.
Okay, at the moment, our main lines are closed from Southall to Ladbroke Grove. So that means we've only got a couple of relief lines that are able to get the trains in and out. So there's going to be a bit of delay on all the services that are going out, like this one. Late boarding. So we're boarding the trains late, so everyone's just rushing to get the train last minute.
This is a special passenger announcement for passengers travelling on the Heathrow Connect service. Owing to a track circuit failure in the Ealing Broadway area, the Heathrow Connect service is currently suspended. This is due to an unfolding situation.
Everybody here right now, they're pretty much working commuters and they want to go home. So as soon as they see the word delay on their train, it's quite annoying.
The fault is affecting a busy 9-mile stretch of the main line just outside Paddington. And Jason in Network Control now has a tricky decision. Guide each train slowly through the signals via the train radio, or close the line completely and send in engineers to get it fixed.
Gone for a quick decision, as if we're talking past a red signal for the best part of 2 hours, we're just going to decimate the service anyway. So it'd be quicker just to get them in for about 30 minutes and give us some sort of normal working.
The track circuit failure is placing an increasing strain on Paddington services. While trains are stuck on a red light outside the station, passenger numbers inside are growing.
We've had some track circuit failure, which basically means the trains coming into the station have been arriving late. So, yeah, we've just had a couple of niggles that our Network Rail guys are doing a superb job rectifying just outside Ealing Broadway. So as a result, we should be good to go.
But the niggles are not as straightforward as they first appear.
We're a bit sort of in a conundrum there, but what we'll do in order to keep the service flowing, we'll close the up main line, and trains going into London will go on what we call the up relief line, which is the slower line, which means we've got to run fast on the slow lines between Southall and Paddington.
While Jason deals with issues on the tracks, at Old Oak Common Depot just outside Paddington, engineers have their own technical issues on the trains.
Right, we've just had a report that trains coming here with hot axle box defect. Happened last night about 7 o'clock on its way into Didcot at Challow.
The axle box defect was picked up by special line-side equipment, which records critical information about passing trains.
It detects heat within the wheel, and if it's excessive, this one here had about 84 degrees, so that's just above the limit. It could mean that there's a bearing failure, which is very dangerous because it eventually might break up or seize, which is putting passengers at risk.
But finding exactly where the heat source is coming from and what is at fault is not as straightforward as it seems. Technicians Mal Surrey and Clifford Lake, who between them have clocked up nearly 60 years on the railway, are tasked with finding the problem. Their first job is to open up and inspect the wheel's axles.
There's no evidence of any burning in there, Steve. It's good, clean grease. There's no evidence of any water ingress in there at all. We'll have a look at the other side and investigate the other side in a minute.
But around the other side of the carriage, it's the same story. So they test the brakes to see if that is causing the issue.
So at the moment, they've not really found any defects with the axle that could have caused the hot axle box. The only thing that it could be is that the brakes were binding. There's in too much on the brake disc, which obviously generates heat when it's going along. So what they'll do now is a full brake test to check that the pads are actually lifting off the brake disc as the train's going along.
While Mal operates the brake handle in the cab, Cliff goes underneath the carriage to check the discs are being applied and released correctly.
Now, can you give me full brake release now, please?
Now you've got full brake release, we've got 5.1 on the brake pipe.
And the brakes are working fine too.
3.40, which is within spec. Well within spec.
Job done, brake test complete, all okay. Small pass? Yeah, all passed, no faults on the braking system, so that couldn't have been the cause of it.
Which means something else must be causing the problem.
Yeah, Cliff, I found something here.
What's the measurement? 30 mil.
30 millimetres.
All right.
You have to report that?
Yeah. There's another one here. Measure this one. This one's deeper.
They found defects in the surface of the wheels. Even small holes can cause big problems.
Just under here, 30mm cavity there.
Oh wow, look at that. Yeah, so it's incredible how something so small can affect the railway. This little dig in the rail is so sort of small, but every time the wheel turns and goes along this rail, it sort of adds that little bit of impact damage just there on the rail, which could damage the rail and then affect trains later on. So that's bad, and therefore we've got to remove that from this tyre.
It's not running smoothly at Paddington either. A persistent track circuit failure on the main line into London has forced trains to run on the slow relief line.
So anybody that wants to go to sort of West Ealing, Ham or West Ealing, Ealing Broadway, are having to come into London to turn around to go back out again.
But route controller Jason has given technicians a 30-minute window, and he's expecting a quick fix.
At the moment, we've caused about 77 minutes of train delay, which isn't too bad. And if we do get the up main line back imminently, is what we're expecting, we'll be back to normal pretty soon.
But nothing is happening imminently today.
Sorry? No, you've been granted 30-minute line blockage, and you've had nearly 40. So what's happening? That's what I'm asking, because we need to plan train service. All right, because what we've done, we've granted a half an hour, and we got longer. Yep, okay.
Until the technicians are off the main line, Jason and train running manager Andy Mark can't get Paddington's peak service back on track.
He said, I'm going to speak to the techs. Right. He said, I sent you a message. I said, well, yeah, that was like half hour ago. You've had half an hour. What are you going to do? Oh, here we go. Might have something. Route Control Manager Swindon. Hello, Chris. Yeah. 15, 20 minutes. Well, I got the TRC in front of me. So, well, we haven't got a queue. We'll do it.
It's working in a minute. I just realise it is. But I need to thin it out.
Yeah, we'll roll it.
And Jason's deadline for fixing the fault is being pushed back.
I'll try and get it fixed before the night shift come in. That's the plan.
Hopefully this will be finished. It'll definitely be repaired by tomorrow's service, but hopefully in the next hour or so.
But Paddington and route control have not heard the last of this particular track circuit failure. It's the start of the night shift at the depot in Bristol. And the train with wheel damage picked up by the hot axle box detector is now in the hands of engineers Paul Cross and Graham Bradley.
Right, there's a big chunk there. It's a big cavity. It's a couple of mil deep. So when the wheel's rotating out on the track, you'll just get a thump, thump, thump.
And they've got a plan to get it running smoothly again.
Fixing it, we'll set the lather and then we'll cut a new profile, an actual new tread on the wheel. Wheels are designed softer than the rails because it's easier to turn wheels and change wheel sets and change rails. Usually the wear on the wheels are about 1 millimetre a month.
With high-speed trains travelling up to 1,000 miles a day, the wheels are prone to wear and tear. But Paul and Graham have a secret weapon, a 30-year-old wheel lathe.
Okay. Yeah. Ready to rock and roll? So the wheel's in quite poor condition, really. And we'll now turn these wheel sets so they're fit for use in traffic again. They're quite big wheels, so they're relatively new.
Meant to take as little off as the wheels as we can, preserve life on them. So it's just got to get the damage out. That's what we'll do tonight.
With the lathe in place and set to the right profile, the cutting can begin. It works by gripping and rotating the wheel. As it's turning, a cutting tool made of tungsten carbide, a material which is twice as strong as steel, shaves the damaged metal off the surface.
Paul slowed the cut down because of the damage in the wheel. You can see it coming around. It's quite a lot of it's fallen out, so it's just a slow process of cutting the damaged material out of the wheel.
The right wheel must be perfectly aligned with the left.
This is the right-hand size. So 895.87 and 896.46. So that in millimetres, that is the sizes. And the machine's asked me if I want to cut again, I do, because I'm 0.58 out of tolerance or out of size.
And with another go on the wheel lathe, Paul hits his target.
As you can see now with the sizes, I'm actually in tolerance by 0.08. So that's the final sizes now of the left wheel and the right wheel.
Once the carriage's 6 wheels have been smoothed out and all holes removed, it's now ready to go back out onto the tracks.
Sorted. Yeah, that's all done now. They can come in and pick it up at their leisure then, or when they're ready for it. We'll now clean the lathe, all ready for the next vehicle.
Which means for Paul and Graham, it's time for a well-earned break.
Cup of tea.
Most important job.
Most important job.
The railway runs on tea. Tea.
It's a new day on the railway, and 24 hours since a persistent track circuit failure outside Paddington caused major disruption. And despite overnight works, the problem has not gone away.
We've got a naughty track circuit at the moment. It's been the 5th time it's failed, so it's not behaving itself. We've identified where we think the problem is, but we haven't identified the problem. So you'll probably notice some disruption coming out of London in the next sort of 20 minutes or so. And then there'll be a reduction in the train service shortly after that. So it's not very good, rubbish time.
But this time, Neil is determined to fix it, once and for all.
The game now is to get to it while it's still failed. So if we can get to it while it's still failed, we've got a better chance of finding the fault. But if the fault disappears again, it's another needle in the haystack job.
But at Route Control, Bob Howard is now optimistic that they've finally found the source of the problem.
They've done some further investigations overnight and they found there's a defective cable. So technicians are currently resourcing a cable. About 350 metres need to be installed. So we're just making arrangements for 2 line blockages to get the cable to site and get the cable fixed in and tested.
In the meantime, they're having to reroute and cancel trains in preparation for the imminent line closures.
We'll pull the haze, we'll pull the connects, and then if we start getting a lot of bunching, we'll look at speeding up the other class 2s. Yeah. As I say, it's only for an hour, possibly less, so I think we can manage it on an ad hoc basis.
On the tracks, Mohammed Rahman is the latest signal engineer to try and fix the problem once and for all.
I think it's been failing every day for the last week, and it's bobbing. Basically, the track circuit should stay clear when there's no train. The relay should be up. But it's been between the two, so it's clear, occupied, and that just shows up on the signals panel. And that affects the signal, it will knock the signal back to red.
It's been a struggle to pin down exactly what caused the failure.
Multiple teams were on there last night, and they tested the cable from the location cupboard down there, to the tuning unit down there, and they found the cable to be defective.
To allow time to relay the new cable, Route Control has given Mohammed and his team an hour-long window before trains will start running again.
So the plan is to get in, do it now, fix the problem. They've identified what the cause is, fix it now, and then it should be nice and reliable when we come to 1600 this afternoon, and we've got the evening peak running.
Liaising between Route Control and engineers is the MOM, or Mobile Operations Manager, Mark Rowley, and he's only too aware of the time pressure.
They've been granted a line blockage during the day of the up and down main, which is very unusual, and a 1 hour blockage of the up and down main during the day causes quite a severe delays. So hopefully they can replace the cable within an hour and we can get the train service back up and running.
In the Paddington control room, Graham Parker is alerting passengers to the inevitable disruption caused by the line closure.
Special announcement for
Any passengers for the 11:06 Great Western service to Bedwin? Due to emergency engineering works, this train will start at Reading today. Any passengers for this service, please take the next service to Reading and change at Reading for Deal, Thatcham, Newbury, Kidbury, Hungerford and Bedwin.
At route control, the countdown clock is about to start ticking.
Yeah, they'll have an hour from about 11 o'clock as planned. We're just waiting for 2 services, one on the up, one on the down, to go through Ealing Broadway. Once they're clear, protection will be granted by the signaller, and they can get in and start laying the cable out.
It's now 11 a.m. and possession of the track has been handed over to Mark.
He's just given me a call now. It was obviously just after 11, and they've got it till midday, 12 o'clock.
OK, so they're going as per plan, are they, at the moment, Mark?
Yeah, I'll keep you updated on how the work's progressing.
Brilliant. Pressure's on to get the cable installed and tested within the next 60 minutes.
At Paddington, with the main line closed, trains are having to use slow lines, and there is already a knock-on effect for waiting passengers.
That's the Cheltenham Spa or the 11:45 Swansea train. Both go to Reading. You could use the same ticket and change at Reading, yes.
The 10:45, 11:15 and 11:45 to Hayes, all to Hayes, those are all cancelled, so that's already 6 trains now. The 11:06 and 12:06 to Bedwins, those will be starting and terminating at Reading. And then the 11:50 to Oxford will also be starting and terminating at Reading. So there's quite a few trains in total. If you think that there's one journey from here and then one coming back for each of those, you're talking like 14 trains already now, which is it's quite an annoyance.
Out on track, the pressure is on, and there's still a lot to get done.
The guys basically will disconnect the defective cable. They've already laid out a new cable to go in. It's just a case of connecting the cable at each end and then carrying out some tests. I've taken a 1-hour line blockage at the mains. It caused quite severe disruption, so yeah, it's quite important that we get this job done.
Mark gives route control minute-by-minute progress reports from the S&T signalling team.
Yeah, just quick updates. The S&T technicians have the cable in place and connected up. They're on track at the moment, yes.
Thanks, Mark. Thanks for your update. Cheers, mate. Bye. There's an update from our mobile operations manager. S&T have finished installing the cable and connected it up. Within the next 5 minutes, they should start to undertake testing.
Yeah, we've got 15 minutes left of the line block, so we're getting towards the business end.
And at Paddington, passengers are also being kept up to date.
Because they've got a track circuit failure just outside the station in the Ealing area. So you need to change at Reading today to get to Oxford. And then Didcot is direct on the 11:36.
Out on track, as the clock ticks towards the hour deadline, there's some good news.
Yeah. So you still got to make it the cable? Or
Just done. It's done, mate.
Yeah.
We're good to go.
The track circuit has been fixed.
Superb, well done.
Yeah, the line blockage has been handed back to the signalman. That was at 11:57, so perfect timing, just back within the hour.
Normal working, no problem at all.
Yeah, the guy's going to stay on site, monitor it for a little while, and then go from there, really.
Excellent. A plan that's worked. Thank you, Mark. Cheers. Bye. Mob reports, cables all connected and within spec at the moment. Good news, and we can start reinstating a full train service.
It's been a hectic 48 hours. But Paddington is back to full service again, just in time for the afternoon rush hour.
We know that it has been fixed successfully because we've watched some trains go through that area fine with no issues. The last train to be cancelled was the 12:15 to Hayes, a local service to Hayes. Everything is now running as normal and running to time, which is terrific.
Built in the Victorian era and originally designed for steam trains, Paddington Station is today the hub of a complex rail network. A hodgepodge of old and new track, infrastructure and rolling stock. And as any rail traveller knows, it doesn't always run smoothly.
Thank you very much. And I will try my best.
On the concourse, duty station manager Andrew Fain is doing his best to answer a familiar query.
Ask you the answer to one question, which is when will things be better? When will we have what is reasonably classed as a good service? You know, with 95% of trains being on time.
It's very difficult at the moment. It is very difficult.
It's been very difficult for a long time.
But now there's a chance to make things better, because this weekend there'll be major engineering work, including a 24-hour total shutdown of Paddington and all its routes, to allow thousands of engineers onto the track to renew large sections of aging rail infrastructure.
This weekend is kind of a make or break weekend, so they've got loads and loads of work replacing things like switches, track circuits, axle counters, overhead wires, ballast, sleepers, rails, you name it, it's being worked on this weekend.
There's one catch to the Great Paddington shutdown. It's happening during a bank holiday weekend, which means that before work on the track can start, station staff have to get everyone home. Customer Ambassador B. Pritchard is looking forward to the Bank Holiday Friday challenge.
Bank holidays, I love the rush, I love the busyness, you know, it's just a buzz, like when you come to this time, and then afterwards you're like, oh.
And with thousands of extra passengers expected to travel, the pressure is on.
Every Friday's busy, but when it's a bank holiday, even more people want to get away for the weekend. They always want to know if we can get some extra trains. What I usually say is that we usually use our magician to magic some trains out of thin air. But unfortunately, he's off on a training course today, so we can't use him.
Overseeing the getaway ahead of the Paddington shutdown is route control. It's dress down day, but there'll be nothing relaxed about this shift. With the getaway in full swing, Incident Controller Shay Doyle receives news of an unusual incident out west that doesn't bode well.
We've just received a GSMR, which is the emergency radio, to say driver of 1 Victor 52 at Dainton Bank, just near Newton Abbot, has run into a flock of sheep. The reckons he's hit 6 or 7 sheep, so it could be messy.
Well, I've got S&T and Mom on site.
I've told the duty manager across country, so he's aware. I suppose we just went for a response there. PWA, we've got a mom as well.
Mom's down at Eggersburg doing this.
Driver's gone through it at line speed and has been unable to stop before striking them. He's okay, but he thinks he's killed a few of them, so obviously he's got to check his train now.
Back at Paddington, where the temperature is now hitting the high 20s, Bee is negotiating her way through the bank holiday crowds.
It's a bit tight in here, isn't it? Gosh.
And dealing with a woman who's lost her ticket and missed her train.
Here we go, my love. So your ticket is now authorised. So yes,
really grateful.
That's your golden ticket. Don't be doing this again. No, I'm joking. She was going to Swansea, so she would have been, no, I shouldn't say it, but she would have probably been screwed because we've got all those situations with all the rail replacements as well. So she'd have been screwed if we couldn't find that ticket. Yeah, so this is super off-peak, but...
The holiday getaway is ramping up, and the Great Paddington shutdown is getting ever closer.
So it's just the Didcot Park way. Yeah.
I'm ready to go to Heathrow, and what is going on with all this?
Okay, so you're going on the Heathrow Express or Connect? Yeah. Which one? There's many.
Next train that I can take?
1903, my love.
Okay.
Everyone's like, oh my God, like, you didn't think no one travelled before today?
Line 3, so what would that be? Trying to find my diagrams quickly. So it's platform 8 coming out, 41.
At route control, they're now heading into the evening peak, the busiest time of this bank holiday Friday. And some bad news is coming in.
We've got a big problem at Paddington. He's lost platform 8
and line 3 down probably as far as Ladbroke Grove.
A signal problem has shut the track into one of Paddington's busiest platforms.
Show me exactly where it is.
Platform 8's there?
Yeah, but where's it locking up then?
Right.
We go into the evening peak, which, you know, within the next 30 minutes or so, then the traffic levels will increase, so it could cause a problem. But our techs are due to be on site for 16:10, so hopefully they might find something.
Find out where these techs are.
At Paddington,
Platform 8 closed at Paddington due to track circuit failure.
Station controller Sanjeev Sharma now has to deal with the loss of a platform at the busiest time on one of the busiest days of the year.
We have a problem on platform 8 as we speak. We've got track circuit problems on platform 8, which is not a good news on a Friday afternoon. Obviously, we're heading into a peak now, and this platform's out of use. Not very good news, I'm afraid.
And as Paddington enters rush hour with one platform down, route control gets news of another and much more serious incident.
Police Emergencies, Network Rail Control Swindon. Neil, relief lines are shut. Suicidal person. Yeah, station staff reported a suicidal male possibly on the tracks on the relief lines.
We're still getting details. We're sending a Hayes Mom. He's coming from Greenford. He'll be about 20 minutes.
Yes, that's correct.
Route manager Martin Mallin has stopped trains on relief lines and imposed speed restrictions on trains leaving Paddington.
BTP, they're about 20 minutes away.
But the trespasser on the tracks is not the only problem he faces.
The track circuit failure in Paddington, so we've lost platform 8 at the moment. Techs are investigating.
The twin problems are now causing train traffic jams.
We're cautioning, but I'm just conscious of the queue we've got. So, should we be holding them in Paddington for a bit, or is that going to give us a problem with going?
With the situation getting worse, Martin has to make the difficult decision to stop further departures from Paddington.
We're in the evening peak on a Friday afternoon, very, very busy period. Going to be very disruptive.
We do apologise for these delays to your journeys this evening. This is being caused due to a trespass incident. We have been advised not to dispatch any trains from Paddington. Passengers are advised to stay on the main concourse, check the departure boards and listen for further announcements.
In Paddington Control, Sanjeev Sharma is having to react to a fast-developing situation.
There's about 5 trains which should have gone already from Paddington, but they're still in Paddington because they put a stop on dispatching trains from Pad.
Paddington's well-planned bank holiday schedule has been thrown into chaos.
It's been a disruption to services, so that won't tell you, so you have to wait for a few minutes. We're waiting for confirmation of the platform. It's been a disruption to services because we trespassers in the line.
Thames Valley Incident Controller, Bob speaking.
At route control, Bob Howard is receiving an update about the person on the tracks. It's a woman, not a man. And there's a clue as to her erratic behaviour.
Apparently the station staff have got her on the platform. She's drunk, but they are restraining her.
She's off the tracks, but they want her out of the station before they run trains again.
Person removed. Is that the police taking her away? OK, so they've gone normal working anyway. No problem at all. Back to normal working, but we've now got a backlog of trains that we're trying to get rid of.
So based to all dispatchers, if you're ready to depart, ring your train out and you'll get the signal as soon as possible.
We've just heard the news that the person is now safe, so we should be okay to dispatch trains. So let's try and move these passengers off to their journeys.
At Paddington, they can run trains on all lines. But there's a backlog that now needs to be cleared.
Number 11, okay. 1703, yeah?
1703,
okay.
Oh, yeah. So that connect just coming in now will be the 1733, platform 12.
On the station floor, last-minute platform changes due to the disruption are causing confusion for both staff and customers.
The people are gathering in anticipation of a platform, and I'm not too sure what's happening. Okay. Okay. Number 11 or number 10.
Anxious passengers expecting their train to be on platform 14 are now being told to wait.
Maybe platform 14, but we have to wait for the confirmation of the platform on the board. So wait for 14. Yes. We have to wait for the confirmation of the platform on the board.
Okay.
Okay, so you have to wait.
Yeah.
You have to wait. Take a seat down there. As soon as your train is ready to board, I will tell you, but you'll have to sit down and relax and leave it with me.
Yeah, because it's saying something like...
I know what's on platform 14. It's not your train. Just take a seat. Take a seat and relax.
And another platform change means passengers need to rush to catch their train.
Platform 10. Straight down, turn right. Number 10. Straight down, turn right. Number 10.
Staff on the main concourse are also having to deal with the consequences of an ever-changing timetable.
I mean, it's bank holiday, so it was expected to be like this. Like, there was going to be queues, do you know what I mean? So we expected it to be a lot of people here, do you know what I mean? But, damn.
So B comes up with a plan to ease the congestion.
Can we get authorization to lift restrictions for people traveling with their tickets that are collecting? Because the queues are absolutely mad. So they could travel on reference numbers now, yeah? Okay, perfect. I'll ring base to do an announcement. Sorted. So they're going to start doing announcements so people can start traveling on their reference numbers. Thank God. Good stuff.
The bank holiday getaway is finally in full swing, and the countdown to the last trains of the night has begun.
Push. Thank you very much. Tickets. Thank you. The anxiety levels, their eyes are popping out. I want to get my train, I want to get my train. Please, please, please let me in. Oh, you can see it, can't you? I want to get home, I want to get home. To my husband, to my wife. Come through, come through. Okay, there you go. Yes, bye-bye, bye-bye. I think we've got the big rush out of the way. A lot of them now are happy they're going home. You coming out? You're not coming out. Why not? Who? Very. Welcome to Paddington Station. My name is Patrick.
Pleasure to meet you.
Yes. Are you okay? Where are you going to?
I'm trying to get to King's Cross.
Today?
Yes.
We're very busy. Come back tomorrow.
With services now severely reduced because of the imminent engineering works, police are on hand to deal with late-night stragglers.
Oh, it's the worst night to be going out to London if you live out on this line. How'd you get home? Like... It's very to the point, isn't it? It's what people need to hear.
On the whole, you're an adult, you should be able to get yourself home. If you haven't checked before you've come out, your train's home, then what can I say?
Everything's going to be terminating at Hayes. It's about a 20-minute train journey from here to Hayes.
Overseeing the last trains of the night is shift station manager Simon Butler, and he's all too aware of the price of not getting everybody on board.
From here, there are buses out to Hayes, and then from Hayes onwards to Maidenhead. So people aren't going to be stranded, but they're going to be an awful long time getting home. Like this.
Definitely running. Well, that's the National Rail.
Never trust it.
This is like this 100%. If it gets cancelled, I'm going to fucking ape shit. So I'm fed up with Paddington. And I'm not sorry to you, but like, I'm getting fed up with it.
Wait here. I'll check for you.
I don't even get signal here. Do you get signal?
I don't get signal. Signal's crap as well.
The Women's Mobile app says that their last train service to Twyford is cancelled, but station staff are insisting that it's still running.
It is still saying on time at the moment, but yeah, it says preparing, so...
But the customer is always right.
But it's not going to Twyford. Twyford, Maidenhead, Reading, we can't get home. They've basically sent the train straight past. It's going to go to Slough, Reading. I can't get home. So this is what happens all the time. You go and speak to someone in power, they tell you it's happening. I look at there and appears that I was correct. Twyford is not going to be stopped at, so...
Their stop has been removed due to last-minute timetable changes because of the impending engineering works.
I have two options, okay? I get a taxi or I get a bus. No one's going to cover my taxi fare, are they? You know, you're not going to cover every single person in here taxi fare. So I've got to sit on a bus, which is going to take what time? You can't give me the answer.
Oh, I could get a taxi from Slough, but I don't really want to be stuck at Slough on my own.
I might, instead of waiting for the bus, I might go to Reading and just get a taxi back. I'd rather pay £10 taxi than sit on a bus for 2 hours, to be honest.
Yeah, that might be a better option.
So yeah, I think I might run for that one.
Simon's focus is now on the midnight 22 to Oxford, one of the final services before the rail replacement buses take over.
You need to get on, mate. You need to get on. You need to get on quickly. Okay?
The depot bus one.
That's a bus, then you'll have to get the bus.
But for some passengers, the last few steps are a struggle.
We used to call the last one the Vomit Comet. Seems quite apt. Now look, you've gone this side. You haven't really got a lot of choice. You'd be spending the night here otherwise. Right, you go around that side, take charge. Get her picked up and get her on the train. All right, leave it, we'll get a cleaner. All right, it's okay. Yeah, people actually, completely paralytic, comatose, just out of it, not able to walk or stand or talk. This way! You need to get on.
The Great Paddington shutdown is only minutes away. From now on, there will be severely reduced services, followed by a complete closure of the station.
Hello, mate. All right, relax.
Simon has to make sure all passengers get on their way.
What train are you catching? Which one?
I am going to 34 to...
It's on platform 9. You got everything? All right.
But others have already been caught out by the reduced timetable.
So these people, Cardiff, Luton, Plymouth. So they'll be here all night. Well, they've missed their trains. Just one more pint, it'll be fine. They'll spend the night at Paddington.
It's the last train of the night.
Where are you going to, sir? Yeah, take this train, change at Hayes. There'll be a bus from Hayes to Greenhead. Yeah, Graham, is that the last one coming? Cheers for that. Yeah, Bravo 10 to all radio users, thanks very much for your help. Cheers. It's quiet, like you can see from one end of the station to the next, and it's peaceful.
It might be quietening down on the concourse, but on the platforms and the tracks, it's ramping up. Thousands of workers now have 72 hours to complete major works, which will also cause Paddington to be shut for an unprecedented 24 hours. And the clock is ticking. Just outside the station, track section manager James Payne and his team are battling more than just the clock. The nation is still in the grip of a heat wave.
A lot of our work is done at night, so we don't have to deal with the temperature. And because we're expecting high air temps, we normally get rail temps about 10 degrees higher than the air temp. And it's getting to the point where people are going to have to stop working because it will just get too hot. But yeah, we'll see how we get on.
The team is replacing a crucial rail switch, a mechanical piece of track which moves trains from one line to another. But if the temperature of the steel rail gets too hot, it'll expand and make the job much more difficult.
We've really got to keep an eye on the temperature, so we're checking the temperature every sort of half-hour intervals, because if we get to a certain temperature, the rail will expand to a point where we'll start struggling to get the switch in. Our measurements will be out.
The old rail switch is cut out. The new piece of track will have to fit exactly.
Just taking the old one out at the moment, we're just trying to manoeuvre it because it's such a large piece of rail and it's so heavy. So we've got to get the old one out and in, just so the rails don't expand too much. Whoa, just careful. That's neat anyway. No, it's not. It's just caught on the stretcher on the rod.
With the defective rail removed, the team have passed the point of no return. If the steel has expanded again, the new rail won't fit.
We're at 31 rail degrees at the rail temp at the moment. We're knocking on the door where it's going to be tricky.
At Paddington, in spite of the Great Shutdown, Controller Richard Douglas still has to watch over the security of the station. There's still 18 hours before the first train, but not everyone seems to have got the message.
We've still got people coming in, but we have no trains, so it's a bit quiet. However, there are a lot of customer ambassadors to greet these people and to break the bad news to them.
Today and tomorrow is maintenance service. Maintenance. Today, many people is coming here, and they are wondering why the train station is closed. They are very surprised, a big surprise. They are coming and, wow, why is the train gone? Yeah, I'm just explain to them, and I'm trying to help them to find alternative way of their journey.
On Platform 9, they're taking advantage of the shutdown to carry out important renewal work, replacing the platform's concrete slabs.
Clock is ticking because everything comes back online first thing Tuesday morning. Without fail, that can't be delayed. It has to be spot on.
Are you in? Okay, take it off! Take it off!
Out on the tracks, the new rail switch is being lowered in. It has to fit with millimetre precision.
My main priority at the moment is to get the new rail in, get it secure, and then let the welding guys do what they need to do.
The new switch is fitted in place, and now the track has to be painstakingly adjusted by hand.
77, the third one, huh?
98. Oh, yeah.
This one, 1598.
Yeah.
Oh, it's 630.
Look how far out.
Yeah. You're winning, Charlie, you're winning. Slowly but surely. Ah, top man, Tom, you must have done this before. That's spot on. That's it, it's in now.
The track has been re-gauged, but the rising rail temperature is still posing a further threat.
So I've got 32 degrees rail temp, so we're getting to the point where we're going to struggle. We need to be about 27 for welding. That's the ideal temperature.
James needs a quick answer.
Okay, so good news. Just spoken to the welding team. They've just checked their standards, and the rail temp we're at the moment, they're happy with what we're doing, so they're gonna continue. So that's a big relief.
After a tough 7 hours on track, the work is winding up, and engineer Sanjit Nagra can carry out some final checks.
So just visual check, make sure everything's on where it should be. How's it looking?
Yeah, it's all right.
Actually, I'm going to say it from that side because it was wonky before, wasn't it? Joe. That looks beautiful. So have a quick look. Let's see what the back is like.
But there's a last-minute problem.
Yes, the switch hogging already?
Huh?
The switch hogging? quite badly.
The newly installed switch isn't sitting correctly between the rails.
Badger, it shouldn't be bouncing, brother. You shouldn't be making that noise. That means it's hogging.
That switch is off over there. It's high. Well, no, it's in the middle there. It's a high spot.
It should be sitting on this roller as well. Right, so they've got...
This is not touching, that's why. Yeah, it's not touching at all. That's why. And same as that. That's it, it stopped. Look, see? That's why.
After a few more adjustments, track engineer Bedri Elijah is confident that the new switch will settle in.
Well, it's brand new switch, and then the switch rail sits in the roller, so the rollers wasn't set up. So now, when they're adjusting all the stretcher bars, they will set up the rollers as well, and it will be fine. For me, it looks fine, nice and shiny now. For a couple of days, when the train goes over, it will make dirty again.
It's the day after the Paddington shutdown, and after 3 days of engineering disruption and temperatures in the 30s, trains are on track once again.
Oh, people, hold on, wait. Hello. What would you like to do?
And life at the station returns to its normal pace. But life on the railway is unpredictable and ever-changing. At route control, Shay Doyle is on duty. It's early afternoon, and the latest incident is just coming in on his emergency hotline.
This thing, can the driver 1 Bravo 37 coming over? 1 Bravo 37, I have a person walking in the steps, in the down steps at 7 miles and 60 train. Over. Hello, driver 1 Bravo 37. So just confirm you've got a person walking on the down steps, on the down main. Is that correct, over? Yes, that's correct.
137's reported a trespasser on the downstairs.
Yeah.
Sent out a nuisance to TSMR, so stop all the trains, obviously.
Yeah.
So they're getting going now. We'll caution 1 through, so that you can see this bloke. Right. Actually, we can get them on down to Warneford.
Shay sends out a mobile operations manager, or MOM, to investigate, just as another call comes into incident controller Mark Davison.
Okay, down main line shut. Yeah, trying to get hold of the MOM. BTP have been called. I've not had a reply from the MOM yet. Sat on the viaduct wall. Okay, thanks very much. Cheers. Bye. This person sat on the viaduct and down main line's been closed.
The distressed person has been spotted on one of the railway's 5,000 viaducts.
That was the Thames Valley Signalling Centre. Just been advised that this person is actually sat on the viaduct with their legs over the edge. At the moment, we don't know what their intentions are. We'll have to wait for someone to get out there.
Pretty quick.
Yeah, pretty quick. The train's on stop on the down main line, so trains are running via the relief line, so we're still moving passengers at the moment. It's minor compared to someone's life.
Drivers passing through on the relief line are instructed to report any sightings of the person. And it seems, for the moment anyway, as if the viaduct is now clear.
No, the situation may have changed. 0 Echo 38 is being cautioned through on the down relief.
Hello.
We've just had a report that the person is no longer there. BTP will be there in the next 5 minutes. Worst case scenario is this poor person has jumped off the bridge.
But then it all changes.
Oh, hang on, he's ringing us in. I've got a man sat on the viaduct threatening to jump. The mum has got sighting of the person sat on the viaducts, and he's the only person there at the moment, so he's keeping a distance away. But I think he's sat on there, so we think he's going to jump. So we're just going to get a rendezvous point for everyone to go to, so the mum, who's now appointed Rio, rail incident officer, can escort them in. So BTP London, that one.
Mobile Operations Manager George Streether is now Route Control's eyes and ears on the ground.
Most trespassers you get, by the time you've turned up, they're gone. And they'll walk down and couldn't see anybody. And I thought, I'll just have a look over the edge. But it's fortunate because they haven't been seen by drivers. They've been up there for hours and nobody could have known, really, because you can't see it from the railway.
As police assess the incident, it becomes clear that this is a large-scale operation.
The situation's got a little bit worse. The PTP have turned up on site and decided that this person's very distraught. So now close the down main and the up main. So it changes the plan that we're going to put in place. We did have three lines open, now we're going to do 2.
Trains go over the top, and big drop down there is my mum now. Into control of Swindon. Hello, George. Oh, good gosh. Right, looks like they're going to need a negotiator to try and talk this person back up rather than go down. And that's where we are. There's negotiators involved. They tend to go on for quite a while.
The incident has been going on for an hour, and it's now causing widespread disruption to Paddington's train service.
Where that is at the moment is probably one of our worst viaducts we could have anyone sitting on. It delays everything out of London to everywhere. Basically, Heathrow, people could be delayed getting flights, and down the west of England as well, as far as Bristol, Penzance, Swansea, and even beyond.
It's going to have a major impact on our peak performance. We've only got 2 tracks to run the services on. We do have a contingency plan that we implement. It does cause a lot of grief to the trains.
Yeah. Yeah.
But the news is about to get even worse for Route Control.
Okay. Yeah, no probs. Yeah, I'll sort that out. Okay. All right. Okay, cheers. We're going to need a fire brigade. Can we get a nominated person down to site, please, as well, Tim?
The fire service are now going to rescue the person, but this will lead to major problems for the network.
A fire brigade will not work unless we switch the overhead power off. So we're not going to be able to run any trains, because nearly every train out of London now is electric. It's going to turn for the worst, this is.
Mobile Operations Manager George Streether is at the scene, and nearly 2 hours after the incident first started, he has good news.
And we had to get the rope rescue team to come in from the side of the viaduct, and it's about, what, 200 metre drop down the other side.
The person has been escorted off the viaduct, and with Paddington rush hour approaching, Route Controller Jason Haynes can now start to get trains running again.
Okay, all right, thank you. They're going to get everybody off the track, so we anticipate now that we'll have all lines back 15:50, 10 minutes before we start our peak, which is, it's going to be there. We're going to have disruption, but we'll have a chance.
Along the line at Bristol Temple Meads, the local transport police are also in the thick of an investigation. It's far less serious, but much more common. Officer Tim Vousden-White is going through some CCTV footage related to a recently reported suspected bike theft on a train.
Well, we've had a report of a theft of a cycle, a high-valued bike off of one of the trains last week. Quite unusually, we've got quite a good description of a potential suspect. And the request I've got here is he actually describes as being a very muscular bodybuilder, 6 foot, vest, shorts, sunglasses and a bandana. And working through the train times on the day, I've come across this guy on the same platform just after the train has left. As I say, he's quite a distinctive character, and as I say, given the weather we've got at the moment, I'm sure if he happens to come through the station again, we'll be having words.
And those words will be had sooner than anyone expected. The CCTV on Platform 1 has picked up a familiar-looking character.
No, if you may come up, if you stay back with Lewis, obviously if we need assistance, you come in, and Lewis can stand off with the taser because he's...
The police are pretty sure they have their man, but they want to tread carefully.
Hello, sir, you all right? Yeah, how you doing, mate? Basically, I've come over to see you, and you can obviously see we've approached you directly. Okay, there's someone on CCTV. We had a cycle theft last week, and you strongly resembled yourself in description-wise. So obviously we come over and have a chat with you. Okay.
Cycle me?
Yeah, I'm not saying it's you, but obviously he's...
In spite of the CCTV evidence, the man is denying everything.
So have you ever ridden a bike for the station?
Have I ridden a what?
A bike for the station?
No.
No?
Don't ride bikes.
Whose is this? So I've got CCTV picture here, right?
Yeah.
Which is a chap.
Yeah.
Got to see the resemblance there, okay? Especially in relation
Similar,
to...
yeah, similar.
If I go in there, look on your arm, it's literally a similar tattoo, isn't it?
Similar, yeah. I've got bikes, yeah.
All right.
So I've got bikes, yeah.
So, and that bike there was stolen by that chap?
Well, that's not my bike. That's not me.
All right. You don't think that's you?
No, that's not me.
Okay.
The man is taken away for further questioning. Shortly afterwards, the police searched an address where they recovered the stolen bike. The man was later convicted of handling stolen goods. It's been a tense afternoon at Route Control, where the team have been dealing with a distressed person who threatened to jump from a railway viaduct. The person is now safe, and they're now waiting for the green light to let trains run again.
Right, cleared the railway line and we're reopened at 15:35, so let's start running some trains.
The incident has lasted 2 hours, but trains are now running in and out of Paddington again, just in time for the evening rush hour. And Mobile Operations Manager George Streether can also breathe a sigh of relief.
Just being treated by paramedics at the moment, so satisfactory is not really.
It's been a day of back-to-back incidents. A catastrophe was averted, and trains are running to time once more.
I don't think we could have done it any quicker, and I think what we did was safe. So, yeah, I'm happy with it.
For weeks, staff and passengers at Paddington Station have been battling their way through a long, hot summer. But they're about to find out that the heat wave's grip on the nation is set to get even tighter.
Right, good morning everybody. We have some warm, if not hot, temperatures predicted for the coming days.
At Swindon Route Control, staff are joining an extreme weather conference call.
Do we have the Met Desk weather forecaster on the call, please?
Yes, you do. You have Ashley here from Met Desk.
Morning to you, Ashley. If I can hand over to you then, if you could just give us the latest that you've got, please.
I think between Bristol and London, we'll have temperatures sort of between 24 to 26 degrees, potentially 27, maybe 28 into western parts of London.
With the heat wave predicted to cause air temperatures of up to 32 degrees, the temperature of the rail infrastructure will be even hotter.
Temperatures will widely be in the high 40s on the rails across most parts of the network.
So I guess now, based on what we've heard, then we need to think about our risks to the operational railway.
Route Controller Jason Haynes is well aware of the damage extreme heat can inflict on the railway.
The biggest risk to the railway is that the rails could actually buckle. Obviously, a buckled rail at high speed has got catastrophic circumstances. Other things that could go on, signalling equipment doesn't like hot weather either. So it's proactively just making sure that all our actions are covered.
And as the heat wave bites, it hits Paddington at the worst possible time, Monday morning rush hour.
Yeah, morning, Charlie 1. Just to give you a heads up, there appears to be a bit of a track issue outside, and 9 Tango 26 has been stuck at Portobello Junction.
At station control, Richard Douglas is getting news of a heat-related signal failure just outside Paddington.
Yeah, that does look like that's gone proper bang. This is now starting to cause traffic jam, so it's almost like a bottleneck. It's getting a bit messy now.
Meanwhile, at Route Control...
Jamie Swindon, Miss Bob, Incident Controller. We have got a major points failure at Westbury, if you'd like to venture up to there for us.
Incident Controller Bob Howard is dealing with more heatwave problems right across Paddington's route.
Gentlemen, we've got a points failure at Westbury. We've got 3 trains trapped. We cannot get them in any direction. Techs are probably about 20 minutes away.
Yeah, there is 3 in the queue, so it might get a little bit leery.
Signalling equipment, including points, which move trains from one line to another, are failing in the heat.
Martin, we've lost 921 points down at Blatchbridge.
So just all here. So at the moment, we've lost Blatchbridge.
So we've got nothing running between East Somerset and Westbury. We've got 3 trains trapped at Westbury because of 854s. So
Not good at all.
Westbury seem to get some water.
Westbury is a major junction on Paddington's route to the West Country, and the heat failures are now starting to cause major disruption at Bristol Temple Meads. In the control room, station coordinator David Bird is fearing that the worst is yet to come.
Yeah, if the temperatures continue to rise, it may well cause a lot more problems in the coming days. We're due a heat wave and somehow we never seem to cope with it very well. Yeah, when it's cold we complain it's cold, when it's hot we complain it's hot, so we'll probably end up with a lot of speed restrictions over a lot of areas in the next few days.
It's quite hot in there, but you should be all right. It's a little bit hot, yeah. Sorry, after you. Go on.
Customer ambassador Jake Falcon is dealing with a hot and frantic start to rush hour.
It's hot and the aircon's broken. So we're throwing water on the train where we can. Thank you. And hopefully it won't be too bad when it's on the move. Okay, folks, there's some water here. This one's quite hot, but A, C, and D, further down the back of the train, they have working aircon. So if you want a colder journey, move down to A, C, and D. All right, and there's water here. Thank you. Yay.
Job done.
Until the next hot one. When you add like one train with broken aircon on top of signal failures, points failures, and a few driver issues that we've had today, it just throws everything in the mix. So it might get worse before it gets better.
And as the delays get longer, tempers get shorter.
Trains half hour, 3/4 an hour late.
Have you come off the Western train?
Yeah, the connection there.
Oh, fair.
It's rubbish, the service is rubbish, it's getting worse. Every day it's getting worse.
I understand. Which train was it from Western?
It was from Taunton to... I'll get off of here and I'll change to get the Cardiff Central train.
The 1734 every day, yeah.
It's the same problem every day.
How can I help? Oh, okay, yes. We stopped the Cardiff there as an alternative, but I know, I did ask for an extra announcement. I don't think the first one was very clear. I know.
On what?
Yeah, get off a Parkway. Yes, this is it, yeah. We're just waiting for the green light, because this is an express service, this will get the priority.
But there's now an issue with this train. The driver has just announced that there's an engine fault.
They might need to swap the engines over. So they don't know when this one's
Fabulous.
going.
That wasn't told to me, annoyingly.
No, it's fine.
This train itself, it has an engine at the front and an engine at the rear. One of them isn't working, so they're going to switch the engine. They haven't actually said it's cancelled or terminating or it's not going to happen. They just need to switch the engines. But they've said they don't know how long that will be. So this happens. This is going to run at some point shortly. We just don't have a time, but people want a train that they know a time to. So they've all moved on to platform 7.
It's a hot and sticky rush hour, but Jake is going to bear with it.
I'm not going home. And there's a shirtless man. I don't have that body confidence, so I wear my layers.
At route control, Bob Howard is also battling with the rush hour train service. Heat-related signal problems are still causing train traffic jams across the network.
10387 is currently been sat there for nearly an hour now. Hopefully he will be on the move very shortly. But that train is a Plymouth to Paddington train that's now going to get into Paddington an hour late.
So we do have a couple of stranded trains by the looks of things. One of which is about 50+ minutes at the moment, which isn't too good at all, to be honest.
At Paddington, duty station manager Andrew Fain is now having to deal with the fallout.
I wish to put on record just how rubbish this service is.
Okay, no worries.
Just generally, I was a first-class season ticket for Slough. Today, you managed not to go to Slough at all.
Right, okay.
And then today, I got 17:42, and it's an hour late.
It's very tough at the moment. I mean, especially with all the engineering programme works that are taking place, the fleet of new trains that are coming in.
I know.
All the transformation work that's taking place with Crossrail going through the station.
And I'm delighted with all of that, but the ability to run a core service.
And it's very difficult. It is difficult when you're running on a Victorian network.
Just hope the trains run on time.
And I agree with you. So, okay, take care, Nelson. Thank you very much. Thank you. And yeah, the Western's still delayed. Another sunny day in paradise. I'm going to meet the one coming in, the late one. Yeah. Just going to try and get some more delay for them so that we can sort those.
Duty station manager Andrew Fain is expecting some unhappy passengers. And as backup, he's got the long arm of the law.
The train that was delayed earlier on at Westbury is coming in on this platform as well. So I'm just going to meet the train, see if anybody needs any help or assistance across the station. And I've got
because it's hot.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
it's
might be tired.
Yeah.
That's frustration.
Thank you for that. Absolutely. That's what I'm hoping we won't get too much of, but you never know. You okay there?
I thought that train was stopping at Slough. It never stopped at Slough.
Don't worry. Have a word with them over the other side to get you back out to Slough, though.
Because of the delays, some passengers have missed their station stop, and others now have a tight turnaround to catch their connection to Heathrow. So Andrew is going the extra mile.
Don't worry. There was about an hour delay there, wasn't it, on that one? So what we'll do is we'll get you on the move, and then we'll go from there. No worries. It is leaving very soon, though, so let's get you on board. Are you trying to get back to Slough as well? Again, pop down to the front, speak to our staff there, and they'll direct you to a Slough service there. Thank you.
It's now 3 hours into Paddington's rush hour, and the heat-related disruptions are still ongoing.
What's happening? We've all got on thinking it's stopping at Slough, so what's...
Yeah, clearly the mistake that happened at Reading, they've recorded it as Slough, which
That's ridiculous. And there was loads getting on that train from Reading, and it was a fast train to Paddington, so why would people not get on there?
Of course, it's a mistake that I can't really do anything about. The only thing I have to do is apologise and get them onto the next service, but the next service is delayed as well by 10 minutes. Got to get this one out.
Trains are now moving again, and it's not only the passengers who've been getting hot and bothered.
Quite a few delays and items of disruption, quite a few headaches, lots of customer complaints coming in at the moment, so it's one of those things that always happens when you least expect it and when you least want it to happen as well. So, I'll be pleased to get home and have a shower and call it a day, to be honest, so all to do again tomorrow.
At the Leira train depot, 200 miles away, engineers are also feeling the heat, though this time it has nothing to do with the weather. They're working on locomotive 43138, which has suffered a major onboard fire.
Aluminium melted, which is roughly 600 degrees, so it's been quite an intense fire. We've had to take out everything inside and then start repairing the damage to any cabling.
Technician Andy Hill and electrician Ian Ryder know they have their work cut out.
This is the worst fire damage power car that we've seen. We've had several fires before, but not to this extent. Yeah, we've had fires in different locations, but this is the first one in the engine room that has caused this much damage.
Yeah.
This was the scene a few months earlier at Penzance. A locomotive, empty of passengers, caught fire just as it was leaving the station. The fire service were called, but the damage could have been a whole lot worse if it hadn't been for the quick reactions of the driver.
The driver brings the train to a standstill of below 9 miles an hour. He has a push button in the desk, which is electrically operated, a small nitrogen bottle here, which then that nitrogen bottle then goes into the top of these bottles and sets the bottles off, and then they discharge through this larger pipe all the way around the engine room, the clean air compartment and the cubicle, and suppress the fire. Gives the driver time to get off as well. But yeah, it did its job, and it goes to show that, you know, the systems that we have on board do their job.
The power car has been gutted, and it's now Ian and Andy's job to refit one of its most important components, the unit's entire web of electrical wires and cables.
With the type of fire it was, the heat that was generated all sort of went up into the roof area, and of course across the top of the power car, which caused a lot of devastation to the lot of conduits and things that we have cable systems running through. The traction cables, which are the big heavy cables that go down to the motors, they were burnt out. The train supply cables, which supply the power all the way down through the train, those are burnt out, so we've had to replace those. The starter cables for the engine.
They're an unseen but vital part of the train's power unit.
This is the sort of size cable we've been replacing, the traction cable and the train supply cable. We're talking up to 2,000 volts in 1,000 amps. This cable is train supply or traction cable, so it's either the cabling going down to the 4 traction motors or the train supply that goes out and feeds the rest of the train circuits, air conditioning, battery charging. They're in conduit. Yeah. Some of them are. The traction cables are in steel conduit, but as you can imagine, steel's got hot. The cable's been damaged inside it, so we've had to pull them out. We knew they would be damaged, but they were slightly more damaged than we expected, really, weren't they?
Right.
And none of it will be a quick fix.
I suppose at the end of the day, it's going to be like 2 months' work. That's mostly day in, day out. On days and nights, we're covering the work. So it's a substantial amount of hours to effect the repairs.
It's another hot day at Paddington, at the height of the summer. And on the concourse, city commuters are mingling with day trippers and holiday makers. Watching over the train service is route control.
Incident support, Andy speaking.
And incident support, Phil Sprague, is getting news of an unusual discovery at one of Paddington's popular beach destinations.
Yes, we just had a report from the police that we got an unexploded bomb in the Teignmouth area. What that will mean is the bomb squad would like to carry out a safe detonation of the bomb. It does happen occasionally, less and less, obviously, and usually in the bigger urban centres. But finding a bomb on the beach at Teignmouth, I mean, I don't know the precise circumstances, is fairly unusual.
Permanently based at route control is BTP Inspector Paul Martin, who's in contact with police on the ground.
They're looking at lifting what they found, I believe, is a 1,000-pound Second World War bomb from around the pier area, lifting it to the surface, and then hopefully they're going to either try and do a controlled detonation in and around that area if they can't move it, but the plan really will be to try and move it further out into the sea and then carry out a controlled explosion so that it doesn't pose any more dangers to the public.
A bomb in the sea wouldn't normally affect the railway, but this is too close for comfort.
For a size of device that they found, there's an exclusion zone which is around 500 metres. As you can see, at the furthest point, the railway is still within the 500-metre cordon. So when they look to do the controlled explosion, they will probably ask for the railway to put a stop on any train, so there's no added danger to bits and pieces like that.
A photo of what they're up against has now been circulated to rail staff, and it's a monster.
Well, it's very daunting. You don't know, what's going to happen. If it blows, that'll be a big one. You don't want a long stoppage of trains because it's going to affect the peak time. We want a smooth peak, as you may. But if it comes to it, we'll just have to deal with it, and we'll do our best to move people around. It could be to another route. So yeah, we'll see what happens.
All right, okay.
Back at route control, Steve Messenger is receiving instructions from the emergency services at Teignmouth.
So clearly, the ordnance bomb squad people are there now. They're ready to go.
The bomb is currently located about 250 yards from the railway, or from the beach, which is about 300 yards from the railway. The most critical part is clearly you're going to disturb an object that's been there for 60 odd years. But we've been requested by them to stop trains now immediately so they can get underway and start to move this object. They don't know for certain that when they pick this thing up it isn't going to detonate after all this time.
At Paddington, with the incident out west for the moment under control, British Transport Police Officer Karina Denley can concentrate on the morning's comings and goings. But she's about to get pulled into a less explosive, but nevertheless serious incident. CCTV cameras are picking up a young man running for the 1033 to Paddington when something falls out of his rucksack and rolls over the edge of platform 5, landing on the tracks. He decides to take matters into his own hands and jumps onto the rail. He gets back onto the platform just a matter of seconds before a 400-ton train rolls in. Platform supervisor Indy Singh has tried to intercept him, but the man has jumped on his train.
I stopped him. I said, you can't do this. He goes, oh, please, 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 let me go on the train. I said, no, we call BTP anyway. You shouldn't do it. You would have got killed. You would have delayed the journey of thousands of customers today if something I could have gone wrong. He was adamant, didn't want to listen to me, jumped on the train quickly. And we call the BTP anyway. It's not allowed. People don't understand. There are signs over there for trespassing everywhere. Nobody wants to pay attention.
It's a serious matter, and now Indy and the police are trying to track him down.
Can you get on the train on platform 4? I'm with BTP. Can you point out the guy? Which guy was that? Because there was a big group.
Officer Denley has now found him and pulled him off the train.
What have you done then? I dropped my everything going to a festival. It had someone standing there, I took it down on the knuckle of the track.
Where have you dropped it exactly?
I picked it up over there. I did check for the train. I looked where to step in case there were any cables or anything. I'm not saying that's a good thing. It's still a smart thing to do, but we were literally about to leave. I was quite stressed. And friends are shouting at me, get on the train, get on the train.
Right.
I'm not saying it's the smartest thing to do.
So you've gone to the tracks, pick up something that you dropped on the tracks.
Yeah.
What, a bag, was it?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, if it was a not high-stress situation, I was just calm, I definitely would have done it. I would have called someone, but I think the circumstances I was quite...
What, you're travelling with friends, are you?
Yeah,
Where are you travelling to?
You just get carried past them.
They're on their way now, you're going to meet them there, are you? Yeah, we'll just take you back this way, so it's a bit more privacy.
The train departs with his friends on board, and the man is taken away for questioning, still seemingly unaware at how close he was to a catastrophe.
When he jumped on the track, this train over here on platform 5 was rolling in. So if 10-15 seconds here and there, he could have got killed or something could have gone wrong today. He could have asked any member of staff standing at gate line or anyone here in the uniform that I've dropped something. No. He wanted to be taking initiative, control of the situation that was wrong. People think they're heroes. They think nothing is going to happen to me. But it's a train. They don't understand. It's a machine. It's not Thomas the Tank, which will stop. It's a machine. It's going to just kill you.
A short time later, the man is released. He may have missed his train, but it could have been a lot worse.
Well, we'd explained to him how dangerous it is. He had said that he checked that it was an electrified line and everything, but at the end of the day, he's not track safety trained. He doesn't know what's dangerous and what isn't. So that's why we explained to him how dangerous it is and that he shouldn't do it again, and he understood. So he won't be doing it again, I don't think.
It's been just over 2 hours since staff in the control room got news of the discovery of an unexploded World War II bomb in the water at Teignmouth Pier. With the railway tracks too close for comfort, the line has been closed. Bomb disposal experts have come up with a plan to make the area safe again. They'll tow the device out to sea and carry out a controlled explosion.
The ordnance guys are starting the process now of moving this bomb. They've requested via the police to us that the process of lifting the bomb towing it a mile out to site and detonation. For all those things to happen, we have to keep the railway closed. They're estimating that the detonation is going to take place around 1600, so we're going to work on how the railway line being shut until at least 1630.
Will you withdraw 1 Victor 5-2 back to Exeter?
Can you, we cross them over at Dawlish, Dawlish Warren.
Yeah.
With the track around Teignmouth closed, there are now some passenger services stranded between stations.
So what do you want to do? You want to give Victor 5-2 into them? Cross
It's
him
too
over
late to
first?
get him into the platform, but you could still cross him over from there, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Police are instructing control to keep the railway on lockdown until after detonation. So Steve wants these trains to wait safely in the comfort of a station.
So what, do you want to do that with 1 Victor 5-2 first and then we get 2 Tango 1
Yeah, I
line
think
back?
so.
Right. That suits me.
Do you want to take 2 Tango 1 line back to Exeter as well?
Yeah.
Do that, Andy. Well, basically, we've put the block on now at Newton Abbot and Exeter, but we've already got 2 trains in that section. So we're just going to have word of the signalman now, rather than have those trains sat there for an hour. Plus, we'll cross-country train. We'll cross that over at Dawlish, put him back into the up platform, and send him back to Exeter. And once we've done that, move this train here, which is the local Great Western one. We can pull that back to Dawlish and do the same thing, and also send that back to Exeter.
Are those trains got people on?
Yes, they'll be quite busy, I would think.
After an uncertain afternoon, Steve is making progress.
Hello, Mike. Steve here, in the control. You all right? Thanks for all your assistance with that.
The news from the ground is that the 60-year-old bomb has now been towed out to sea.
I absolutely 100% agree with you. I'm not going to argue with the bomb squad, that's for sure. No. So the current status is now then they haven't detonated it, but it's a safe distance away. All right. If you see it go off, let us know.
While Steve waits for news of the explosion out at sea, the network can get back to business.
We were informed by the ordnance people that the bomb is now no longer a risk to the railway, so we reopened the line for normal running at 15:51. So we had the line shut for 50 minutes. So we're now looking at recovering the train services and getting passengers on their way again.
And moments later, controller Shay Doyle gets pictures of the Big Bang.
That was the detonation taking place, yeah. Far out to sea, so we can run our trains.
It's been a complex and long-running incident, but in the end, the line was only closed for just under an hour.
And we have cancelled a few trains. This caused 250 odd minutes delay. We'd expect it to be a lot larger than that. We had 9 trains cancelled, which can mean terminating short as opposed to cancelled in full. So it didn't make their full destination, basically. 250 is not a bad delay minutes for an incident of this size.
At St Philip's Marsh Depot in Bristol, they're occupied with a less dramatic but similarly time-consuming problem. Production team leader Martin Pearce is dealing with the latest victim in a recent spate of railway vandalism.
This is, obviously you can see it's covered in graffiti on this side, so we need to get it all clean now. I'm just having a quick walk round to make sure it's safe to move from the shed over to the sidings where we're going to clean it.
Each time a train is vandalised, it's taken out of service. This doesn't come cheap. Graffiti costs the entire network nearly £4 million each year. This train has been severely damaged, but Martin needs to get it back out on track for the morning rush hour. And it's fitter John Openshaw who's going to have to get down and dirty.
We've got this 166-211, which obviously, I don't know if you've seen it the last few days, been heavily graffitied. Going to put it in a coal field, on road 3, get protection, and we'll make an attempt to clean it. How easy it's going to come off, I don't know.
The team will need over 10 litres of a graffiti removal chemical that is designed so that it doesn't eat through the train's own paint. But the summer heatwave has made their job harder. In the heat, the graffiti paint has baked onto the train.
Is it like John's, is it going to come off?
It's coming off gradually, but it's not...
Just have to work it.
Just have to work it,
It's going to be time consuming.
It's going to be, yeah.
Yeah, it's about 2 coaches. Looking how it's going to come off. It's going to be all day today at least. It's going to take 2 people probably the best part of 10 hours each to get this clean, I think.
It is frustrating, yes. Yeah, because just sheer vandalism of this. And some of the paints and that they use is so difficult to remove. Because I think this has been on here about 2 weeks. This one.
As you can see, it is very laboured, especially now it's been on for a few days or a few weeks. It's easy to come off when it comes around when the paint's still wet. I mean, when it dries, this remover we got is very good, I have to say. But you do need a bit of elbow grease, unfortunately. So.
It's not a new problem for the team at St Philip's Marsh. And this particular job comes with a reminder about the dangers of trespassing on the tracks.
3 kids were killed back in London a few weeks ago, and a lot of, like the lover bit on here, is sort of a testimony to, you know, to the guys who got killed, because there's some RIP stuff up on the far end as well. So I think it was the graffiti artist sort of doing a little memorial really on the side of the train, unfortunately.
Trespassing on Britain's railways has reached a peak, with around 1 person encroaching on the tracks every hour, resulting in 115 fatalities in the past 5 years.
Unfortunately, it goes to show what can happen when people trespass on the railways, you know, and they pay for it ultimately with their lives, unfortunately.
Graffiti is a big problem across the whole of the network, but Bristol has its own particular issues, and it's a celebrated local artist who might be partly to blame.
We got Banksy to thank a lot for. I mean, I don't think he's ever done a train, but I mean, some of his stuff is very good, don't get me wrong, but yeah, I think people try to copy him a little bit to a degree or something like that. I don't know.
But these vandals might think twice before making their mark in the future. Graffiti vandalism can carry a penalty of up to 10 years imprisonment.
That bit at the top as well, Chris, just let it do that and we'll rinse that off then.
It's been hard graft, but Martin's team are on track.
Yeah, almost done now, so just got the last little piece here to do. Boys done a really good job.
It's all hands on deck to make sure the job is completed in time.
Well, I mean, there's what, 6 of us out here now, just to wrap it up. So, I mean, it must have been 30, 40 man-hours, I think, just to clean literally those 2 coaches. So, a lot of money, a lot of wasted time that we could have been doing other things, fixing other trains, maintaining other trains. But at least it'll go out, so the passengers will be happy, they won't be covered in graffiti. So, yeah, all being well, this will be back in service tomorrow and in the company some pennies again, this train.
At Leyra Depot in Devon, the maintenance team have completed the rewiring of locomotive 43138, which was badly damaged in an onboard fire. It's had a new lick of paint and is ready for a brand new engine unit.
The cooler group's already in, the power unit is going in now, as you can see. It'll have to be, both of those will be aligned in the engine room. Then the roof sections will go back on, the exhausts. Then it'll be several days of testing, and then there'll be a trial run to make sure everything's working as it should be.
The engine unit weighs 13.5 tons, 7 times as heavy as a family-sized car. So inserting it into the power car is a tricky operation. A specialist crane slowly hoists it up 25 feet into the air. It's made up of a 2,250 horsepower engine and 2 alternators, one which produces electricity to drive the wheels, and the other which powers everything from the air conditioning to the lighting on board. It's 5 meters long and has to be carefully lowered into the power car, with only centimeters to spare. Next, the team have to maneuver it into an exact final position.
Trying to align all the feet up with the holes in the engine bed is quite tricky in a confined space such as this.
All the bolts on the feet have got to be free, so we know it's sat really central before we tighten it down. Well, we take this out of the way, then we have to align it with the radiator group, so we have to turn it over and use a clock gauge to make sure it's aligned with the cooler group. And then once that's done, then we can bolt this down properly.
The team begin the intricate job of connecting and wiring up the new power unit with the power car. Andy's job is nearly done.
power unit's in, it's going to be aligned, then it'll be connected electrically and mechanically. The routes will go on, then there'll be several days of testing, and then after everything's working correctly, we'll take it on a trial run, make sure it's okay out on the track. Once it's proven it's okay, it'll be released to traffic.
This veteran high-speed train, despite major fire damage, will soon be back in action. It's no accident that for 40 years these locomotives have been the workhorses of Britain's railways.
It's a very safe machine. You know, everything's done its job, and and this is obviously not a common occurrence. But when things do go wrong, we know that they are safe. You know, and members of the public would appreciate that. You know, because it's their lives at the end of the day as well as our own.
It's been 2 months of intensive work at Leira train depot, but finally the newly restored 43138 locomotive is back out on track. Its inaugural voyage is the 200-mile journey from the southwest coast to the capital. And as it rolls into Paddington's Platform 1 without a glitch, driver Colin Gibbs couldn't be more satisfied.
Well, this was the one that caught fire down in Penzance quite recently, yeah. It's just been reinstated now to its former glory, and it's working fine. Yeah, it's ran up here quite nicely. Absolutely normal, yeah, it's reasonably powerful, say no different to any other, so it seems like they've done a good job.
Staff and passengers at Paddington have battled their way through the hottest summer for 40 years. And then, all of a sudden, there's a sound that no one has heard for several weeks. While the change in the weather brings some relief to a scorched nation, it brings a new set of challenges to Paddington's railway men and women. Paddington's roof is an impressive feat of Victorian architecture.
Bravo 12, Echo 1.
But it gets hot in the sun, and it's not great in the rain either.
Platforms 2 and 3, some more damp spots that's coming through the roof. Someone could come up onto the platform towards the London end of the platforms 2 and 3 with a mop just to clean that. That'll be appreciated. Incredibly hot, and now we've just had a massive thunderstorm and a lot of rain going on, and you'll find, especially towards the end of the platforms, where the overbridge and the covering is, the platforms get incredibly wet and therefore incredibly slippery.
Wet platforms can be dangerous places, and so it's imperative that they take action immediately.
Well, we've got cleaners who clean throughout the station, and it's their responsibility to make sure that all the platforms are clean and the main concourse is clean. Customers who are running for a train with damp clothes, it's a recipe for disaster. So our main focus of concern is just to calm customers down whenever a train is dispatched, so that they're not rushing, that they've got the time, they slow down, get to the train safely. That's our main priority here.
The wet weather is also a worry for driver Alan Clark.
I'm just on my way to split this train here, take it out on the next service. Running a bit late due to basically quite torrential downpour this afternoon. So yeah, it's quite bad today. So it could be running late because of the visibility. When you're travelling at high speed, it makes it very difficult with all the rain splashing onto the window. The wipers are great, but obviously it makes visibility quite poor, so it doesn't help the situation, obviously. I haven't been out there yet, but looking at the end of the station, it looks quite bad. So yeah, I'll be looking forward to getting out there.
Also heading towards the end of the platforms is customer ambassador Jenny Williams.
So I'm going off to platform 14. I overheard a call on one of my colleagues' radios that they needed assistance on 14. Got no idea what it is. I'm just going to pop over and have a look.
Dispatcher Bilal Zafar is dealing with a flood. And there are concerns that it might be more than just water falling.
You can see we've got a bit of a river going on. It's torrential, coming down onto the steps. We don't want passengers getting wet. It is a slip hazard, obviously, because it's very wet and it's flooding. We don't want people to slip over and hurt themselves.
With the river growing and a busy train approaching, Jenny and Bilal take matters into their own hands.
We're just trying to find some signs and things that we can put down temporarily.
We don't want people to use this station, that's why we put this one there. We try our best to divert them through this way and one here, so they don't use the station.
For Paddington staff who've spent a long, hot summer battling the heat, the dramatic change in the weather is throwing up new challenges.
This one is not normal at all. This is the first time happening. I've never seen this one before. This is something new, very new. I mean, this is something different.
Every now and then you get strange days, you get so many different things happen on the station. If you imagine the amount of the thousands of people coming in and out, something will happen. I mean, the probability of all those people, every now and then someone will need an ambulance, every now and then there'll be a police situation. But yeah, every day is different and it's exciting, and that makes it exciting, more so than any other job I ever had.
It's Christmas at Paddington Station, and staff are preparing for one of the busiest times of the year on the rail network. In the run-up to the Christmas holidays, thousands of extra passengers will pass through the station.
Base 2, Bravo 4, Bravo 6, Ollie.
High above Paddington's concourse, Station Control Assistant Graham Parker is watching over the great Christmas getaway.
Christmas has well and truly arrived at Paddington. The passengers are looking a little bit more positive than regular. Obviously, some of them are going up to see their families, which is what most people are doing at Christmas. And it's obviously our job at Network Rail is to get people where they need to go and where they want to go at Christmas.
Instant controller, chase begin.
But this year, there'll be extra pressure during the Christmas getaway, as Network Rail takes the opportunity to roll out major engineering works right across Paddington's route.
Swing control into instant controller fill. Hello training signal pad. So we've got massive engineering works this year. Well, two things. We've got Crossrail, so there'll be lots and lots of re-signalling, new points put in. We've got the ongoing electrification work, which will be carrying on apace all through the route.
Paddington will close a day earlier than normal and remain shut for 4 days rather than the usual 2.
Heathrow Express, can you buy a ticket on the train?
You can, but then there will be an extra charge, sir.
How much is that?
And with no services on Christmas Eve, the big getaway will be more crowded and stressful than usual. And customer advisor Maksud Chaiwala just hopes that everyone gets the message.
We will be shutting from the 23rd. It's going to cause us some problems, but it's all well advertised, you know, on websites. We got several notices put up on the station saying these works are happening, even on Christmas and Boxing Day, especially Boxing Day. There are a lot of people who come to the station looking to catch a train.
Excuse me, we'd like some information about Christmas closures. No problem.
And they're pulling out all the stops to make sure no one turns up at Paddington on Christmas Eve expecting to get a train.
We make a big effort to give people as much information as we can about Christmas work, so people are generally prepared for the disruption.
Do you want to bring your reindeer in
On
now?
the concourse, Joe Porter is on a mission to highlight the planned Christmas disruptions, and he's about to unleash his secret weapon.
Hello there.
All right.
Oh, that's okay. That's all right. What we're going to do, just going to walk down. We've got some colleagues down there. Just going to keep the crowd away till you get inside the pen.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay? Oh, I'll get you, mate. There you go. Oh, sigh of relief. Yes, definitely. You'll be surprised how quickly the crowd build up around it now. Obviously, it's not something they're very used to inside a station. You'll find after a while they'll settle down, the reindeer, and just as if they're in a normal habitat.
Meet reindeer, Bubble and Prime, and alongside them, Casper the owl.
There we go.
And the animals are already working their magic.
It's not often a child will get the opportunity, obviously, to handle for the owl and that, which is nice. Something different for the kids and the families. What time are we looking at getting them up and running?
As quickly as possible.
You all right? Are you winning? This is a snow globe. Obviously, once it's all up and running, there'll be an opportunity for customers, any children, to go inside, have their photos taken. It's advertising our Christmas works, just so our customers know what disruptions there'll be over the Christmas period. Here you go, sir. Thank you very much. You're welcome.
This year's Christmas engineering works will be some of the most extensive ever. 260 projects across the network, costing close to £160 million.
Obviously, people at home with their families celebrating Christmas, it gives Network Rail a good opportunity to try and get work done project-wise.
The countdown to Christmas is well underway, and to help passengers get in the festive mood, a special guest has been invited to Paddington.
We don't get many steam trains at Paddington, but this one's like a special, taking people to Bath for the Christmas celebrations. One of the issues that we have with steam trains is it affects our fire alarm system on the station.
With the fire alarm switched off, passengers on Platform 1 are treated to a rare sight and a throwback to a bygone era. The Paddington station of Isambard Kingdom Brunel, built by the great engineer over 150 years ago.
Always lovely to see a steam train this time of year, Christmas. The main thing for me is that they didn't set all the station fire alarms off. With all the smoke detectors, they've all had to be isolated so that we don't get an evacuation. So that's the main thing for me.
Letting off steam on the concourse is one passenger who's perhaps enjoyed a bit too much of the Christmas spirit.
I just love this guy. Why? Because he's what London needs, a hardcore, slam-down police officer.
Pleased to meet you.
God bless you.
God bless you too.
God bless you. And my name's Des.
Generally, we don't have much trouble. It's just like fun. We do have like a lot of mess around, you know, people vomiting and stuff like that. So we just got to be on top of it. Ensure cleaners attend to it as quickly as they possibly can.
On the platforms, they're dealing with one of the first casualties of the Christmas party season.
We just noticed a female who looked rather upset on platform 10. So we've gone over to speak to her. We've got a suspicion that she might have taken something. She's got the smell of alcohol in her breath too, so at this moment in time we've called for an ambulance just for her welfare. Yeah, this time of year we get quite a lot of that. Christmas parties coming out, people taking stuff that they wouldn't normally, or you know, alcohol, taking too much, getting too sociable with friends. So yeah, it's quite common.
Up in the station's control room, Graham is keeping a close eye on the situation through closed-circuit cameras.
We actually now have paramedics on site with this person, so obviously it might be a little bit worse than we originally thought. This does happen every now and then. Obviously, it's not a nice time of year to need any medical assistance. Well, no time of year is a good time, but Christmas is even worse.
Just for a bit of privacy, we've put a screen up. She's clearly quite upset and distressed, and we don't want people being nosy, taking films and all that kind of stuff.
Looking at our CCTV of the area where the person is, with the paramedics and the police, it looks as though they're taking care of the situation and they're preparing to actually move her on out of Paddington Station.
While paramedics deal with the first Christmas casualty, in the control room, Richard Douglas is receiving another emergency call. But this time, it's much more serious.
Going to need an ambulance, possible heart attack, age 54, conscious and breathing at the moment.
Okay, so you need an ambulance. There's a male, 54, believed to be having a heart attack.
As station staff go to the aid of the ill man, Richard calls 999.
Emergency service?
Yeah, can I have an ambulance, please? London Paddington Station, yes. Yes, please. Patient's breathing, yes. Patient is awake. We've one of our first aid gentlemen is with a passenger who is managed to sat on a bench but believes they're having a heart attack, has severe chest pain. Can you have got a reference number, please? 48, okay. Will that be a blue light situation?
Yeah, you're setting up on number 14.
Right. Right, okay, all right then. Okay, bye-bye. 2 hours. 2 hours for an based at Alpha 5. 2 hours.
Yeah, 5 receiving.
Yeah, Ross, could you give me a call in the control room, please?
Alpha 2 Alpha 5, Ross. Just from us, making your way downstairs, mate.
The news of a possible 2-hour delay is relayed to staff.
Because the information they've got is just that the condition is one's just chest pain. It's not really showing the full symptoms as you would expect for a cardiac issue. If he's not well, you can't leave him out there for up to 2 hours in the freezing cold.
How are you feeling now? Not bad. Don't worry.
With such a long waiting time for an ambulance, Richard doesn't want to take any chances and sends a passenger buggy to take the man to the first aid room.
Should the casualty situation change, we've got equipment and first aid trained staff in the room there to keep an eye on it.
Bravo.
So I've liaised that information to the ambulance service, so we've got the rest of security keeping an eye out for arrival, so hopefully it won't be the full 2 hours, but I guess we don't know.
UK for Bristol, level 1 please.
If it's busy in London, then unfortunately it could be that length of time. But base 2 Alpha radios, please advised, we have an ambulance on call. If you could keep an eye on the taxi deck and on the arrivals road, the casualty has been moved to the Network Rail reception on platform 1.
But this medical emergency is about to get more complicated than Richard could have imagined.
Yeah, that's right, chest pain. It's chest pain, so we're not sure if it's a cardiac issue or not, so he's been moved to our first aid room. Yeah, he's in our reception room. We're waiting on an ambulance. Yeah, he's in the VIP area in the first aid.
Bravo, 12 today.
So I mean, if this is the same gentleman, we'll get BTP to go down. I'll give you a call back in a minute. I'll get a description from the first aid room, and I'll come back to you in a minute. Yeah, all right, mate. Cheers. Bye. They reckon that bloke was in, the guy who's claiming chest pain, was in the ticket hall of the Hammersmith City line earlier, headbutting the walls, and apparently assaulted a female passenger, but she couldn't wait to make an allegation because she had to get a child. So it's potentially the same guy.
The man is now wanted by British Transport Police. But before Richard has time to relay the new information to the team on the ground, there's an update from the station's medical room.
We investigating, he's just having a panic attack, nothing more than that. So we're getting a glass of water, told him to relax here, and he wanted an ambulance, so we called the ambulance for him. After relaxing, he just got up and just walked away from us. So he didn't want the ambulance, he don't want first aid no more, and just left the station.
The patient, now turned suspect, has gone missing. But it's a serious incident, and Richard can't just let it go.
Bravo.
Right, okay, can you get a description of this bloke? I'm going to pass it to the BTP. This guy was in the ticket hall, City earlier, headbutting the walls, and apparently assaulted a female passenger, but she couldn't stay to making a complaint. And they're pretty sure it's the same bloke. So if it is, then we'll get BTP to keep an eye out for him. All right, cheers, bye-bye. So he's now wandered off from reception. He just got out and walked off. London ambulance, please. Yes, I am.
With no sign of the patient on the concourse, Richard calls off the ambulance.
So I'm calling from the Network Rail control room at Paddington Station. We'd like to cancel this ambulance. It turns out that apparently this gentleman was causing issues on the underground earlier, and he's now decided to walk off from he just got up and left our first aid room. So we're going to pass this on to the police because it sounds like this chap might be slightly troubled. All right, thank you. Bye bye. Yeah, based at Alpha Radios, just regarding the ambulance, that's been stood down. Gentleman no longer requires the ambulance, so no ambulance required. So I'm going to get a description of him. I'll pass it to the police and let them take it from here.
Across on platform 10, Maqsood is dealing with another incident. With no trains on Christmas Eve, the holiday getaway service is being squeezed and trains are busier than usual.
It'll be fine now. I can get a buggy. Yeah, where are you trying to get to?
A woman is feeling faint and Maqsood is doing what he can to make her life easier.
You know, normally we're not allowed to do this, but I'll take you up the ramp and it's easy to get.
Oh, okay.
We had this young girl who fainted on the train because of it being very hot. And she must have felt weak and she just fainted as she got off the train.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Don't need our tickets.
No, don't worry about it. The train driver who was there is an ex-paramedic. And luckily he spoke to her and checked her out. She was fine.
Quick thinking has saved the day, but on the other side of the station, it's already too late. A passenger has just dumped an early and unwrapped present on the train at platform 11.
A passenger took a massive poo. I don't know how big we're talking about, but large enough to offend at least 7 cleaners. The 17:45 departure to Reading is what it's on. The cleaners unable to clean it up here. I've not seen the damage, I don't know how bad it is, but we're sending it to Reading as an early Christmas present, where the Reading train care depot can deal with the problem. So that train's going to be 5 carriages long. The front 2 in passenger service, the rear 3 locked the poo in. All smell, stench and everything bad in the rear, out of the way of the passengers. But it does mean that anybody on that train, which is quite busy during rush hour, is only going to have 2 carriages long instead of 5. I believe this is considered vandalism.
Whoever did it is long gone.
So it's quite disruptive. It's quite a disruptive shift. But I guess you gotta go. Oh.
Anyone travelling over Christmas?
It's all go too, 40 miles down the track at Reading Station.
Anyone travelling over Christmas?
Reading Station is an important hub on the Western route, and while it won't be closed for as long as Paddington, it will have severely curtailed services.
Rail 99 to rail 1 over.
And that is going to cause extra stress for everybody.
So you can imagine people are coming from local routes into Reading. Obviously they're quite in a panic stage because they want to make sure they get their next train. And then when they go on the escalators, obviously with their luggage, unfortunately that's when things do happen.
You guys want to come see the reindeer? That's the only way you're going to get to London this Christmas because we have no services.
Reading is also a hub for travellers heading to Heathrow and Gatwick, and Casper and friends are once again on hand to spread the message.
So far, no one's come out asking, what's going on. So I think we've really got that message out to customers who use Reading Station. I guess the key message is check before you travel. So we are trying to encourage customers to travel ideally before the 23rd of December or by 24th of December at the very latest.
Back at Paddington, the worst of the Christmas getaway rush is over, and the station is now counting down to when it closes for 4 days of engineering works.
The busy, crazy amounts of crowd have gone, so that's pretty much the end. Everyone has pretty much got to where they're going to.
But as Paddington begins to shut down, out on the tracks, activity is beginning to ramp up. 70 miles away in Oxford, signalman Phil Allen is beginning to clear the tracks of trains so that an army of railway workers can get to work on a vital 4-day engineering project.
Oxford panel signaller.
They'll be pulling up old rails and replacing them with a whole new track system that will speed up the train service around Oxford.
We have a procession tonight, all lines, whole Oxford area, from Hinksey right through to Wolvercote Junction. I'll be expecting a call from the Pike Up, that's the person in charge of possession, shortly to go through the possession limits. There's no trains on Christmas Day and Boxing Day, so hence they're taking full advantage. 077.
As Phil manoeuvres the last trains off the tracks, a team of workers led by construction manager Rick Scott are getting ready to start pulling up the old rails.
The start of the job is slow going. You've got the men down there on site now. They're starting to prep. Burners down there cutting the rail. They're prepping, and then everything else is prep, i.e. like the trains getting in position, getting the machinery in position, ready to start work.
Back at Paddington, the last trains of the night before the station's 4-day shutdown are getting prepared for departure.
Where are you going to?
To Slough.
Your train will be advertised soon. These are the last 2 trains now, the midnight 30 and 1 o'clock, until the 28th of December, because of planned engineering works.
Train leaves in 5 minutes.
Shift station manager Kevin Noon is making sure that everybody gets on board, and it seems that most have got the message about the Christmas shutdown.
Very quiet night, particularly for the last Saturday before Christmas. 3 pigeons over there, that's the biggest group we've got at the minute. That's looks like it might well be our last group of people coming for the 1 o'clock departure.
Kevin and his staff have helped over 200,000 people on their way during the past 2 days. But there's always room for a few more.
You're right, you got over a minute, you're right.
You got a minute, guys.
Right, lads, you've got 30 seconds, guys, come on. 30 seconds, you're all right, you'll get on. You're okay, you'll get on, don't worry, you don't need to run.
But others have left their Christmas getaway to the last second, literally.
Go on, quickly, quickly. Go on, it's about to go, so go on. That's it now, that's the last one. Luckily, the last few people seem to have made it, although I think we've got a couple more, unfortunately, who haven't made it, so we've got to make the decision, bus, taxi, or wait till Thursday. Merry Christmas.
70 miles up the line at Oxford, it's a hive of activity. Engineers are preparing for one of the most important projects of this year's Christmas works. They'll be laying a whole new track system. It's a tightly timetabled schedule, and construction manager Rick Scott is only too aware of the cost of not hitting his targets.
One part gets delayed or anything like that, there could be a knock-on effect, and then when it should be handed back 4:45 Wednesday morning, it could overrun the possession, and you've got no trains running.
But just getting the work trains that will carry out the heavy lifting into position is a complex task. Oxford signalman Phil Allen is overseeing the train manoeuvre.
I have 2 engineering trains, both currently in the yard, which is down here. At some point they'll let me know when they're ready and I'll get them to their allocated positions, and once they're in position, that's when I'll give the engineers the permission to place their protection.
Well, what will happen is the supervisor behind me, he will be in control of that train. The driver has got a radio, and Ian's got a radio, and he will be in contact with that driver at all times. He will also let the staff know down on site that the train will be manoeuvring towards him.
First possession train, and Hinksey calling me, so let's have a word with him and see what he wants. I'm popular. You ready to go then? Okay, drive, you wait that signal, I'll get you on the move very shortly. Thank you, bye-bye. Okay, first train ready to go. Okay, we're in business. 5.
And once this one's in the yard and shut down, then everything's done. We're completely finished until the 27th. So happy Christmas to everyone.
Yeah, man, you mate. Thanks for that. Cheers.
For these railway workers, the family Christmas is on hold. The countdown to complete the works before trains run again has begun.
And my Christmas will start in a couple of days' time. And it's midnight Christmas Eve, and we've got another 3 days of this. People don't actually see what goes on the railway. Christmas time, we're out here leaving their loved ones out here to do the works, get a new track put in place and upgrading the railway for the infrastructure. And
People don't understand
they don't understand it. They don't understand it. They just see late running of engineers' works and complaints on the Monday morning or Wednesday morning, whenever that possession's got to be handed back.
The first and most important work train to manoeuvre into position is the Kirov crane, a multi-million-pound lifting machine that can transport and lay over 100 tons of track at a time.
Heavy lifters, they can lift some loads.
The Kirov is critical to the Oxford job, but as it moves out of the station, it suddenly loses power and grinds to a halt.
Do you know what it is, Ian? What? You know when because that's a network rail machine, you know when it goes on can, it locks out, that's what's happened. All right, so it's all right now, mate, yeah? All right, so they should be on the move shortly. Oh, nice one, cheers, Gav. Cheers, bye.
The crane can't deal with the cant or the curve of the track, but a quick reset of the computer and it's good to go.
That one's too temperamental. What he's saying is it was on the can and it's just locked out, so they've resolved it, so it's nothing major. It was just probably sensors or something on the machine that actually stops it from doing anything while it's on canty track.
The Kirov heads to the work site and Rick's tight schedule is back on track.
It doesn't go to plan all the time. That is one nightmare scenario. If that had failed and there was no repair to it, that would have been major.
It's early morning on Christmas Day and Paddington is quiet. Besides an occasional lost tourist and a few pigeons making the most of the empty concourse. Although there's no train service for the next 3 days, control room assistant Richard Douglas still has to watch over the station.
The guys are still out doing their security checks every hour and just kind of radioing those in just to say that all's clear. And every now and again, if they spot someone wandering around, we are challenging them and getting them to leave the station.
And while it's relaxed at the station, he's well aware of the urgency out on the tracks.
This isn't just bog standard rail replacement. We're talking, taking bridges down, lifting bridges, relaying complete new track beds, new cabling, new points, miles and miles of sections all in one go. One bunch of guys will be doing one bit of work, then another set of guys will come to do the next bit, and the next bit, and the next bit. If one part of that process fails or becomes bogged down, then it just snowballs. Because you're pulling up all the tracks and points, you just can't leave it for, say, right, we'll come back next week and do it. Christmas is the only time that we can actually get in there. It's really important that they stick to time on this stuff. It's critical.
80 miles down the main line at Swindon, another part of the huge Christmas engineering project is well underway. Engineer David Brown and his team are preparing the Western route for its transition to electric trains.
We're at Swindon Station here, Christmas Day, putting up some of the steelwork for the electrification project. Got a lot of work to do in a short space of time to get this project finished. The railway's shut for sort of 54 hours during Christmas, so this is a great opportunity for us to get loads of work done.
They're erecting structures called booms that will support the new overhead electric cables.
We're going to be putting up approximately 30 booms over the next couple of days. There's varying sizes, some are smaller than others. We've got some massive 56-metre booms going up as well, so a lot of work to do.
Basically prepping the booms now, so there'll be a bracket either end. We land the boom on top and then we'll put a bracket on top to basically clamp it on. We're installing portal booms that range between 10 to 15, so significant weights that we're lifting at height. But we've set the crane up now with the outriggers and stabilised it. Once that's set, we prep the boom. It's got the slings on, as you can see behind me. Basically, the linesman then will sling it up, connect it, and then it'll be a lift up.
But as the work progresses, they come up against a problem that might blow the schedule right off track.
We've got people on the tack line, so if it's windy, it's a safe lift. The crane controllers or the supervisor will test it before the lift. So you've got it on a monitor, approximately 22 miles per hour, the maximum.
Back in Oxford, they're also up against something that's going to hold up their work schedule.
We've got to stop at 3 o'clock for the Queen's speech for half an hour, which was the agreement with the local residents. So we don't disturb everybody.
And it's not the only delay that signalling delivery manager Paul Tate and his team have had to accommodate.
Yeah, we had to delay the start at 11 o'clock this morning to make provision for the there's lots of churches along the area here, so we spoke to the local council again, and they agreed that we could start work after 11 as most of the church services are finished.
Their Christmas Day task is to install the foot piles, which will provide the support to erect new signal gantries.
Bit wonky, mate. Right, so how long's this pile? 6 metre, and we just go to rail height, innit? Wow.
And it's a noisy business.
This is a Movac piling machine. This is a lot quieter, you can tell, from the other piling machine which drives in. This is vibropane.
Vibrations produced by the Movac machine liquefy the surrounding earth and prevent soil from gripping the piles, allowing it to sink easily into the ground.
Put the first pile in for gantry 19, Arrowstottle Lane. This is one of many signal gantries we're putting in. We've just used the Movac machine, as you just saw. We just put that in about 10-15 minutes, a 6 metre pile. The second one's going in now. Each leg has 2 piles. They take this down to 300 mil above the rail. And the leg of the gantry fits on there, and that's got adjustment slots to get you a bit of movement when you're setting it up.
Back in Swindon, work on erecting the booms that will carry the new cables is progressing, but high winds are keeping engineer Dave Brown and his team on their toes.
That was a little bit hairy at times. The wind picked up while we were trying to land it, so it was swaying around a bit. But the guys have managed to get it in, so it's good. Just got to bolt it up now. It's just making sure that everything's been doubly checked, make sure everything's safe. Obviously, these booms are quite heavy and could be quite dangerous if anything slips or falls, so we do have to double check everything. Hopefully it goes off without any problems. These things do take time, although it looks very simple when it's up. A couple of masts, a boom and a bit of wire. Each one has to be fixed to make sure that it's safe. Each one's designed to take certain loads in certain ways, so each one has its own little intricacies.
The team still have another 20 booms to erect before the Christmas work window expires and trains run again.
We've got a tight schedule next couple of days. If a mast's got a weld issue, if it doesn't line up correctly, then it'll take longer naturally, so that's the worry. It's just time's against us. We have got 12-hour shifts, but it goes very quickly, so that's the main concern for us.
In Oxford, they're also up against the clock, but their concern is more immediate. They've promised local residents that they will lay down tools for the Queen's speech.
Yeah, well. Right, let's keep an eye on the time, lads, please.
Yeah, I'm just going to stop now.
Stopping now, OK.
Unless we can hammer this down.
Oh, well.
Get a shot for it.
Yeah, go on then. We've got 5 minutes.
Just about time for one more.
We'll just get this pile driver down, we'll give it a go, and then we'll have to stop. That's it. 3 o'clock, just done in time. Guys, we've got to put something over that hole to make sure no one falls down it.
Which one?
That big hole there. So we've got a canteen and mess facilities there, so everyone just get a cup of tea now for half an hour and back on again.
At Paddington, Richard and the rest of the Skeleton station staff have also briefly laid down tools. And it's a Christmas Day lunch with a twist.
Some grub. Hey guys, what we got? Obviously it's Christmas Day, so we're going to have traditional kebabs and some rice. But yeah, we don't normally get to eat lunch together because shifts and whatnot. The fact that there's no one around, it's a good opportunity to have something for Christmas.
I bet everybody's off today drinking and getting drunk, and we're here enjoying Paddington Station.
I might cry in a minute.
At Oxford, it's the turn of the heavy lifter. The specialist railway crane, the Kirov, is mounted on wheels so that it can move up and down the rails, laying down pre-assembled 60-foot sections of track, weighing up to 20 tons. It does in minutes what a team of workers would spend hours struggling to complete. Although it's a beast of a machine, it carries out precision engineering. Each section of track or panel must fit exactly in a pre-arranged spot. On hand to make sure the work goes well through the night is project manager Rob Mashford.
The panels basically is built in a factory and it's all joined up and it's all measured. We take it to bits again into smaller components into each of the panels, and then we bring it down and put it back together like a jigsaw puzzle. And then we finish by 4 o'clock in the morning, so yeah, we're all on programme. We're quite happy that everything's ahead of programme.
But as more track is laid, the smaller the margin for error. And this piece of the track jigsaw will not fit. So the team have to make a few on-the-spot adjustments.
You know, sometimes we have to cut the panels just to make it actually, work precisely on site. And it's got to be dead right. So you sometimes have to put a closure rail in, but on this occasion, they were able just to trim it and it fitted perfectly.
200 metres of new track needs to be laid before Boxing Day morning, when new teams will come in and put down fresh ballast. But a sudden turn in the weather means the 4 o'clock deadline could now be in jeopardy. In Oxford, new work teams are now on site, trying to claw back time after bad weather hit the installation of 200 metres of new track. Overseeing the final push is engineer Charlotte Moore.
The weather last night, it got rather windy, rather wet, which meant that we fell a little bit behind schedule, but luckily the sun's come out today, so it's much nicer, much better morale, but more productive, getting work done.
And the bad weather was not the only hold-up last night. A problem with one section of track left engineers working right up to the morning deadline.
So that took a little bit longer. We just had to cut a section of the panel off in order for it to fit. And it's all fitted, it's all in there now, and we've got the ballast trains just going over it all now. So within the wagons there's all the ballast in there, and it will fall out of the sides on here as it goes along, so it's an auto ballaster, which means it doesn't have to be done by hand. The only thing left to do now is to do the welding, which just joins the panels together. After that's happened, we've got about 50 to do, should take around 24 hours. Each one takes around an hour and a half to 2 hours. Once that's happened, the tamping machine will go over it to make sure it's all level, all safe for use, and then that's it. It will be commissioned back into use.
It's been closed for 4 days over Christmas, but Paddington Station is now opening again for business. Up in the control room, Richard Douglas is once again back in the hot seat. Over the Christmas break, he watched over a near-empty station.
So we had no trains Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, Boxing Day, and the 27th there's been no service.
But this morning, it all gets going again. Except that the train service is suffering from a bit of a Christmas hangover.
So the service was supposed to start this morning at 4:42, but unfortunately that service was cancelled, as was the 5:03 to Heathrow due to overrunning engineering work. The guys were still a bit late finishing off. I'm not sure what the reasoning's why, but so they're running a little bit behind. We've had a couple of late starts due to set for configurations, and we've also had a train that's gone out to 21 late due to a driver booking on late. So that's knock-on effect is that's meant we've had a couple of platform changes, but at the moment it's not looking too bad. Station's looking nice and tidy. Everybody's in place.
Down on the concourse, duty station manager Simon Butler is keeping an eye on the first day back.
So this is the first real opening day following the Christmas break. And as you can see, it's not too bad at the moment. Fingers crossed it stays like this, but it never does.
And minutes later...
8:50 Oxford's cancelled. Papa 19 cancelled inbound. So we've lost the service already.
After the holiday break, the station and its network are coming to life once more. While we were eating our Christmas lunches, thousands of engineers carried out 260 rail upgrades, including one of the most important projects of all, the electrification of Paddington's route. And that's meant that Richard has got all he wanted for Christmas, a brand new train set.
Before Christmas we're running on turbos, which are much older trains. I mean, they've got to be at least 20 odd years old. So new 8-car trains, shiny, greener, faster. So exciting things are happening.
And it's all go again at Paddington Station.
It's only just gone 9 o'clock. It's slowly building up to what we expect to be a record day, so bring it on.